Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
Do the translators do a quick 10 count, first on English, then on French? Thanks.
This is the English channel for the interpreter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now switching to French.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. Please remain standing, and I will ask Councillor Kavanagh to introduce the performers of our national anthem this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and everyone. This is the Northwest One Choir that comes from the Northwest One condo complex near Britannia Park. This is a vibrant community building with many older adults living independently, forming what is known as a naturally occurring retirement community, a NORC. About the choir, it's one of several, the choir is one of several community-led activities. They perform annual concerts for their own residents, nearby senior buildings, and other community events, including their past performance most recently for Remembrance Day at Britannia Park, where we had the choir perform for us at the ceremony around the blood red memorial flagpole that is in the Britannia Park. The mission of this goal of this choir is to bring joy of music making to the community and share the gifts of peace and hope that singing together brings. I'm honored to have the privilege of introducing the Northwest One Choir singing our national anthem today here at City Hall. Thank you.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et portez le pain, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'll ask now for the roll call.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Hill. Present. Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower. Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci. Confirmation of
We have
minutes
quorum.
from the council meeting of November 26th. Are those carried? Declarations of interest. Councillor Hill, I believe, has a declaration of interest, but he's... Okay, we'll come back to that. Oh, here he comes.
There's two I have because of the employment of both my wife and my daughter, and I'm just looking to see if I have them in front of me. Yeah, if you could put it on the screen, that would help me out.
We'll get them on
please.
the screen.
Thank you very much. I, Councillor David Hill, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest, a conflict of interest on the following portions of the Community Service CSC 2026 draft operating budget: Community and Social Services Department, Children's Services Operating Resource Requirement, Wage Enhancement and Workforce Compensation, and Canada-Wide System, CWELCC. Line items, page 10 of the CSC budget book. As my wife is employed by an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items, and recreation, culture, and facilities services complexes, aquatics, and specialized services operating budget and user fees, pages 34 to 37 of the CSC budget book, as my daughter is employed by the Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services Department in the service that receives funding from this area of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Are there any other declarations of interest? I'll note the communications and the petition on the agenda. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. That the Finance and Corporate Services Department report entitled Draft 2026 Operating and Capital Budgets, Secretary Treasurer, Committee of Adjustment report entitled Committee of Adjustment Draft 2026 Operating Budget, Ottawa Board of Health report entitled Ottawa Board of Health Draft 2026 Operating Budget, Ottawa Public Library Board report entitled Ottawa Public Library Board Draft 2026 Operating Capital Budgets, Ottawa Police Service Board report entitled Ottawa Police Service Board Draft 2026 Operating Capital Budgets, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 30 and 31, Audit Committee Report 15, Community Services Committee Report 20, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 21, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 20, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 32, Planning and Housing Committee Reports 57A and 58, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Report 23, Transit Committee Report 22, Build Heritage Committee Report 27, and the reports from the City Clerk entitled Status Update Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 5, 2025 be received and considered. Be it further resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the reports from Built Heritage Committee Report 27 and Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 21 due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in the reports.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Is that carried? All right, we're going to skip over all the budget items to item 27 on the agenda. Item 27.1 is the status update on council inquiries and motions for the period ending December 5th. Is that received? For item 28.1, the zoning bylaw amendment for 5651 First Line Road, there is a technical amendment correcting the location map. Councillor Brown, would you like to introduce that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas document 1, location map, zoning key map and report is listed in the motion, inadvertently omitted labeling an area as Area B. Be it resolved that document 1 be replaced with the map attached. Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Is that carried? And then the item is amended. Is that carried? 28.2 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 6371 and 6409 Perth Street. Is that carried? Item 28.3 is a request for municipal support confirmation for proposed battery energy storage system for 1500 Thomas Argue Road. Is that carried?
Carried.
We are going to hold item 28.4 as there's a couple of motions related to that. Item 29 is from Audit Committee. 29.1 is the KPMG Financial Statement Audit Plan. Is that received? 29.2 is the Council Expenses Audit. Is that carried? 29.3 is the Audit of Ottawa Paramedics Service. Is that carried? 29.4 is the 2026-27 Audit Work Plan. Is that carried? From Built Heritage, item 30.1 is the application for demolition at 208 Slater. Is that carried? 30.2, nomination of the Byward Market as a National Historic Site in honor of its 200th anniversary. Is that carried? From Environment and Climate Change Committee, 31.1 is the financial statements for in-house solid waste collection. Is that received? Item 32.1 under Finance and Corporate Services is the Municipal Land Strategy Surplus Land Declaration and authority to transfer city-owned lands for housing. Is that carried? From Planning and Housing Committee, 33.1 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 258 DeRocher Street. Is that carried? From Public Works and Infrastructure, 34.1 is a motion from Councillor Kitts on road infrastructure. Is that carried? 34.2, potential implications of Bill 60 on cycling projects and recommendations for the 2026 capital budget. Is that carried? From Transit Committee, 35.1 is the motion from Councillor Lowe on 2026 bus procurement. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay. We will move now to the budget, and we will introduce a motion to resolve into Committee of the Whole. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. That City Council resolve to move into Committee of the Whole pursuant to Sections 52 and 53 of the Procedure Bylaw.
Is that carried? Okay, so we will move to the roadmap motion for consideration of the 2026 budgets, and I will ask Councillor Desroches to introduce the roadmap motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troster. Be it resolved that City Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, receive and consider the draft 2026 operating and capital budgets and the draft 2026 rate-supported operating and capital budget, tabled on November 12, 2025, in accordance with Section 284.16 of the Municipal Act 2001 and Ontario Regulation 530-22, and incorporating recommendations from the Committee of Adjustment, the Ottawa Police Services Board, the Ottawa Public Library Board, and the Ottawa Board of Health, and the standing committees as listed in the Council agenda, and including all amended budget books and pages. And be it further resolved that Council, sitting as a Committee of the Whole, adopt the following budgets, including any proposed amendments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Desroches. So we will start with part one, the board budgets. The first is the draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment. Is that carried? Next is the Board of Health draft operating budget as recommended by the Ottawa Board of Health. And we do have a motion. There's a, oh, sorry, that's for the next one. So on the Board of Health draft operating budget. Is that carried? Okay. Next is the Ottawa Public Library Board draft operating and capital budget, and there is a motion related to that. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Ottawa Public Library approved the 2026 OPL draft operating and capital budget on December 2nd, 2025, and whereas the Finance and Corporate Service Committee approved the non-departmental budget on December 2nd, 2025, whereas the approved operating resource requirement template for the Ottawa Public Library included the correct total gross and net expenditure, but the misalignment of the municipal revenue resulting in a net requirement of 66.730 million versus the correct net requirement of 69.220 million, an additional 2.49 million. Whereas the approved operating resource requirement template for the Finance and Corporate Services Committee non-departmental budget included a requirement of 2,342,700. Sorry, this is very strangely written, Cyril. But 2.342 million versus the correct net requirement of 2.345 million, an additional 2.490 million. And whereas the proposed updates will have no net impact on the overall 2026 draft operating budget and capital budget. Therefore, be it resolved that Council receive and consider the following updated budget templates to increase the OPL net requirement by 2.490 million and to increase the non-departmental net requirement by 2.490 million to align the funding between the two templates and to ensure the approved resource requirements reflect the correct allocations with no net financial impact to the draft 2026 operating capital budget. Ottawa Public Library Operating Resource Requirement Template, revised page 5 of the Ottawa Public Library Budget Book, and Finance and Corporate Services Non-Departmental Operating Resource Requirement Template, revised pages 59, 60, and 61 of the FCSC Full Budget Book.
Yeah, so any questions on this or on the Public Library Board draft operating and capital budget? Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Library catchment analyses are pretty difficult to do, and I acknowledge that, having worked now with our library team over the last several years. The construction of new capital projects for libraries is an extremely expensive process, and I very much appreciate the fact that two things are happening in Barrhaven with regards to this budget. The first is that we're going to see an investment in Barrhaven for the new Civic Centre, which is predominantly going to include a new library that will feed into the Half Moon Bay, Stonebridge, Barrhaven East areas, and it will also address one of the problems that I had coming into office, which is the dissolution of the small Ruthie Dickinson Library, which is so cared and loved for in Old Barrhaven. I've been speaking with the chair, with our CEO, Sonia Bebbington, and her team for several years on this topic, and I was very pleased to see that this budget is going to allow for a small space in the current footprint of the Ruthie Dickinson Library to be retained, just to manage the catchment issues with the growth of Barrhaven. And so I just wanted to give my full support to this budget and my appreciation to the OPL team for their consideration of that investment and for supporting the library services in Barrhaven. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. Similar to my colleague who just spoke, Councillor Hill, I will be supporting the OPL budget. I had registered to speak at the meeting last week, but I had some other priorities that night, so I was unable to stay, and I just want to articulate a few highlights today. Library services in our city are very important in every ward, and River Ward residents are included in that. The services and programming that are provided, despite the fact that we do not have a library yet. One is coming, though, very good news. OPL's presence is very much appreciated, as are the services that my residents receive. The budget includes funds to start a new branch in River Ward, which is fantastic news. I'm not sure I was going to see this day for myself as I sat at this table, and we very much appreciate the Board of Trustees' work, the gap analysis that was undertaken across this entire city. This is not specific to River Ward, but going through a process that can be defended and prioritized. My question, though, is regarding those neighborhoods that don't receive immediate services, that are not located in areas where branches exist. Can you talk to me about how the budget provides alternative service delivery, whether resources are being added in this budget line to ensure that communities that are not directly served by a branch will continue to receive programming and services from the OPL?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Thank you, Councillor. I will perhaps first clarify, Councillor Hill, there are indeed provisions for the Barrhaven branch within the capital budgets, but just to clarify that where concerns Ruthie Dickinson, the commitment is a feasibility study which is not contemplated in the 2026 budget, but will be undertaken in the future, and that's a feasibility study to retain that space. To the question regarding mobile services, there isn't any expansion within this budget for mobile services within 2026. However, with an action undertaken by the board at the end of last year, there's been a provision of 1.5 million put aside, anticipating the need for a replacement vehicle to retain the reliability of our mobile services, and perhaps to diversify the fleet in order to expand services in the future. The mobile framework is still being drafted, and that will come to the board in the first quarter of 2026 for consideration.
I appreciate the bookmobile is one of many services you provide under the alternative services delivery model. And that's what I'm focusing my question on today, in addition to the bookmobile. But can you speak to how you are serving underserved communities? That's still the majority of River Ward that don't have that capacity or ability to get to neighboring branches. How is your board recognizing this need, and how does the budget address this need? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Thank you. This budget continues our pilot project in community development. We had identified at previous in 2025 a priority neighborhood area. And so our focus is really on priority neighborhoods and developing dedicated resources to be developing and improving library services within those catchment areas. So we're running a pilot out of our Saint Laurent branch currently, and that's something that we are hopeful that we can expand in the future. That expansion is not, however, considered in the 2026 budget.
Fair enough. I just again, appreciate the work that the board and staff do at the OPL. We very much appreciate the services that are provided, and the ongoing ask in my community is for those communities that are underserved to not forget them and continue to put resources in those areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a moment to highlight what's contained in the OPL budget that's before us. This budget reflects the real operational needs of the library and maintains regular services within the council-directed tax increase. Ce budget soutient également l'entretien essentiel de nos actifs et permet d'avancer avec une nouvelle succursale à Hunt Club.
This is an essential service. We will have a new branch in Hunt Club. This will allow us to provide better services with an increase in the budget, and we will be open to open the branch on Sundays.
It also provides incremental support for a new central branch and includes fair and responsible updates to user fees. It's a thoughtful and responsible plan that keeps us focused on service, access, and stability for the people that we serve. So again, I'd like to thank all of you for your support of the Ottawa Public Library. I'd like to thank our OPL staff, Cyril and Svetlana, especially for working together to make sure that OPL is made whole during this budget discussion at such a crucial time. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the updates over the last year from the Chief Librarian with respect to the library that is planned and being designed for the Riverside South community, which will be, I think, the first library that is located adjacent to an LRT station. It's going to help us energize and animate the town center there, and I know the community is very excited. I know it's not necessarily in this budget, but staff are working on this project as we speak. So I asking the librarian, if through the mayor, if you could confirm work is underway. It's a priority for the board, and it's going to happen. It's not in the plans. It's happening. We're building this library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. For Riverside South, the majority of funding you'll find within the capital budget. That includes capital provisions for opening day collections, for example, and some operational funding provided for public outreach in order to inform the design to the needs of the community.
So we're doing this, right? It's not a plan. We're doing this. Okay. Second, Finley Creek obviously sees this this project, will benefit from it as well. We'll have opportunity to access it through the LRT potentially, if they so choose. They're high up on your list, your strategic review you just undertook as a board. I know you're going to be looking at bookmobile stops eventually, once you have additional sites that are opened, right? So can you just confirm, please, for Finley Creek that while it's still a few years away, that it's a priority, it's at the top of your list, and that when bookmobile routes are reviewed, that community will have the opportunity to be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, So for the community, thank you for the question. For the community for Finley Creek, that's in preliminary design stages. So again, capital funding has been set aside for that project, anticipating that in the future. And indeed, the mobile framework will be readjusted according to branch openings. Currently, the intention for the mobile framework is to look at those underserved neighborhoods prioritized according to equity criteria. And so I can't speak immediately to that neighborhood's appearance on the mobile bookmobile schedule, for example. But those are the intentions around the mobile framework. But indeed, that needs to be readjusted as branches come online.
Okay, thank you. And as you know, I've encouraged people who've reached out to me from that community to communicate with the board and highlight that there is truly some grassroots interest in having a library there. I consider it a core service. I appreciate you looking at equity, but the library is a core service. And I think when you have a community of over 10,000 people, it makes sense that they would be at the top of the list for potentially a branch in the longer term, as you're looking at, and for a bookmobile in the short term while they wait for the branch. So I appreciate the update today, and thank you for the work you're doing for the community of Riverside South to advance that project, because I think it will be very important, and the community is very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So first of all, I've been really lucky to get 2 tours of Adasoke this year to see how the construction is progressing, and I'm so excited. It's astoundingly beautiful. It's going to be such an incredible centerpiece for our city. I have heard from a lot of seniors and people who don't have cars, who currently use the current main branch and who walk there, or who may go there on their lunch hour when they're working in the neighborhood, who are concerned about the new library being some distance. I understand that a new branch is not in the cards, but what are the options to ensure access for those folks when the new library opens? I know we've had some conversations. I just wanted to put them on the record, just because it is a community with a lot of seniors, a lot of people who don't drive, and this will be a big change for them.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. That would be a consideration within the mobile framework. So provided that the distance criteria and equity criteria are met, then that would be an eligible stop within the mobile framework. I can't speak to the outcome of that study yet. That study is still in progress. I will say to your point about seniors, for example, that our new central library has had accessibility considered to the very highest degree. And so look forward to that being a very accessible space for the whole community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Thank you very much for your budget. Congratulations on a good budget, and also on your recent new collective agreement that's been bargained and negotiated. It's appreciated. My question is a simple one. You probably know where I'm going, but I think the good news in the collective agreement will allow for this, but I'll ask you directly, will this new collective agreement allow for the expansion of library hours in the future, particularly on Sundays, for more branches next term of council?
Thank you for the question. Shall I continue?
Please.
The short answer is yes. The initial expansion for Sundays will be Sundays year-round at those locations that are currently open on Sundays. The budget doesn't provide for further expansion of Sundays in 2026. But the expansion of further service hours is something that we are looking at, not only on Sundays, for example.
That's fantastic. It's such a great quality of life thing, and relative to the cost in terms of things like bathrooms, access to computers, the events that go on there, of course, browsing for books and games. Just such an important thing when we have public facilities open for use. So I really appreciate your work, and thanks for that commitment.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the whole Ottawa Public Library team. Just want to say I've been working very closely with the Carlingwood branch and appreciate the programming. We've seemed to have stepped up the game for communications. That's been very good so that we can get the messages out. And I appreciate the fact that we'll be you'll be expanding in the future, and the West looks good because we have a lot of need, as you know, and we hope to work with you very closely on opportunities as we see a lot of transit-oriented development happening with 7 new stations coming to Bay Ward. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were waiting for an answer on that. Sorry. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez, l'année passée, il y avait dans le budget de l'argent pour la sécurité privée dans 2 succursales dans mon quartier.
Last year, there was a branch in my area and also in the Somerset area. Is there a difference in the daily life of employees? Because we're very concerned with their welfare in your branches, especially downtown. And if it works also for clients. Thank you for the question. Yes, it's the fact that the Rideau branch is the main branch. They have full-time security service during opening hours, as well as a mobile service for other branches. And it works well. The team is trained in non-confrontational approaches, and it works quite well for the team and for the clients.
Merci. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Just again, I just want to thank you. I got a tour of the facility. It's great. The people that work there are really passionate about it. And I like to say it's not a Timu library. It actually looks like the illustration. We've seen some libraries that hasn't really happened. I won't name them. We know which ones they are. But that being said, it's been a while to get to this point, but it's well worth it. I mean, I begged for council's hold so we could partner with Library and Archives Canada. I think that brought us a better partnership. Remember this room stacked with people saying, bookmark the core. Well, you know what? I think we made the right decision in the end. And now we're going to have not only the most beautiful facility in Canada, I'm hearing throughout the United States as well that this is the gem that people are excited about. So I just wanted to thank you for all the great work you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Thank you, team. So we'll start with Councillor Luloff's technical amendment. Is that carried? Okay, and then the 2026 Ottawa Public Library Board draft operating capital budgets. Is that carried? Okay, we will move now to the police service draft operating and capital budgets. Okay, is that carried? Well, nobody's putting their hand up. Okay. I counted to 5. Nobody put up their hand. Councillor Brockington?
Mayor, I waited last year as well and no one put their hand up. I had to speak first again. So here we go. It's good to see our chief and deputy chief and chair here. Just have them get settled. So good morning, chief, over here. Thank you for being here today. So chief, I will be supporting the budget. I think it's reasonable and addresses many of the priorities in our city. And I acknowledge that most of the increase in the budget this year is to address collective agreement requirements, which really is not part of the narrative that we've been hearing in the community. And we should underscore that it's not going to your pet projects, it's actually going to pay people who work for the Ottawa Police Service. So it's about 80% of that 5% increase. I want to raise 2 main priorities that exist in my ward that I think transcend every ward, and I want to get your thoughts because it goes directly to whether or not you're resourced sufficiently to address these 2 priorities. One is traffic safety, speeding in our communities, which you know, Chief, and all your predecessors while I've been here have made this a top priority. But I challenge you whether or not you have sufficient resources to address this challenge. Not just speeding enforcement, we have the night road racing on arterial roads, modified vehicles that, have been supersized and wake people up at night. But my understanding is, you've got a number of priorities. You sometimes have to take resources out of these units to address other top priorities. So I want you to address this, and I'll just get my other question out on the floor. And as you know, neighborhood response teams, same type of issue where, on paper it looks good, but your competing priorities many times take resources out of the NRTs to address higher priority issues, leaving NRTs under-resourced. So convince me that you have enough resources to address two top priorities that communities, not just in my ward, but across the city, are saying are top priorities for them.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Both priorities that you listed are, as you say, are echoed in many different wards throughout the city. When it comes to the traffic unit, certainly it's something that I've heard when I meet with the councillors. Almost all of them talk about traffic and increasing our presence. On December 15th, next week, we are launching new district-related traffic units that will be focused on their districts. And initially, it'll be a sergeant and 4 constables that will be assigned to each district. And then we'll start building those district teams to the level it'll be a sergeant and 7 constables for each district traffic team. So that's launching next week. But certainly we have heard the demand from the community. And in this past year, since the last time that I was here, there has been a lot of traffic-related initiatives that we have launched in response to that. And I hope when we send a weekly email out to the councillors with our demonstrations and our events that are occurring, we also attach some of the work that we're doing in the traffic-related world for that reason, because we know that it is a priority. But we have what's called the Enhanced Integrated Enforcement Initiative in 2025 that is targeting high-risk drivers, problem areas, and boosting our enforcement capacity. Again, through the data-driven side, we're more data mature than we used to be. Done a really good job of building that up. Plus the commentary and feedback we get from the community, from councillors, of where we need to be with our finite resources. We have a frontline enforcement initiative where our frontline officers are now proactively and more so conducting traffic enforcement in their zones. And that didn't happen a lot as we were chasing the queue and different calls. We're separating some of those folks to do that work specifically. The impaired driving, we've ramped up the number of ride enforcement activities that we're doing as well too. And of course, something that greatly has affected a number of wards is the street racing and the stunting. And that hashtag Residence Matters is something that has been a big success. We have focused on certain key areas. There's no doubt there, as we focus on one area, there is some displacement going on. We focus on the Strandherd, Woodruff area, and then they show up in Canada. They show up on Maryville. They show up on Riverside Riverside Drive. So it is a bit of a chasing exercise, but they have, to be quite frank, hammered. There's a lot of warnings that go out sometimes in the traffic world when it comes to the stunting and the speeding. That is a very firm line on enforcement. So we are doing as much as we can with what we have. But, to answer your question, do we have enough resources to really do this right? And in particular now with the speed enforcement cameras no longer in the city, that was another tool, another layer that we could use to help us, and that's all of us with road safety. So there's more on us now. We do want to grow our team. Generally, we have 34 positions in our traffic unit. The number that we have filled floats between sometimes 15 to 20, but now with our district model coming up, we want sustained presence in those district units focused on traffic.
Thank you, Chief. That's a very detailed answer, and I appreciate learning more about the district teams that you just mentioned. Right. There is a heightened expectation that with the loss of speed enforcement cameras that you're going to be able to be on every street corner, at every location where the cameras existed. And that's an expectation that just won't be met. And I'm not blaming you.
Right.
I'm just saying 2026 may be challenging to meet communities' expectations when it comes to speed enforcement.
Right.
I get on the Airport Parkway, Bronson, where I live, when I drive to City Hall. There used to be a camera on Bronson beside Brewer Park, Carleton University.
Yeah.
The average speed is about 20 kilometers higher now today. People were adhering to the 60 posted when the camera was there. It is easily now 80, passing by the university and the park. So I'm sure that's the case across the city where the average speeds are higher. That's just, my personal observation. But when people know that we have traffic units, when people know we have NRTs, the expectation is those units will be filled and those resources will be on the street. So that's the balance that I have as a councillor and my colleagues is we have to meet these demands that our public puts on us, and you have limited resources to meet those expectations. But I appreciate what you're doing. I know you acknowledge it. We've had many conversations.
Yeah.
And hopefully the new model that you've explained today and will be rolling out next week will see an increase in service that we need in those two fronts. So thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. And your second question as it relates to the neighborhood resource teams, obviously they are our flagship proactive unit in neighborhoods addressing issues that are specific to that neighborhood. And again, since I was last year, we do have now a south, a west and east neighborhood resource teams that are up and running along with our central team. And we are growing them as well too. On December 15th is a big day, we are adding 14 neighborhood resource team members to the downtown, to our central district team. There is many pressing priorities that are, increasing in Centertown, in the Byward Market, Sandy Hill, Lower Town. We want to make sure that we have more presence in those areas. So there'll be additional resources dedicated again proactively to ensuring that those communities are safer. And then later in the year, next year, we will be adding more team members to the other districts as well to greater increase the proactive work that they can do those areas. Those competing priorities are there. And of course, the biggest distraction for those groups are protests and demonstrations because they are a proactive unit. Traffic and NRT get tagged when something pops up or there's something that the front line can't handle. Our parliamentary district is growing as well too. That team there has been able to manage a number of the smaller pop-up demonstrations that we're getting in the parliamentary district or just outside of it. Don't tell the federal government that, but they are creeping along, managing a lot of our protests that are related to the federal government. That will help keep our team on target, on mandate more often than not. So that's encouraging as well.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Sentez-vous à l'aise, by the way, de répondre en anglais parce que je vais vous poser des questions.
Feel comfortable to answer in English because I'll ask your questions in French. But that's what I do every year. So I expect the answer to be in English. My first question has to do with the photo radar mentioned by Councillor Gower. Do you have a plan? Will there be some officers where there were cameras before? Because me too, at King Edward and MacArthur, we used to have cameras. And just wondering if the police has a plan for these areas where there used to be cameras. Thank you, Councillor.
Speed cameras, and we have spoken publicly about the cameras, and as Councillor Brockington noticed or observed, it does change behavior, and I travel the same route to the office that Councillor Brockington does a lot in front of Carleton, and you see that behavior change. And now all of those cameras that were around the city that are no longer, we certainly need to have that presence in those particular areas because a lot of those areas were community safety zones. They were schools. They were like the King Edward one that you mentioned. I think that was the #1 area in the city. So we know that now. So we know those areas, if you will, are vulnerable to the behavior changing back to what it was, and we have to make sure that we have the presence. And that's the point of being more strategic with our finite resources. That we take the data that we see see that we can generate, as well as the feedback and the commentary from the community and the councillors to make sure that we're there.
OK, et je voulais juste souligner, c'est pas une question, mais je pense que c'est la
And it's not a question, but I think it's the city of Brampton that kept their camera going just to see what the speed of people was. They can't give tickets, but they can see what speed the people are driving. Now, you hired 25 new officers this year. Will these people be posted where exactly in the district? What will they do? No, it's true. It's 25 new officers.
Nous avons d'avoir la bougie.
But we need the budget, but not right now.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So included in the 2025 budget was 25 growth positions as well. Those positions have now been hired and deployed across the organization. In 2026, there will also be another 25 positions. 21 of those are going to constable positions to support many different programs, including our investigative programs and our frontline programs, including NRTs. Another 4 of those positions are special constables that will be deployed to our frontline district special constable program. So those won't be hired until next year. Can't hire them ahead of the approval of a budget. So we will very quickly be allotting for those and including them in our 2026 hiring plan.
Merci. Ma dernière question avant
and my last question, and I have a comment before I conclude. Which councillor is your frequent flyer, the one who contacts you the most? I believe it's probably me, but I'm just wondering if we are a headache for you, or how do you manage this?
Je comprends votre question.
I understand your question. With the frequent flyer. And the second part of the question, what was it again?
Asking, how do you manage, like, which councillor, first of all, is the most frequent flyer, and then how do you sort of manage that correspondence? Because it must be a lot, especially with everything going on.
Okay, d'accord. You know what? The 24 councillors in a city, obviously, in a big city like this, are very important stakeholders for us, and it's why we have our district inspectors that are positioned, throughout the city, and they are a primary point of contact. And I hope all of the councillors know their district inspectors very well. And my expectation is that there's regular reach out with the councillors from those inspectors, and that takes a lot off our shoulders, the deputies and myself. But certainly there are issues that raise. I know our 3 board members on our police board, the Councillors Doroche, Curry, and Carr, they funnel a lot of that information to me as well too when that information goes to them. So we manage, and there are certainly more some of the councillors. Based on what's going on in their wards, the policing and safety issues require more attention and more communication, and we aim to do that.
Very diplomatic answer.
Yes.
OK, je vais juste souligner aussi le point que le conseiller...
And also what Councillor Brockington said, that the budget increase this year for the police service is for the collective agreement requirements. And these are people that are on paternity or maternity leave. It's not for new big projects. So I just wanted to mention it because I don't think that it was really talked about in the media.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for this budget and for taking our questions. I'll reiterate the Bronson speeding as well as the speed racing on Riverside. We hear about it all the time from residents. I think one of the only thing that was going to solve that speed that racing on Riverside was a speed camera. But the provincial government unfortunately had other ideas. I also wanted to make sure to thank James Kennedy, who's our main contact for our office and has been really excellent to work with. I have questions though about the overall increase. Obviously, it's a larger increase than usual, and some concerns there. So on page 3 of the police budget, we note that increased demands related to mental health, addictions, and social issues have further strained the service, impacting response times and investigative capacity. Would you say the majority of these calls are something criminal or something that a primary responder may help in terms of mental health, drug addiction, homelessness, those sorts of things. How is that straining the service?
The overall, thank you for the question, Councillor Menard. The overall topic of mental health and us responding to those calls is a significant impact on our organization every day. And, every day I get briefing notes on what we're responding to the higher level ones. We go to many every day, but the ones that cause a bit more effort or a bit more risk, we certainly read. I read one this morning. I read one yesterday. Generally, when they get to a level where it generally isn't just often it can be just a mental health crisis, but there can also be other factors that contribute to the risk level there. There can be alcohol or drugs that are consumed as well. There can be weapons involved. There can be violence involved. There can be, damaging property, having someone going through a psychosis. When we respond to those types of calls, a lot of resources are deployed so we can do it more safely. Trying to contain an area, engaging with the person, trying to de-escalate, and then hopefully taking that person, apprehending that person to bring them to a hospital. Criminal behavior can occur. I just mentioned damaging property is kind of a common one, or carrying a weapon that is dangerous to public peace is another potential charge. But our main goal is to safely apprehend the person and get them to medical help. And that's a goal that more often than not, 99% of the time, they're successful. Sometimes use of force has to be used, but they do it safely. But it is a great burden on the service. But as we know, we are investing greatly into different alternatives that either don't require a police response or required an enhanced police response by using other partners to either come with us or to handle themselves.
Yeah, I think I really appreciate that answer. I don't think anyone could have predicted how successful Anchor would have been in its first year. Obviously, we had examples from other cities, but it was quite successful. Can you just estimate what kind of impact expanding Anchor citywide, which is eventually where the city is hoping to go, is a citywide approach? What impact might that have on OPS responding to, as we say in the report, increased demands related to mental health, addictions, and social issues?
Yeah. Yeah, it is difficult to understand what the total impact might be once it is deployed across the whole city. To be very clear, I support that, the expansion of Anchor. I've been a supporter of Anchor from day one and will continue to do so. And their calls, and it depends. Sometimes they have call volumes from August to August. They've reported we have year-to-date calls. So there's some, I think, not misinformation, but people are using different numbers based on the chunk of time. But regardless, they are certainly taking some work off our hands. The amount of work and the amount of calls that we would have went to of the 4,000-ish that they received, I'm not 100% sure. I know that they uploaded calls they received. I think around 220 came to us that they received. And conversely, we received some 911 calls that I think around 123 that we gave to them, that we downloaded to them as well too. So there's no doubt, that 123 is definitely one that we can hang our hat on that we didn't have to go to. And there's others that we don't know about, because we don't know when they take a call and they deal with it. We don't know about the details of that call. So it can do nothing but help our workload or decrease our workload, so we can focus on other things if it's rolled out citywide. There's no question about that.
Really appreciate that that response and your advocacy for that model. I have a couple clarifying questions about some of the spending in the budget. So the district policing model staffing investments are laid out with new FTEs. So the plan is over a 3-year plan to add 61 FTEs, as I understand it, with a projected cost of about $10.8 million. Is that 61 number include the 25 positions you're expecting to hire this coming year, and then 46 in addition to that? over those 25, or is that 61 in addition to the 25 positions?
Yeah, so some of those positions, the 25 growth, some will be attached to the district. Others will go to other locations within the service that need that. But we are creating a South District. Obviously, and as part of this project, we need an NCO infrastructure for that. That's being looked after. Some of it is being looked after within those 25 positions. So that, but they are spread out throughout the service. But the district is being addressed in some respects to it. Okay.
Okay. Further down on page 50, there's a market safe initiative. It's mentioned and said to be designed to address the challenges that arise for patios as they reach full capacity. I understand there's an $800,000 spend for market patio control. Is that a recurring issue these days, is controlling the patio, or what is that particular item?
Yeah, I mean, that's a part of the program, but Market Safe is more focused on, the bar control on Friday, Saturday nights when it's busy. So we will have extra members that are deployed into the market for presence and managing, as we've seen some violence in the market late at night, some firearm violence, gang violence, etc. So their main priority is to be there. And then there's also some other, they'll work with, other partners in terms of some liquor laws and capacity issues and whatnot too. But I would certainly would point that as the priority for that group. It's more for safety, presence, making sure it's safe for all the users down there at that time of night.
Okay, that's helpful clarification too. And then just on the year-to-date statistics, because we saw I guess it was the 5-year numbers or overtime numbers in the city. The statistics in September looked a lot better to me year to date. So the statistics that were released in September showed citizen-initiated calls down 4%, the overdose calls down 59%, property crime down 2%, and vehicle theft down 9%. Shooting incidents down 25%. Traffic complaints were up 17%. Has something shifted since that time, or did we see that positive trend from that, previous year to the new year when statistics came out? Because we kind of get different numbers depending on which, I guess, you mentioned timeline for Anchor. Depending on the timeline you look at, you get different figures out there, but it looked like there was some positive trending happening year over year in the last little while.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. On the stats, we have so many stats. There's a lot of data that we produce, and certainly there's some that are trending in a positive direction. There are others that are not, and our call volume is trending down in 25 from 24. But as you mentioned, there are some crime types that are down, some that are up. Hate crime is down this year. That's a good thing. But the property crime, obviously shoplifting, robbery, personal robberies, those sort of things are up. So, it is really, when you look at the whole picture of crime stats, we certainly see a lot of pressure and our work increasing. Instead of, as again, we talk about snapshots in time year to date, we like to use sort of 4 or 5 year time frames because it gives more of a trend versus some spikes that might occur. And I'm just going to pass it to the chair here for more of a response.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what the chief just said. It's really important to look at the long-range trends that are happening, and the long-range trends really point to very much an overall crime rate that's increased. So the 2015 to 2024 numbers are better to look at. So you have 50,600 offenses increase. That's an increase of 63%. You have violent crime that's up by 58%. Those are real numbers, and those are the numbers that the board looks at carefully. It's also reflective of the growing population. So that's really another important consideration when we're looking at these numbers. So yes, we can look at year to date, but I think it's really important that council takes the view of what's happening overall in the city, how are our crime trends taking place, what's the weighted clearance rate for these crime rates. Those are all important factors when the police board comes with the budget that we've proposed, which we believe is a responsible budget in this year.
I appreciate that answer. And just my last comment is just around, though we've seen that increase in crime, we've also increased the operating budget by 167 million in those 9 years as well. I don't know if more money equals less crime. I think there might be some solve rate differential, but in terms of less crime happening, there's a whole bunch of factors, as you know, that go into that, and as our social services would know as well. And it's always a struggle for me of where do you put those finite resources to deter crime? Is it crime prevention, as we have, Erwin Waller and other professors saying, look, get that crime prevention going because that's what's going to save you money in the long term? Or is it this response that we have, right? Kind of reactive, which is part of the nature of the job. So continues to be concern for me about the total amount. And then, of course, I think we've seen such success from Anchor and where we go with that and how we invest in Anchor, versus other types of responses that certainly some are needed, and others, I think, maybe as a society, we're moving towards different types of models of prevention. These debates can be such lightning rods. I don't like to look at that. I took, criminology and went through a lot of public policy courses around crime and what deters crime and all those things. And I think these debates are important to have about where we put that finite tax dollar with a 3.75% increase and versus a larger increase on police and a maybe lower increase on, say, library or mental or public health, which I know my colleagues have spoken about. So I appreciate the answers here today and what you've outlined and your work. And I weigh them, especially in light of our budget pressure. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll just add to your comment that, crime prevention is certainly part of our repertoire and part of the district model that is there. There's an enforcement side, that's our lane, we get that. But our community safety well-being unit has the framework, working with the city in alignment with the city plan, to have that crime prevention focus as well too, and there are many initiatives that will focus on that today as well as tomorrow as we roll into the district model and the community safety well-being model and plan develops even more in the coming year.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Certainly. Community safety is one of the top issues that I hear about in Barrhaven day in, day out. My residents deserve to be safe. They deserve to feel safe. I hear all the time about issues that Councillor Brockton and others brought up about stunt racing, about vehicle thefts, about just presence in the community, dealing certainly with special significant incidents from time to time. We had a tragic incident at the Costco a couple days ago. Can you confirm to me that the impacts of this police budget will be felt by my residents in Barrhaven? And can you speak a little bit to what that means in terms of the frequent issues we see with stunt racing, with traffic-related issues, with vehicle thefts, things like that?
Thank you, Councillor. There is no doubt as we, our hiring plan, we've talked every year here about our 3-year staff stabilization plan. And this budget helps fund the 3rd year of that staff stabilization plan. And it's very important to us. And it's to stabilize us. It's not to grow us to a level where we can do all the proactive work that we want to do. But we will be, this year, we hired 145 sworn officers. That's as many as we ever have. We keep increasing that. The command team and I just met 36 new recruit police officers yesterday at our training center. We have 48 at the Ontario Police College right now. And we gave 29 badges out last week to those that will hit the road. So we are hiring to try to meet that demand that is being asked of us in those communities. As they are released and they hit the road, the community absolutely will feel that impact. Our goal in the district model is to be more present in specific neighborhoods. And, Councillor Menard talking about, prevention. What I'm hearing from a lot of folks, including in your ward when we went for a tour, Councillor, is if you can just be present, it takes down the temperature of some of this social disorder, some of this shoplifting, some of the the behavior that's causing people to feel unsafe if we're just simply there, let alone if we are enforcing perhaps the Highway Traffic Act or other criminal code parts that we have access to, of course. But that presence will be there. So I fully expect every ward to feel that we're more present incrementally as we roll out more layers of the district model, which in January 11th, 2027 is when our frontline component of the district model will be in line, and that will be a significant point in time in our project.
Thank you very much. This summer, we had an Auditor General's report on the police staffing, and I'd just like to confirm with our Auditor General that from the analysis of rising service demands that's made it more challenging to deliver effective policing, the audit was initiated to assess whether OPS has the appropriate staffing and deployment strategies, processes, and resources to support achievement of its service demands and operational needs. Am I correct that this is an analysis that the Auditor General did this summer?
Thank you for the question through the Mayor. Our audit certainly did focus on the staffing practices and strategies, and our overall conclusions certainly identified that these methodologies and approaches were outdated and work was necessary to ensure that the appropriate staffing is in place within the police.
So it would be accurate to say that you determined that additional focus is required to effectively meet current and future policing demands. Frontline deployment is currently based on outdated targets and does not reflect Ottawa's changing landscape.
Thank you for the question. That is straight out of our report.
Thank you very much. To the police chair, I'd just like to hear, what is the board's perspective broadly on this budget that's been submitted? Do all of the members believe that this is an adequate staffing funding level, or is there upward pressure to invest more funds in this year's budget?
Thank you for the question. From the board's perspective, this is, I would say, a responsible budget in this current year. It meets what the service requires in terms of additional personnel and resources. And what it saves is it saves like the district plan. That was really important to the board. We wanted to ensure that the district plan moves forward. We also wanted to ensure that the collective bargaining agreement that was reached, which was also very important given the timing and when those negotiations took place, that there's sufficient budgetary allocation for that. The board understands that there's going to be an efficiency exercise, and that efficiency exercise will be very important as we move forward. So to answer succinctly, yes, we believe this is a responsible budget in this current year.
I appreciate that. You believe that this is a responsible budget for this budget year. Was there discussion within the board about this perhaps being too high and that there would be efficiencies that could be created by seeing a smaller increase in the police budget, and that perhaps you could be more austere in the investment in the police budget?
So if I can say that there's a lot of debate that takes place. The board recognizes that Ottawa is very much at the lower end of police budget increases. We recognize that. We recognize that there is a need. There's a lot of people who have been telling the board that we need police presence across our communities. That being said, we believe that the way the current budget is structured provides the resources and enables the capacity of the police service to continue to provide services in the city across the region. And also, I'll say it just, Ottawa's unique. We've got very much urban, suburban, and rural needs, and that's what this budget is directed towards. So it's directed towards the increase in crime. A lot of people say this is the largest budget in the past decade, I believe, and it is, and it's got to be a responsible one at the same time. And we understand the complexities that the council has, given the different needs that's required. And the board has put forward a budget that responds to the services that are required. And the healthy debate always takes place on whether there should be more or less.
As a result of this police budget, are we going to see a need to have upwards pressure on the 2027 police budget, or do you anticipate that we'll be stabilized at that point?
So we'll see what the efficiency exercise comes out with. Will there be upward pressures that will determine on community needs, on what's taking place within Ottawa? We are also looking forward to a plan. So these exercises are taking place on an annual basis, and what we as a board would like to see is some forward-looking plan that's appropriate for budget purposes. So what's going to happen over the next 2-3 years? And we've asked the service to come back and to also brief our Finance and Audit Committee on a regular basis with respect to the review it'll undertake and with respect to a plan that'll develop for a long-range budgeting forecast. And that's, I think, just good basic governance and oversight.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, we've heard from our arm's length Auditor General that there is a technical rationale behind increasing the staffing levels in the Ottawa Police. We've heard from our police board that this is an appropriate budget. We've heard from our police chief that there's a need to make these investments in order for there to be a presence in the community and for the community to see that. I'd like to read to you from an article that was published in the Ottawa Citizen from our council colleague, Jeff Leeper. I believe absolutely in moving resources from policing to more effective measures of ensuring community safety. Council could insist on, say, a 10% budget reduction and refuse to pass a police budget without it, subject, of course, to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission being the ultimate authority if the Police Services Board doesn't agree. This is not the direction that we should be going, and that's not what we're hearing from our Auditor General, from our Police Board, or from our police. We need to be investing in community safety and keeping our community safe. What we've heard is an equivalency bias between police response and Anchor. So I have a few questions on what Anchor has been doing and what it does. To, I suppose, our police chief, approximately what percentage of calls to 911 prior to the establishment of the Anchor program were uniquely for mental health or substance abuse calls?
Thank you for the question. That I don't have that data in terms of calls that were mental health and or drug, alcohol. That's just a number that we don't harvest in terms of that granularity. But there's no doubt that we, as we see in the downtown core, it happens in other wards as well, of course. But the downtown core is the real epicenter of that work, and we are dedicating a lot of resources to managing that problem, but also working with a lot of partners to try to resolve that issue as well too. But it does occupy a lot of our time. And, it's kind of an old saying that I don't really like repeating, but arresting our way out of this problem isn't the answer, because our courts don't have the room or the time for these charges that we would propose, and arresting someone, taking them off the street for 5 or 6 hours is a Band-Aid solution. So it is an ongoing effort that we are working with the City Hall, we're working with service providers, and of course our own team strategizing on how we're going to resolve this.
So could you confirm what the 911 response would be to someone that's having a uniquely mental health or substance abuse crisis outside of the Centretown catchment area for the Anchor program?
Right. So a 911, if a call is made to 911, our dispatchers will police, ambulance, fire. And what we have is a tiered response program with them. So if there is an issue in the community, it's a tiered response. So if we're closest, we'll go. Or paramedics may get there first, or the fire may get there first. And when it's sort of a medical emergency, if it's an overdose, etc., of course, we're 24/7. We have cars on the road. We often get there first and end up dealing with a lot of those calls. Now, if it's something that is mental health related, again, as I mentioned, the dispatch team will divert that call to Anchor if it seemed appropriate for them, depending on the nature of the call and all the details attached to it.
So there is an appropriate response that exists for mental health and opioid addiction crisis issues outside of the catchment area.
Yeah, so we have, and in regards to our response to mental health, there is a lot that we do. We are heavily invested in trying to improve our response to mental health. In the media, about a month ago, we launched our mobile crisis response team. That is pairing a police officer that has more training in mental health with a medical health professional, so we can go to these calls. These are calls that they're not going to Anchor, they're with police. So now what do we do with them? So our mobile response team, a crisis response team, can respond to those, but they don't work 24/7. So in addition to that, we've trained 30 officers in our crisis intervention training, 30 officers on the front line that they can go to these calls that have elevated training, so we can do a better job of responding to those mental health calls. And we're also, and this is going to be coming out more wholesomely in the media, we have a youth-focused mental crisis response team in partnership with the Youth Services Bureau, CHIO, and others that will give an elevated response for youth. So we are continually investing, trying to find alternative ways to respond to mental health calls for service that is more appropriate and has less police involvement, but we end up being there all the time.
Thank you. What action is taken when someone calls the Anchor program within Centretown, the catchment area, but there is either a broader concern behind mental health addiction to include criminality or violence?
Then there's sort of three scenarios. Anchor can go by themselves and deal with a call, and we don't even know about it because they manage it themselves. We will also at times go together with them. We've been at scenes with Anchor. And then of course there's times when it's just police because it has that level of risk. It could be violence, could be weapons, depending on the scenario with that person. So there's sort of three paths that can follow. But with what you described in terms of if there's violence, if there's weapons involved, certainly we are there.
Thank you. And I think it's important to highlight, will this police budget support you in the operations that you do that don't necessarily lead to key performance indicators? Could you speak, for example, to internet child exploitation, cybersecurity, high-risk offenders, counter-radicalization, community building, the types of things that you're investing in that don't necessarily lead to an overnight conviction?
Can you maybe just repeat that don't lead to an overnight conviction, did you say?
Well, could you speak to some of the major programs that you operate on that don't necessarily lead to a traffic ticket the next day? I'm talking about, take for example, child exploitation. Okay. I know you have a team. You recognized them a year ago at the police gala.
Right.
Can you speak to how these investments support those types of operations? Because there are places in this community where we've seen, for example, a surge in sexual violence related crimes. Right. I'd like to just hear a little bit about how this investment will address those issues.
So thank you, Councillor. There is a lot of strain and pressure throughout our organization. And we talk a lot about the front line. We talk a lot about the vulnerable population, but our investigative units, and I might just take some time and expand on this a little bit, if you'll bear with me. Our intimate partner violence unit, at our last board meeting, we talked about the increase in calls for service for them. 8.6% increase, violence against women that we've seen. This is concerning. They are very complex and very fulsome investigations where we have to look at many factors: a firearm presence, history, managing the victim, making sure she or he is safe. It really is a burden on our unit. Our fraud unit, you can understand the increase in the proliferation of fraud calls that come into our office. Year to date, we have over 6,500 fraud calls. That's a lot. We have a team of 10 to deal with 6,500. So what they do is they triage them. And unfortunately, there's some that we just can't get to. It may be overseas. It just may not be an obvious path to being able to resolve that file. So the ones that we believe we can get at, there is a queue. Right now, we have 262 files that our 10 investigators are investigating. But in the queue, there's 575 that we're trying to get to. And that will take, like right now, they're assigning calls that were received in August. So that's a 4 or 5 month wait. That's not the service level we want to give. We want to be better than that. We need to do better in that area. We are looking at it. We're actually hiring some special constables to add to that team that can help the fraud team, but we need to increase that team. We have our homicide team. We've seen more homicides year over year. They're increasing. These are extremely complex files, but there is a lot of unsolved homicide files that we're working on. As a matter of fact, later this afternoon, we have a press conference to talk about a cold case file. We're going to be announcing an award that we want to offer for a file that occurred a number of years ago. They're always working. I could double the homicide team to go after some of these files. You mentioned our integrated child exploitation, and this is a group. I met Deputy Ferguson and I met with them 3 weeks ago. Passionate team, skilled team, get a lot of results. They have what they receive through North American integration and collaboration is tips about IP addresses that in the Ottawa area, city, that are indicating that they're downloading and viewing child porn. There's 1,800 of those IP addresses sitting in the ICE office. They do not have the time to go after those people, and they need to. But they have to make sure they're focused on people that may be getting victimized today. So it may be a kid in danger, and they'll go after them. So there's 1,800 people that could be viewing and downloading child porn, and we're not touching them right now. We want to get after those people and convict them. So we could double or triple that ICE unit so they can go after those people. Those are just a few examples of those investigative units that Deputy Ferguson has that we really have to watch and make sure we properly staff. It's just some of the strain. I know that was a bit of a longer answer, but it is something that's very important to focus on the investigative side as well as our response.
Chief, I want you to go after those guys as well. Yeah. Colleagues, we've seen our Auditor General is validated. We've had decades of underinvestment. We have increases in crime. Our anchor program provides great services, but it is not a replacement for police investment. The pressure on our police budget is upward, not downward, and our residents deserve to both be safe and feel safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple questions. So, I mean, there's certainly the levy increase, but there's also a one-time tax stabilization injection on this budget. And I'd like to understand how that decision was come to and how that supported, keeping your levy where it was at.
Thank you, Councillor. Obviously, through the budget process, our team, Deputy Bell's team, and our finance team do their work, and they come up with a number that we think we need for a budget. And we did bring that to the board, and now they contemplate that number. And with that, then the board obviously is an independent group, and I don't want to speak for the chair, but City Hall's involved. We're here today, City Hall, so we obviously work with our colleagues at City Hall, with Cyril, with the general manager as well too, and we come up with a number and areas that we can manage what our needs are. And I'll just pass it over to Deputy Bell, and I know he may have some things to say and discuss the process there.
Yeah, no, I think you covered it properly, Chief. We identify what our overall budget needs are within a year. We then rely on our funders to identify how we fund those needs, and that's the exercise we've gone through for the last number of years and what we did again in this year. So what I can say is the funding and requirements that we identified were fulfilled by the city through several different funding mechanisms, but ultimately we got the money that we identified we needed to deliver this budget.
And Chair, I'll top that up too. So it's important that the Ottawa Police Services, they don't have a tax stabilization reserve directly. What they do have is our tax stabilization reserve. So it's the same reserve that we use for them that we use for our services. And if they have a surplus, that surplus goes into the tax stabilization reserve. If they have a deficit, we fund it out of that same reserve. In 2023 and 2024, they had a combined surplus of $8.7 million that went into the tax stabilization reserve. So effectively, what we're doing is we're using the tax stabilization reserve for its intended purposes. Through this collaboration with the chief and Steve and the board, there was a number of things that were identified as one-time costs, and that's exactly one of the criteria of using the tax stabilization reserve. So that $5.4 million is really that. So that's the process that we go through to work together to say, okay, this is a source that you can use for these one-time items.
Okay, thank you. That's a very helpful description of the choices that were made. And can you comment on how, sort of relating to this one-time costs versus year-over-year costs, what decision your service has made to move into a multi-year budgeting process for next term? I think that's of interest to this council as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so we, every year, and this is the fourth budget that I've been through in my time in this role. So just learning a little bit of how we, have maneuvered through these 4 years. I have seen other police agencies where the boards will, instead of sort of grinding every year, like let's just be a bit more proactive and future looking on what our costs will be. So approach the board, approach City Hall in terms of looking at a future focus. There is a lot of things that are coming up in the years. Body worn cameras, our training facility, our collective bargaining demands that we have to pay our team, and as was mentioned by the chair. The Ottawa Police Service has been the lowest funded agency of the Big 12 in Ontario, and it's very difficult for us to manage in the envelope that we're getting. It's a struggle every year. So let's talk about with the board, with City Hall, on what those known costs are going to be in the coming years. And we always, as you can understand, deal in an uncontrollable environment in parts of our work. But what's known, let's plan for the future. And
I think this is fabulous. I know in 2022, I spoke with Deputy Chief, now CFO, Steve, and we talked about whether or not this was something that the police might consider for their service. The mayor and myself moved a motion in 2022 that I got your support, tacit support, for the city to move to a multi-year budgeting process for similar reasons. It helps to tell residents where we are going to go over a longer period of time so that year over year, these increases or these investments, as we should be calling them, will be understood to have a North Star. Right. And so I'm very interested to see that this choice was adopted by your service. And I do hope that we will be bringing back that conversation as our motion in 2022 indicated for the city to consider that as well. I think we'll do a tremendous amount of good to help residents see where they're going to expect to be for their investments after 4 years. It's also my fourth budget. So certainly experience helps with that. So also a commendation. I know last year we had a conversation about how to detail your investments in road safety under the Road Safety Action Plan. I had expressed concerns about some of the general revenue lines that were being used both within the City of Ottawa as well as the police. So could you describe those changes that you've made for this year, please?
So, Councillor, last year, as I recall a conversation, it centered around speed enforcement cameras and some of that funding and what we're doing with it. I did in a previous answer, I think to Councillor Brockington, talk about a number of things that we have done this year on the traffic side of it to enhance our projects and our enforcement and what we've done. And it equates to about $11 million in salary. So I just don't want to repeat that unless you were looking for something different.
I think your colleague might have the answer. It's actually in the books. How are you doing it differently in the books so that we can see that the money that you're getting from the city for road safety priorities is being spent as such within the service?
Okay, I missed that nuance, Councillor. Steve.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So in our budget book on your recommendation from last year, we've included on page 29 and page 30 what the activities our traffic enforcement area is undertaking. The associated costings for our traffic unit is built within the budget, and it comes out to $11 million per year in direct traffic enforcement activities.
All right. Well, thank you very much for taking that recommendation. It really helps for us to be able to communicate that with our residents. Another sort of aspect of this is seeing a greater police presence, certainly for the priorities that the College Ward has expected. But I will focus on, I've had a year-over-year request from the service in terms of the disproportionate use of force. And respectfully around the table, my vote on this budget and any budget is in response to my residents' priorities and not so much around whether we're going to be voting together or apart on any budget. I don't think that's appropriate. So my residents are interested in how you are going to be addressing the disproportionate use of force data that you are collecting responsibly year over year. I understand from our previous discussions that it appears that there are some changes, some pieces coming forward in 2026. Could you describe to me what those sort of disparate pieces might be that could help residents feel assured that you're looking at this data?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I don't think it's new undertaking in 2026 in terms of trying to address disproportionality. For the past 10 years, we've been collecting. We were the first police organization to start to collect traffic stop race data collection, and we've been doing that for 10 years now, and collecting race-based use of force data for the last 4 years. So I think we have a picture in terms of where disproportionality is affecting our community or how it's affecting our community. So for the past 6 years, we've had EDI action plans. We had an action plan that began in 2021 to 2024, 2020 to 2023. And right now we have a Drive 2 strategy that goes from 2023 to 2027. So one of the things that we've tried to undertake is that we don't have disparate activities, that they're actually all coordinated and driving towards ensuring that we decrease and eliminate the disproportionality in our service delivery. So I'd be happy, and I will go through a bunch of the activities that we're undertaking that form this overall plan. So it's all guided under our Drive 2 strategy, which is a comprehensive strategy that's developed by our EDI branch within our newly formed training, equity, and development area. So we've taken a structural change within the organization to ensure that we align recruitment, hiring, training with our EDI action plan to ensure that not only we're reaching members of our organization that are already providing service to our community, but that we're actually embedding it within our training and hitting our recruits from the very first day to let them know about the issues that can cause disproportionality. So with that, we also have identified that the traffic stop race data collection and the use of force data collection have very similar outcomes to them. There is disproportionate use of force, disproportionate number of traffic stops with our young Black male population and our young Arab male population, Middle Eastern male population, and those are areas that we need to focus on. But we know that there's other areas that we can also identify from a data collection perspective, so we've undertaken to have an overall race and equity data strategy to make sure that we're gathering as much information as we can to help identify the problems so that we can better identify the solutions to engage in. We've engaged in anti-Indigenous, anti-Black, and anti-Islamophobia training that is mandatory for all of our members within the organization to help them identify some of the areas that are contributing to our disproportionality. Beyond that, we've also had active bystander training that's been engaged in. We're right now going through a review of that training to make sure that we can enhance it and update it. But we're looking to make sure that our members know when to call out behavior with other members of our organization or other members of the community. One of the areas that we're focusing on most heavily in the last number of months is around our mental health change initiative. That's our response to the inquest into the death of Abdurrahman Abdi. That gave many recommendations to us that identified intersectionality between race, mental health, and mental health issues that we gave us recommendations that we identified the need to, as quickly as we can, address. address. So in that, we've been focusing on our service delivery to people in crisis, particularly Black, Indigenous, and Middle Eastern members, making sure that we're focusing on improvements to our training, improvements to our policy, improvements to our data collection. And we're doing much of this work through the development of our Mental Health Advisory Committee, which is a community-based organization that will, community-based council that will provide us guidance and information on how we can best provide services to that. One of the things we haven't spoken about today, but the work that we're doing around disproportionality has led to us piloting our body-worn camera program that has been a regular recommendation through our community, that we need to make sure that regular recommendation through our community to ensure that we have the best information available so that we can look at whether our members need enhanced training or any other sort of supports to actually have better outcomes in our calls for service. The last thing that I'll focus on is the fact that we've now developed a use of force review panel that's taken a series of community members to come in and have full access to our use of force reports to make sure that they could see from the time we receive a call till the time charges are laid or there's a court process that occurs, they have full access to that information to try and identify how we can decrease all our use of force, but specifically our use of force that is driving the disproportionality. We do all of this work with our community. I know it's a long answer, but we do all of this work with our Community Equity Council, who's given us guidance and direction for a number of years on how we can provide service to our Indigenous, racialized, and faith-based communities. So I don't want it to be seen as individual activities. We actually have a very coordinated strategy that we're moving ahead on to address these issues.
I appreciate oh, absolutely.
Sorry, thank you. And just to add, Chief Bell, from the board's perspective, this issue is really important, really significant. And we will continue our oversight over the issue. So we ask for reports that come in quarterly, use of force reports, etc., traffic stop data. So we will continue monitoring that. Importantly, what the board has done is we've actually put in the strategic plan key performance indicators. We want to see progress on that. And we want to see progress, the target by the end of 2027, that it goes down to 0. And so it's going to be really important to see how the use of force review panel contributes, and also body-worn cameras. So those are two significant issues that hopefully will see this number go down. This number is really related to trust. And you have to have trust of the community. And so for the board, it is critical to ensure that the service has trust. And so we are monitoring this number. So thank you for raising it.
Thank you very much. I do raise it every year, and I was really glad to see that there are key performance indicators included in the strategic plan. I think that's what my residents would like to see, is a year-over-year decrease. I know that the Drive to strategy has done a lot of work internally within the service, but I do believe that that review panel will be instrumental for trying to get more objectivity into that conversation, because of course, you know, the service is an institution that has been around a long time, and we all need fresh eyes, and we all need new, you know, best practices. So between that and the board, I'm looking forward to having this conversation in 2026. I still won't be supporting the police budget this year because I'm waiting for some of those changes, but I have seen progress in the right direction, and I appreciate your time today very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the team here. Appreciate it. I appreciate the community work that I'm in Bay Ward, including closing down an illegal pot shop, which was very strange because it's under provincial jurisdiction, pot shops, and yet the police had to come in to deal with it. So it makes me wonder about the province's responsibilities. As well with automated speed cameras. With losing them, we're going to see, obviously, more police work. I wanted to ask if you're going to be working with the province to make up for these funds, because this was something that actually saved money. This was actually something that was creating safe zones within schools. And will you be keeping track of the extra expense now that you have to monitor these places?
Thank you, Councillor. Again, we have spoken about the speed cameras. I'll add, there's no doubt that we can't replace the speed cameras with our resources. That is not something that we can do. However, as I mentioned, the feedback I've gotten from the community, from the councillors around this table, almost all that they want more traffic enforcement. So it's already been on our radar that we have to increase our team and increase our enforcement. So we will do that. In regards to soliciting the province to make up some of that, the difference or the gap that's being created without the cameras. That is not something that we're pursuing at this time. I will say the province is funding a number of our programs, not related to traffic. Well, some related to traffic, but it is something that we know internally that the community wants more from us on the traffic enforcement side. That's why we're, the teams that are starting next week in the districts is a big start to that, and we'll increase those teams so we're more in the community.
I appreciate that, but the fact that when they took away that ability for us to reduce speed because people were fined directly, those that were breaking the law, basically, it meant that we were, we're asking property taxes to go up to make up for that, because we're hit. The bill hit us, and that's a concern to me. And I realize as a city, we need to make roads safer, so we need to prevent speeding through our work in our road planning, and that's something we do with the Transportation Master Plan, and not in your wheelhouse, and we've been inconsistent on that. We have to work harder on that, because our roads are frankly just not, are being designed to be for speeding. So I think we have to work on that. But I am concerned about that, and I'm heard loud and clear from school communities. In terms of Anchor program, we're very, very happy with its success, and I appreciate from your other responses your partnership with Anchor. And I appreciate the way you were laying out the three different scenarios. That is very helpful. But do you have any rough stats on just the number of nonviolent mental health or substance use calls that you have outside the areas where Anchor is not currently in place? Because I do believe there's going to be a lot of potential for growth of Anchor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We go to thousands of mental health related calls throughout the city, 5,000 to 6,000 a year, and some of it actually just the way our coding goes, because often there can be a call, it could be a shoplift, it could be a domestic violence incident that we're dealing with, but it has a mental health component to it that isn't the primary score on our file. But we go to thousands of these, throughout the year. A number of them don't have a violent component to it, but there is a risk of life. And I'll just give you an example. It's fresh in mind. Yesterday, I wrote a briefing note. We had a youth that was on top of a parking garage in the Byward Market and was going to jump off and end his life. So there's no violence there. There's no weapons. This person was going to jump off a parkade. So our team went and contained the person, connected with them, de-escalated the situation, and convinced him to step away. And we brought him to CHEO. I'm sorry. And we brought him to CHEO for assessment. So that type of call that we get, we're going to get called to that if someone is on a ledge. But it may be a situation where we can use Anchor. If it's across the city, they can come as well and assist us. And those hybrid calls that we can go to, where we can pass it off to the to Anchor, is also a possibility that exists. But right now, it doesn't.
Thank you. And I appreciate it. One of the reasons Anchor was put together, and was related to the previous case with Abdul Rahman, and that would have been a hybrid. That would have been one where violence was part of it, but we needed mental health assistance. So So I appreciate your comments on that. And I'm finding that in terms of the calls that I see, and of course you're citywide, but mental health is a component to some of the cases, but also homelessness. Homelessness has been something that people feel that, you know, they want that person not to be there. That person can feel that, you know, that they're not in good shape. Oftentimes, the homeless people we see have mental health challenges. And I just want to know how that's being handled because, and of course, our first response should be, let's find some homes. And that's something I certainly make a priority. As chair of Ottawa Community Housing, we need more units, we need more supportive housing, and I know you support that. But my concern is the number of calls for those for like encampments and homelessness, and many are related to mental health.
The homelessness issue, Councillor, along with addiction and mental health, that often can be part of that, not all the time, but it can be, is a great driver of a lot of our work, and complaints from the community where they don't feel safe around these areas. And we intercede a lot, but we do have a lot of partnerships in the community, and our integrated community safety table that is based out of the Byward Market and our neighborhood operations center is one of them. And our goal is, if we have partners, and again we have many, is to try to find a positive path for that person. But if they're causing that social disorder, can our social agencies bring him or her into a positive path instead of dealing with us all the time? And that's always our goal. The amount of enforcement that we do, there is a path there. Some of these people are violent. Some of these people are creating a lot of victims there every day to feed. Maybe it might just be a mental health issue or feeding an addiction. That's where we do have to step in. But our teams are, and that's the new 14 members that are starting next week in the downtown core. Their presence and their focus will be on those key areas where people just aren't feeling safe. And we had a board meeting last week. We had some delegates come that live in Sandy Hill and Lower Town, and really concerning some of what they said in terms of how they're feeling about walking out their door with their kids. And a lot of it is driven on some of this homelessness, addiction, open drug use and whatnot. So it is going to be our focus to be present in those areas, to take down the temperature. We will try to guide these people with some of our partnerships, but we do need to make sure people feel more safe in some of those areas.
I appreciate that. Yeah. What I'm seeing is that there's a gap, even though there may be, in terms of next steps, if we have people with mental health issues, there's no place for them to go. There is not enough supportive housing. They're basically left homeless. They're just left out there. And I've seen this up front. That's my concern. And I think that as a city, this is where we should be focusing and trying to deal with the big picture of these situations. But I appreciate the work that's being done in my area, and thank you for your time that you've been there.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Colleagues, I'll support this police budget before us today, but I want to be very clear that it's a very lean budget, and we should be looking in future years to ensure budgets meet community expectations. Public safety is one of the issues most often raised by Orleans East Cumberland residents. From speeding and traffic enforcement to break-ins, robberies, car thefts, and assaults, people are asking for a more visible presence and a more responsive support when incidents occur. Many residents and community associations in my ward are also working hard to strengthen their neighborhood watch programs. They need police services to be strong partners. They need officers who are present, responsive, and able to follow up when activity is reported. And I'll single out Craig Roberts for his constant commitment to communication and to asking about some of the traffic issues that are being faced, always looking for what I'm hearing in the community. And Marc-Andre Sheehy as well for his work with our community associations and with me specifically, keeping me informed on what's going on so that I can keep residents informed. I'd also want to highlight, as several other colleagues have, the recent audit of the Ottawa Police Services staffing by the Office of the Auditor General. And the audit made it very clear that OPS is operating with an outdated staffing and deployment standards that no longer reflect the realities of modern policing in a growing city. The frontline deployment model is decades old, and the audit emphasizes the need for an updated evidence-based approach to staffing and resource allocation, and that doesn't come with lean budgets. Without changes to how officers are deployed, we will continue to see operational strain, slower response times, and gaps that directly affects residents, and that's why this budget is a step, but not a complete solution. While it does not replace core police services, I see significant value in Anchor and the role that it plays in responding to non-criminal and community-based solutions. Residents want effective police services, but they also want improved mental health response, and I understand that completely. The Anchor program has proven successful in providing alternative crisis response, and I'm pleased to support the city's plan to accelerate its expansion in 2026. But again, it does not replace core police services. I'll support this budget because it allows us to move forward, but we must continue working to ensure that police services are properly resourced and modernized so that residents across our city receive the level of safety and service response that they expect. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's important to remember that public safety remains one of the highest priorities for the residents of Ottawa. People want to feel safe in their neighborhoods. They expect a police service that is reliable, responsive, and capable of supporting a city that is home to more than 1 million people and growing every year. This growth brings new demands, more traffic, more activity, and more pressure on every municipal service, including policing. The recent survey by the board and OPS showed that the top priorities were visibility, faster response time, and more neighborhood presence. We know that crime is changing, as we heard from the chief. We are seeing more cybercrime, more fraud schemes that deliberately target seniors, continued guns and gangs activity, and more organized criminal networks. Large demonstrations and major events create additional pressures. These issues require specialized expertise, modern technology, and stable staffing. This is why the conversation is not about defunding the police. It's about investing wisely to ensure that they have the tools, training, and deployment practices needed to deliver real results. Modern accountability is equally important. Body-worn cameras are a tool that residents expect. They increase transparency, protect both officers and the public, and provide clear evidence when incidents move to court. We should support this type of modernization. Retention is another key factor. Competitive compensation helps keep experienced officers, prevents turnovers, and supports morale in a demanding profession. Stability within the workforce directly affects the quality of the service. And we must remember that the Police Services Board has a legislated duty to ensure adequate and effective policing. Which brings me to Anchor. Anchor is a strong example of how police and community agencies can work together to support vulnerable residents, particularly those dealing with complex mental health or social challenges. It is an important tool, and it does help divert certain calls away from police. But Anchor only covers a portion of the overall workload, and a big part of the police responsibilities are not related to mental health and cannot be diverted. Traffic and road safety are major examples. Traffic collisions, serious crashes, hit and runs, impaired driving, school zone enforcement, and dangerous driving complaints require trained officers who can investigate, collect evidence, issue charges, and respond when public safety is at risk. Police also handle the full spectrum of criminal investigations: break-ins, robberies, assaults, sexual assaults, gun violence, auto thefts, financial crimes, cybercrime, drug trafficking, organized crime, and human trafficking. These cases require warrants, forensic evidence, interviews, arrests, and court processes. They cannot be handled by civilian diversion teams. Emergency response duties also fall solely to the police. Active threats, armed individuals, suspicious packages, bomb threats, missing persons, and major public order events. Officers also play a daily role in neighborhood safety, responding to disturbances, domestic violence, suspicious persons, vandalism, and public intoxication. Add to this the court-related duties of executing warrants, transporting prisoners, enforcing release conditions, and maintaining evidence. These responsibilities account for the majority of the police work, and no diversion program, however well-intended, is designed or legally able to take on this workload. The Auditor General's report reinforces how important modernization is. The audit found that Ottawa's frontline deployment targets are based on standards from the 1990s and no longer reflect our population geographic realities, or the complexity of today's calls for service. The report calls for modern deployment model, better oversight of training, improved data system, and staffing levels based on evidence. All of this requires stable and predictable funding. We must also acknowledge that although the police respond to mental health and social disorders, they do so because they're the only service available around the clock. Long-term treatment supports fall under provincial responsibility, and police cannot replace the broader mental health system. Policing remains a core service. It protects families, businesses, maintains order, and responds to emergencies in every neighborhood. And residents expect visible action on crime, and they expect us to provide the police service with the tools and staffing necessary to deliver that. In closing, this funding will take place on January 1st, when our ride enforcement program is at its busiest. Impaired driving remains a serious threat on our roads. I just saw a tweet about one of our plows getting in an accident with a vehicle, and the person was charged with impaired driving. Failing to properly resource our police would put lives at risk. And if we want our officers out in full force on day 1 of January 1st of this year, then we want them out every day, equipped with the staffing, tools, and support needed to keep our growing city and communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the chair, the chief, and the deputy chief for being here today, and for the work that you do on a daily basis for our city. Chief, you've been out to my ward a few times. You know that policing and response times and having a presence in rural communities is important to all residents of rural Ottawa. The first question I want to ask is a follow-up to a question that my colleague asked, but she asked it in French. So I want to make sure that the answers are clear for everybody. So I am, based on what I've said, I'm obviously happy to see the biggest increase in the police budget that we've seen in some time. My only concern is that it's not high enough. So can you clarify that a good chunk of this money, or some of the increase, is going to cover obligations under collective agreements like salaries, maternity leave, paternity leave, sick leave, etc.?
Thank you for the question. So yes, I can tell you the large majority of this funding increase goes towards collective bargaining agreements and year 3 of our staff stabilization plan.
And when you say a large majority, can you give us a percentage of what this increase is covering in terms of the obligations under collective agreements versus new initiatives?
Yes, I actually can. So I can tell you our maintaining services category, as it's categorized within the budget book, identifies that $30.5 million goes towards both collective bargaining and staff stabilization. So large majority, that is actually more than what our overall net increase is. There's some offsets within it, but yes, it is taking up the largest majority of our new money.
Okay, good to know. Obviously, we've heard a lot about speeding and road safety, and that's just as big a concern in rural Ottawa as it is in any other part of the city. In fact, the likelihood that you will die in an automobile accident is 80% higher in rural Ottawa than it is in other areas of the city. So speeding enforcement is incredibly important. We've lost a tool recently in terms of being able to enforce speeding limits on rural roads and of course citywide. Are there any rural specific initiatives in terms of enforcement for speeding that you're looking at currently?
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. In regards to rural, that rural enforcement, this is an area where our district inspectors, and of course for you, Inspector Ian Hayes, where that communication is key, understanding those areas. And I know, the Constance Bay area for you and the offshoots there in the height of summer and some of the drinking and driving and the speeding that goes on there. Again, we have our data, and the West District traffic team needs to be up in your ward, as in every ward, and be directed specifically where they need to go. And we want to get there with our data and with your input and your community's input.
Thank you for mentioning Inspector Hayes. I'll take a moment to thank him for his amazing work. He's been fantastic since he came. I don't know when he came out to the West or when exactly I got introduced to him, but he's been fantastic. And I will say, there are concerns about response times and presence, but each and every time I've reached out to you or Inspector Hayes and had that, or Deputy Chief, action has been taken and resolutions have been found. So I certainly appreciate that. And I was very excited when you began talking about a shift back to the district model and the positive impact that could potentially have in rural Ottawa in terms of enforcement. You mentioned the district teams for speeding enforcement. I think there was a sergeant and 7 officers per team. Is there a net increase in deployable resources for speeding enforcement, or is this a result of organizing differently or deploying in a different way? I guess the key there is there a net increase in deployable resources?
Right. Thank you, Councillor. It's a bit of both. We are redeploying certain positions into traffic, but we are growing as well too. Well, when I say growing, like we have 34 positions in our traffic unit, and we're nowhere near that. So we're actually not growing the boxes right now, but eventually we will. Our district teams, again, is a sergeant and 7 constables that each team will have. We also have another team of traffic specialists that have other roles that are included. So we're dividing those two and layering some new positions on as well too. So there will be a net increase.
And my last question is sticking with the implementation of the district model. I know I think you announced that you were going to head in that direction about a year after you came, or not long after you took the position, which I was excited about. Have your plans on implementing a district model had to change because of budget constraints, or are you where you wanted to be at this point when you decided you wanted to shift to a district model, whenever that was?
Right. A very good question, Councillor. Yeah, when we first went in the direction of the district model, you mentioned about a year after I got here. I would say it would be about that time. And I've been here 3 years now, over 3 years. So, in the 2 years since, what we all have learned, as well as me, is this district project that we have is a beast. And it's not simply creating a South District and putting people in those boxes. It is. There's a lot of work that is getting done behind the scenes to do this right. And not only structurally within the organization, but on the data technology front as well too. We have a process that we've just started that will be done in May that will determine, not just in zones but in neighborhoods, what do we need to properly respond to calls in a particular area, and we're going to have that number later in 2026. This takes time, it takes money, and it's not quite, it's a lot more than I thought. I thought we could turn this around in about 18 months of work. It's going to be about 2.5 years before, 2.5 to 3 years before we can fully implement it. Implementing the process is one thing, and then filling all the boxes with the growth that we need is another, and that will take some time. And it'll take a number of years to actually get us to that point where, yes, now we're where we need to be.
Well, Chief, I would say that I don't think you're the only one sitting around this table right now who's finding it taking longer than they thought to get things done. So thank you very much for what you do, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually contemplate voting against this police budget because it's not high enough. And that's what I truly believe. I truly believe we're not actually investing enough in policing. Obviously, I'm going to vote for this budget. Don't be confused. But I really think there's more we can do. And it's not just because I just think that. I am on the Police Services Board, and I see what we could be doing more of, what we could be doing better. We are charged with ensuring there's adequate and effective policing on the Police Services Board, and we've done that. But we could do so much more. And I highlight for you, and thank you to many of you, Councillor Brockenden, to start us off with the collective agreement. I mean, it's an important question to ask yourself, how much do you think you should be paid if your life was on the line every single day that you go to work? I don't think people think about that enough. I know 2 people at our table here know that. They also decided to go into a career where they could die at any moment. And so do our women and men of our police services. And as a member of the collective bargaining team with Member Donaldson, who's in the audience, we had to determine that. And it was a question you actually have to think long and hard about. It's a very different job policing a city. One of the things we did in that collective agreement was ensure that the women on the force have excellent maternity benefits. It's something that hasn't happened in 10 years. So the women on this council that are all about women, gender equity, I'm not going to talk about the Ottawa Charge, don't worry. But the women that say that need to support this police budget because of what it does for women and female officers and encouraging women to go into this career. So I want to make sure you realize that most of this budget is for that collective agreement. So to not support it is a strange thing to me. The other thing I wanted to say was there's a lot of talk about Anchor. Anchor is not a lot of things, and Councillor DesRoches highlighted that. There are 37 divisions, units in the police services, and we talk about 1 or 2 at this table, usually speed traffic and mental health. There are 37, and this budget applies to those as well. Member DesRoches listed many of them, but what Anchor is not is it is not our arson unit. It's not our break and enter unit. It's not cybercrime. It's not computer forensics. You need to just go on the website and look at the different divisions. It is not fraud. It's not homicide. It's not so many of these things. I'm not going to list all 37 of them for you, but Anchor is not all of those. It is 1 or 2. That they work with police. The funding for Anchor came because of police asking for that funding. I got a strange email the other day that said Anchor has nothing to do with policing. Clearly, there is mass confusion about what Anchor is and isn't, and who is involved in Anchor and what it does, and how it helps police and how supportive police are of that partnership with Anchor. So I wanted to make those few points. I also wanted to say that where we could do better with our response time for priority 2, 3, 4 calls. I mean, we could do better. That takes more officers on the road. I also would say that we need to remember that our civilian members of the police services, we're not always talking about sworn uniformed officers. We're talking about the civilians that do a lot of the work in behind the scenes, the detective type work, the research on policing, all the work on our KPIs and our strategic plan. These are done by civilian members. This budget covers civilian members as well. The other thing I would say is that we have a strategic plan. We have a new Community Policing Act that we have to follow, and that requires that we actually fulfill our duties as a police services board. So we are doing that as the members of your council that are on that board, and that would take a budget to go with it. So that's why this budget has been proposed. I also would say to the people that think that maybe we can reduce the number of police officers, I heard that comment quote from the newspaper earlier from Councillor Hill reading it out, but you cannot reduce the service, the number of officers, without the permission of the Inspector General. This is a new part of the Policing Act, so we need to remember that. You may ideologically think you might like to do that, but that's not something you can actually do without the permission of the Inspector General. I also wanted to just say, as a member of Canada, when you see the GDP that's going into defense and the number of defense companies that are standing up and what we're looking at for this city as a defense strategy hub and potentially for the defense bank, that will impact how we police this city. So on the Police Services Board, we're not just looking at historically what we've needed, we're also looking to the future as what we may need going forward for policing. And I don't think many of the councillors around this table have really thought that through when they say they're going to vote against the Police Services budget. However, it's a different role to be on the Police Services Board so you actually understand what's going on. I want to ask one question of the Chief, and I want to thank the Chief for going to every ward and speaking to every councillor. Was there any councillor that said they didn't want more police in their ward?
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments and your question. I met with 23 out of 24 councillors, so that I have to qualify with one. But there was nobody who said they wanted less, for sure.
How many said they wanted more police in their wards?
I would say 20.
20. So the vote should at least be 20.
We're at time, Councillor.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I just want to reinforce and say thank you to a bunch of people, and those people are Member Henschel, Peter Henschel, Michael Paulowin, Dave Donaldson, obviously the councillors on this board, Chair Fakarani, people in the audience here that don't get a lot of mention, but John Sweet, Bill Merklinger, John Steinbecks, and Habib Saya. Thank you very much for all of your work on the Police Services Board and creating this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start by thanking OPS from the chief and deputy chiefs right down to my local contacts, Inspector Hayes and Sergeant Drader, for a very productive dialogue that I've had with OPS this year. We've talked constructively about my overall concerns with the long-term viability of the cost of public safety. In all of those conversations, what I've truly appreciated is the willingness of OPS to be humble and self-aware and even self-critical on what they can do better. Chief, I am definitely looking forward to the development of a new bylaw in the next term of council that will give OPS more tools when it comes to speed racing and stunt driving, where I hope we'll have the same success, Chief, that your counterparts in Peel Region had. So I am going to be, I've wrestled with it, I am going to be supporting the police budget, and that's not necessarily because I think that the police are more deserving of a 5% increase than other departments, getting a 2% increase, but rather because the OPS are in a better position to ask and receive such an increase. When I did a budget survey in my ward where we got over 650 responses, providing a large increase to the police budget ranked nowhere near the top priority across all age demographics. Without a doubt, the highest priority in my ward across all demographics was greater spending on repairs and upgrades to city infrastructure. Chief, that's not your concern. I'm supporting the police budget because I am eager to see the benefits of the new district model, and also because I think this budget will address some of the labor concerns that we have discussed, and by that, I'm referring to the significant budget pressures of overtime, as well as the huge cost of paying out salaries and benefits for long-term absences. And don't get me wrong, I am not at all against taking care of our officers who have been harmed in the line of duty, whether in mind, body, or spirit. Of course, we also pay salaries for officers on suspension. In Ontario, I know that our hands are tied in the ways that we can address this compared to other provinces, and advocating on behalf of OPS to address those provincial limitations might be a way that council or even the AMO can support OPS in the long run. So for some questions, Deputy Chief Bell, we've had an exchange about this over the past week. We talked about how in the city of Kingston, they're spending almost 13% of their budget for officers on long-term absences, officers that can't be deployed on active duty. That contributes to officers having to do more overtime. That contributes to officers on long-term absence. Deputy Chief, I know that you're in a similar situation in Ottawa, although not as bad as Kingston. You told me that 4.5% of your 2026 budget is going towards long-term absences. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in terms of dollars, that represents approximately $19 million in your 2026 budget. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct.
A question for Cyril. As I understand it, when it comes to our other emergency first responders, the percentage of department budgets for long-term absence is lower. For example, for the fire department, it's about 3% of their budget. For paramedics, it's about 3.7% of their budget. Are those numbers about correct?
Chair, yeah, that's in the ballpark. Yep, that's about accurate. Yep.
So certainly not as bad as Kingston, but definitely higher than our other first responders. And because your budget is so much bigger, that split of 1.5%, that's many millions. Deputy Chief Bell, I've been grateful to hear that OPS recognizes that this is an issue and has been working on solutions. Would you be able to give me examples, whether it's paid duty or wellness, early intervention, modified work duty, expanding the role of constables? What additional tools have you got in your toolbox that are working for you?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I think the best place to start the answer is to recognize that the WSIB and LTD systems are exceptionally important for our members. They do an incredibly difficult job on an everyday basis, and it's very important that we have the appropriate and meaningful supports around them. It is a costly program to run and to manage. I would also identify that it is difficult to compare it against fire and against paramedics for the reasons that police have presumptive legislation around emotional trauma, whereas fire and ambulance have different sets of presumptive legislation. So it isn't an apples to apples comparison. What I can say is that it's an area that we're concerned about, and we're concerned about it because we want to prevent as much as we can our members becoming traumatized and having to engage in the WSIB or LTD system. We've implemented several programs, including early intervention, a more streamlined return to work program, reintegration program. We've conducted monitoring on various elements of an officer's daily duties, including overtime, paid duties, sick leave, any level of public complaints, traumatic incidents that they respond to. So we are taking a number of steps in order to try and address the impact at the earliest stages on our members to help prevent and avoid them from having to access the WSIB systems.
Thank you. One last question just on that, and then I'll probably run out of time. Do you envision other measures? Because as I understand it, your hands are tied compared to other provinces when it comes to some areas. Whether it be the broader expansion of special constables, or whether it be other ways that you can get officers on suspension back onto other forms of light duty just to increase their productivity, or whether it be the issues you face with WSIB, do you envision ways that council or perhaps the AMO could help advocate on your behalf for other improvements?
So I would distinguish officers on suspension under the Community Safety and Policing Act from officers on WSIB and LTD. Specifically around WSIB, I think I would suggest that while it is a very good and functional system, every good and functional system at time to time could use a review to look at any sort of opportunities to streamline. I think with the WSIB system, with our presumptive legislation having been in for the past 4 years, it might be time for us to work with the provincial government and the Solicitor General's office to take a look at the WSIB system to ensure that it's both meeting our needs and isn't cost prohibitive.
I definitely appreciate that. I know I'm not on Police Services Board, but I've really enjoyed OPS's openness to address that, because I know that can be a sensitive labor issue. I'd love to continue working in the next year, either through you or the Police Services Board on helping you address that. Thank you, Chair. I'll get back on the board.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, I just want to thank you, Chief, and Jeff LeBlanc for the visit that you paid to Kitchissippi recently. Our walk and talk was influential in how I thought about today's vote. And I also want to thank Councillor Hill for another walk, this one down memory lane. When I wrote that op-ed in June 2020, George Floyd had just been killed. Councillors were under intense pressure to reduce funding to police and even to defund. I felt it was important at the time to provide an overview of how police funding actually works in Ontario. It's a very wonky op-ed built on a lot of hypotheticals. For sure, I was and continue to be a proponent of funding alternative responses. And the following year, most if not all of Council chose to start down that path with money saved through police efficiencies. I am supporting the police budget today. I am not bringing motions to reduce the proposed funding level. As I've listened to residents in the urban, suburban, and rural areas in recent weeks, it's clear they consider adequate funding for police to be important. And the increase that is being proposed is largely to sustain existing services due to contractual obligations. The environment in 2020 was fraught, and it was important at that time to direct residents' energies into productive channels. What I wrote at the time was, we are engaged right now in crafting a provincially mandated community safety and well-being plan. That is exactly the right forum in which to discuss a new approach with all stakeholders, residents, police, and the city. Adopting a formal community safety and well-being plan that has widespread buy-in and that is explicit in that goal is the best way to proceed. I wrote further, our city will be safer when we emphasize housing and health in particular. The community safety and well-being plan consultations are open. I would encourage you to participate in those consultations. We cannot be a safe city without being a just city. I continue to believe in those housing and health priorities, and I know later today we'll have the opportunity to explore that further. But today I will be supporting the police budget so they can continue to do the things that police should do. And I will continue to advocating for funding the programs to do the things that police should not do. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was accidentally out of the room last year when we voted on the police budget, so I did not have the opportunity to vote yes, as I intended to, but I won't let that happen again. And just so it's absolutely clear, I did want to lend my voice to say that I support this police budget wholeheartedly. In Orleans South, residents have been clear. They want to see more policing and, of course, more traffic enforcement. You know, a lot of colleagues have spoken to this, but when cars are being stolen off driveways, when homes and vehicles are being broken into, when residents' favorite local shops are struggling with persistent theft, when parents are worried about their kids, you know, walking home from a friend's house or from school, it all contributes to this growing sense of anxiety that I think people are feeling. And of course, we, you know, residents want and deserve to feel safe in their neighborhoods. So I did want to take a moment to applaud you, Chief, and the entire team for articulating what you need and for doing the work to rework the model, which I think responds directly to what communities have been asking for. And Chief Stubbs, under your leadership, the communication has really increased with councillors. I'll join Councillor Luloff in giving a shout out to Marc-André Sheehy, who works very hard to keep us informed in the East and ensures that residents are also heard and responded to. And, you know, I know that the service goes beyond the call for help. You show up in our community in many ways, but I also know there's a lot of quiet, unseen work, some of which you spoke about today, that also works to keep residents safe. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you are seen and appreciated in that way. And I also wanted to add, I am very pleased to see the success of Anchor, and that is complementing the work that OPS is doing. I don't think it needs to be one or the other. I think effective policing and strong community-based support work best when they work together. So I'm encouraged to see it working alongside the renewed approach by OPS. And I just wanted to close by thanking our colleagues on the Police Services Board, Councillors Carr, Curry, and DeRoche, in addition to our public members and, of course, the chair. I know that the workload is tremendous, so I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for taking this on. And I'll look forward to continuing to work with you in partnership as we work to strengthen our response and meet the needs of residents across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to, the chief had mentioned earlier about Inspector Hayes communicating with the wards about district policing and everything, and I just want to give my thanks for that. I can attest that he's communicated very well on what we can expect, when we can expect, and I certainly buy into the program. I think district policing is going to make a huge difference, not just in my ward, but everywhere where it gets implemented, because it's more focused on what the residents have been asking us for. It's like they're finally being heard. And so I really appreciate that. And just want to give a shout out to Ian as well for his good work, because a lot of this is individuals going above and beyond to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So, Chief, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for letting me get back on the board. I do also want to speak to the anchor program. However, I'd like to speak to it from a different lens than my colleagues, which is another means of addressing the long-term cost of public safety in Ottawa. Chief Stubbs, I was glad to hear you say that you support the expansion of the anchor program. As you know, Toronto rapidly expanded their counterpart program, and Toronto's adoption of alternate public safety programs, just like Ottawa's, is following on the success that other cities across North America have experienced. The city of Denver is a leader in this area. Their alternate public safety program, which is called STAR, it's the model. It's one of the models now being studied because of their resounding success. Neighborhoods in Denver served by that STAR program during its pilot saw criminal offenses drop 34% more than neighborhoods without it. But it's the cost savings and efficiencies that has me intrigued, especially when you consider our own long-term concerns for the long-term high cost of public safety in Ottawa. Now, all of these figures are in US dollars, but the city of Denver reported that every incident responded to by the STAR program cost about $150, whereas every incident responded to the Denver police cost about $650. I totally understand. Sometimes you want to send in that force that is going to cost $650. No question about that. But if the same differential applies here, the cost of anchor per incident, the cost of OPS per incident, and if programs like Anchor are showing positive results in responding to and lowering incidents of crime, then that's a compelling reason for making the most effective and sustainable use of taxpayer resources. And just like my colleague, Councillor Kitts, just said, what's frustrating is that the debate we're having shouldn't be anchor versus traditional policing. It should not be a simplistic binary debate, one versus the other. They can and should be complementary to each other for an overall lens of public safety. Chief, with all that said, and knowing that programs like Anchor are hopefully on a pathway to greater adoption, and that programs like Anchor are apparently better suited and more cost-effective at responding to calls for mental health, substance abuse, may I ask why, as I think I heard you said earlier, why would OPS be investing to bring on more and expanding your mental health response teams? Isn't that exactly the kind of investment that the city should be pivoting and prioritizing towards programs like Anchor?
Thank you, Councillor. And I just will divert to one comment you made, and Councillor Kitts made it as well, in regards to OPS versus Anchor, which we want to avoid. It's not one or the other. It's both. We're partners, and that's the way it should be. We are enhancing our response to mental health calls for service. Anchor is in a very small geographic area in this very large city. By the time they, I think I saw a proposed motion that would have them across the city in 2030. That seems like a long ways away. It's not, but it is a long ways away. We have to, the Abdi Rahman Abdi inquest charges us with a number of recommendations of being better at mental health response. It is such a big part of our work, and it is so volatile and unpredictable that the more we can do, the better. The one that I commented on that's coming, the youth mobile crisis response team, we have to help our youth. They are struggling. There's a lot of mental health crises that we're confronting. We're going to be better at responding to those soon, like in 2026, in Q1 2026. I see that as imperative. We have to do that. We can't wait for all the different programs to roll out and help us, if you will.
Just to follow up on that, I completely appreciate, and I've heard this argument before, and it's a good argument, that until such a time as the new solution is there, you have a responsibility to fill that gap. I understand that. I wish Premier Ford had taken the same approach when he turned off our cameras and said, within 6 or 9 months, buddy, we'll come back with a solution for you. I wish. So I appreciate your responsibility on this matter. But I have heard that argument before. Until such a time as we have X, we need to fill the gap. But doesn't that then become a permanent part of your operational model? Doesn't that become a permanent part of your force? And so in 2030, when we have that, and you've got that mental health response team that's been working on the job for 3-4 years, they're not a pilot program. They are part of your force. And so then we'll have a redundancy, won't we? And you'll need to continue sustaining that budget pressure, won't you?
Right. There could be a lot, Councillor, on what goes into in the future. So there's two scenarios there. Will Anchor have the ability to respond to all the calls? Say, let's just talk about the youth side, just to focus on that silo. Will they be able to respond to all of these youth calls or not? Or are because they can't go to all the calls. We do have a lane where we'll always go to some calls. So then, as it relates to youth, we'll have that ability to go with an elevated and more with medical assistance and medical professionals to those youth calls. For example, if in 2029 that youth team goes to 500 calls a year, Anchor fully is across the city and they're going to youth calls, and the next year they go to 200. Well, now we have a drop in service level. Do we need to drop the team or reduce the team? That's something that can be assessed at that point. But certainly, if they're not being used as much as they used to, then they need to shrink or go away if there's other alternatives. But again, there are so many different calls where we will go to them 100% based on the risk level that might be exhibited.
And just so I understand, does that mean that is it your position that as you maintain that service gap until we have that alternative in place, that when that alternative is in place and is effective at addressing those calls, that OPS then is ready to stand back on those calls, hand that mandate over to Anchor for those kinds of calls, and not necessarily expect upholding those levels for that?
Certainly, if again, to make up numbers, if we were going to 1,000 calls in a year, and now Anchor is going to take 300 of those calls away from us, then we have less work to do, and they can do more of it. But handing over the mandate, I can't ever see doing that because of the volatility, the unpredictability, and some of the high risk calls that we go to. So there'll never be a handover, but there can certainly be dividing up that pie could look differently in future years.
And knowing, because we always want all of our specialists to stay in their lane as much as possible, right. If by that time there are 1,000 calls for a certain type of response, and we have a program that is expertly suited for that response, I think the most prudent and effective thing would be to steer as many of those 1,000 over to that alternate force, as opposed to divvying it up. But we'll talk about that when we get to it. Thank you for your answers, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Chair. I want to thank my council colleagues, and I want to thank the police service. And we've done a lot of great work together. I want to thank you for that. We've worked very close. We've done a lot of ride-alongs. We've been in my community time and again. And again, a lot of the things that have made success in Beacon Hill, Searville, it doesn't go without saying we've had our troubles in our neighborhood. People think it's a suburban home area. No, we have challenges. We saw back 6 years ago, we were marching on the street. I had many colleagues coming with me, including Councillor Brockington, others related to Vision Jasmine. That was an external group. We worked with the police force. We worked with the different religious bodies and the schools and the police force to be able to bring something together as a community. As a matter of fact, Lane, back when you were at Snap City, you were sitting in a booth taking questions from people on the side of the road. So I think collectively we can work together on a lot of these things. I did have a couple of questions, and it's related to the stats. They're quite concerning. I look at four, just to show where I have some concerns. So if I go to Somerset Ward, what's the definition of violent crime, first of all? And is this number correct? It went from 1,674 to 1,932?
Thank you, Councillor. You know, those specific numbers in a particular ward, I won't have off the top of my head in terms of those numbers, but certainly we know that call volume as it relates to violent crime did go up in that ward.
And that would be serious crime. That wouldn't be, you know, some nuisance calls.
Yeah, violent crime. Yeah, there'll obviously be, there's weapons involved. There's injuries that are serious, you know, personal robberies with a weapon, etc.
Great. And I'll scroll around to others just so no one feels, and that was not my intention. It was about bringing to light how important policing is. And I think we've seen that too. We see the most popular, by the way, premier in the entire country now in Wab Kinew. He was just selected as the most popular. This is the same guy that said bury pedophiles under prisons, getting tough on crime. These are the kind of things that's happening, unfortunately, across the country right now, where people are getting very serious on crime. As a matter of fact, bail reform and community safety. Are you hearing this across the board? This is the big issue in many municipalities across the country?
I'm in contact with the chiefs across the large city chiefs across Ontario, across Canada, and also part of a group with the United States as well too. When we get together and we have discussions, there are some things that are very common in every city, and you mentioned some of them: the homelessness, the mental health, the addictions, bail reform, you know, organized crime. These are things that we all have to deal with, and we're not immune to that here in Ottawa, and of course, when you layer those demands, we are the capital of Canada as well too. And for our police service, those major events and those demonstrations that have come along with it, the diplomatic work has really ramped up in our world as well too. So there are a lot of demands on the team.
Yeah, certainly. And just so it doesn't look like I'm selecting one area versus another, that is absolutely not the case. I know my colleague beside me certainly feels strongly about cracking down on crime in her area as well. But the numbers, I look at Ward 10, for example, these numbers are quite high. It's a 22% increase in crime. So, you know, these are the kind of concerns I have. And when it comes to Anchor, I had a great conversation with them yesterday. As a matter of fact, I asked for a ride along with Anchor at some point. I asked them point blank, do you believe in defunding police? The answer was no. They work with police. Is this the conversations you guys have on a regular basis?
For sure. And again, you know, the comment that was made and that I repeated, us versus Anchor is not something that we're talking about. It's a partnership. It's collaboration. It's making sure they succeed, making sure that, and this is an important part, just in terms of a little bit of a discussion with Councillor Devine is we are legislated by the Mental Health Act to go and manage a lot of these calls, and so we're always going to be part of this industry. But our colleagues at Anchor will be part of that as well.
Great, and I've also, again, Councillor Hill and myself, we've been approached, and you know, like we've been approached to speak about some of the successes we've been working on in our communities. The Chinatown BIA sent a letter to all councillors. There's a lot of concern in different neighborhoods across the city, and we all want to work together and help each other out. Whether it came to, you know, I had a recent homicide in my area. Councillor Brockington was out there with me on the streets talking to people when, unfortunately, there was a homicide on Donald Street. So we all want to work together, and I want to put at rest that this is not about working together. This is about something I feel very passionate about, is people really are concerned about what's going on in the streets right now. You've removed the ASCs. We see the speeding. We're all talking about it. You need those bodies. Do you think you've been grossly under-resourced for how long now?
Well, it's a difficult question. You know, as I look historically, and this is not in the last 3 or 4 years, but over the last 10, 12, 15 years of where we started at amalgamation, give or take at 2000, and some of the growth of our organization, some of the specialized units, the investigative units. We already talked about the Auditor General's report on our frontline model. We know that needs to grow. We definitely, and again, when I look at our agencies in Ontario that are getting double-digit increases in their budget on a regular basis. There is no doubt that we need to do some catch up, and we need to right size, kind of our model and how we've been funded. And we have this exercise that we're going to do in 2026 that is going to be very robust with City Hall, with our board, about future forecasting, and that's an opportunity there to really, for us, and it's on us to lay out why we need what we need to keep up with this growing community that is booming everywhere with building a new population, but also being the capital of Canada. And again, as I mentioned, that layer of work that we have to manage in addition to what other major cities perhaps don't have.
That's a fair assessment. And I think, we've heard this even from the Prime Minister most recently, where community safety is one of those front burner items right now. Right. What have you noticed over the last, I would say, a couple of years? Have you noticed patterns have changed? We were talking about doing tranches of, you were saying we'd like to evaluate patterns over 4 or 5 years, but let's call a spade a spade. The last couple of years have been pretty wild for your force. Yeah. Do you see that trend still continuing, or do you see it ever going back the other way?
I guess that depends on what part of that world you're talking about. When it comes to the vulnerable population particularly in the downtown core, we see an increase in that population. I've talked about this. The service agencies, our team on the ground, they used to know a lot of the people, the vulnerable population, and now they're not recognizing these people. They don't know who they are. They're coming from out of town. That increase has certainly affected us a great deal. World events has certainly affected our team in terms of the increase of protests around the city. That has really taxed our team. There is no doubt about it. Keeping up with some of the trends that we see in the GTA, they come creeping here when it comes to organized crime. My colleagues in the GTA were getting the jewelry store smash and grabs a number of years ago, and now all of a sudden here we are. The auto theft that really started to churn there, here we are 3 years ago, and we're particularly susceptible because of our proximity to Montreal. So a lot of these different things, of course, the cybercrime and the fraud just increasing with particularly seniors, everybody being victimized online or on phones. So that world is changing. We have to adapt, but we need technology. We need resources to be able to adapt to our changing environment. And that's something that it's up to us to articulate to the budget, to our board, as well as to this table.
Great, and thank you for that. And you raise a good point. It's like the jewelry thefts. We saw the story in my neighborhood where the jewelry theft swindling situation took place, and we had a great jeweler, the Haydon's jeweler, step up and replace that. But again, those are the things that you guys will actually want to investigate further in a quicker time frame, as you alluded to previously. But there's a queue, and when you're dealing with the amount of work you have in front of you, it's difficult. Maybe a quick answer, and then I'll go back on the board at the end, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just related to, if you had more resources, can you work on these kind of things that affect less serious violent crime, right, which is the priority, obviously. But of course, little old ladies getting robbed, which is still very concerning. Will you have the ability to do more of that, along with all the other great stuff like traffic and everything that's been thrown your way?
Right. There's no doubt, and I talked about, 2-3 years ago about us being a very reactive service at the time, and why the staff stabilization plan was so important to ensure that we could be more proactive. And that is where really the ROI on investment occurs, when our teams, our frontline resources, Deputy Ferguson's teams can be more proactive, go after our prolific offenders that are really causing damage in this community. We need that time. We need the resources to do that. That's where we really drive down crime.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Just a few quick comments. It's obviously really exciting for me to hear the engagement and interest in policing here today around the council table and in the weeks leading up to this. Currently, my commitment as a member of the Police Service Board equates to approximately, I'd say, 8 hours a week. I'm very happy to give someone else the opportunity to take on this work, given the interest and expertise that's emerging around this table. I want to ensure you that significant efforts were put into the budget. I do have concerns with the budget with respect to it being insufficient. Councillor Curry mentioned that we have a legislated responsibility under the Community and Safety Policing Act to provide that adequate and effective policing, and we are barely making that. We not only seek consequences that we are aware of, there are risks that we probably won't be addressing, things like fraud, like cybercrime. This budget is enough to cover the biggest risks, but there's also unintended consequences that happen when we don't properly resource. And one of those things is what we see now, where there's private security going into the byword market. When we don't properly fund public services, we end up with two-tier systems. It happens in healthcare, and it's happening in policing, and it's happening all across North America. You go to any major city, you're beginning to see security. Usually it's in the highest, most expensive stores, like look at Kate Spade, places I don't shop, definitely look at my wardrobe. But, you know, that is what happens. People that can afford it get private security. When you have private firms delivering enforcement services, you don't have the protection of oversight, you don't have the protection of legislation, and you're not treating your labor correctly. You know, I applaud the work that was done on the collective agreement. I was a federal public servant, I actually still am. Got my potential early retirement letter this week. But, you know, one of the things that I was able to do was I was able to have two children and get 93% top up on my paycheck. And we have now offered that to the OPS, and that makes me really proud because, you know, as a mom, being able to do that, that is one of the things that has made me most proud. And congratulations to Member Donaldson and Member Curry who did that work on behalf of the board. A lot of what we've heard today are a lot of comparisons, people saying this and that. Ottawa's kind of an uncomparable city. Like, we have 2,800 square kilometers, so I want to be really careful when we make comparisons. But since everybody likes to make them, I will tell you a few. There are what we consider in the police service world to be like the big 12 boards in Ontario. So that's like York, Peel, Toronto, or whatever. That data, if you look at the Big 12, shows that Ottawa has the lowest average police tax rate increase over the last 4 years. We averaged 2.5% versus all of them averaged 6.6%. That's pretty incredible, especially since between 2015 and 2024, citizen-generated calls here in Ottawa rose 11% and total service time hours rose 45%. Response to times for priority 2.4 calls deteriorated sharply. And for priority 3, it's 227%. So, but meanwhile, in the same time period, the volume of crime increased 63%, with violent crime being up 58%, property crime being up 64%, and the total clearance rate fell by 10 percentage points to 26%. So we hear, oh, well, the clearance rates aren't good. We can't give money to the police because they're falling. Rising demand and that constrained staffing is what is causing those declining clearance rates. We got slower response times, increased overtime. Ottawa is clearly an example of constrained growth and relative underinvestment. It's not one of unchecked expansion. And trust me, I am very thorough. I think you all know that about me. I read everything. I have lots of questions. This is, you know, a budget that will help us meet our minimum required standards of legislative responsibility under the CSPA. I am worried about the future. I'm glad we're undertaking an activity as a police board where we're looking at how to better, you know, that long-term financial plan, looking at efficiencies. But there is a huge difference between the correspondence that I received this year as a member of the Police Service Board and what I received previously. We are hearing from businesses and residents all over the city saying, help, help. You know, we are hearing from small business owners that are worried. We're hearing about families that do not feel safe. We are hearing from vulnerable people that are, you know, on ODSP, who don't have an option to move, who don't feel safe in their community. So we're hearing from everyone. It is not just one demographic. It is not just one ward. I would like to encourage everyone to support their budget. And, you know, we put a lot of work in as a board, a lot of work to do our due diligence on this. And when I hear comments about, you know, what we're actually doing and we're over-resourcing, we're not looking into everything, like, I put a lot of work into this myself, and, you know, it's unfortunate that we don't feel trusted by some of you around the table, but trust me, we put a lot of work in. I'm happy to answer any questions at any time from any of my colleagues around this table. Doesn't have to be in a public forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up from some of the conversation so far, I really want to focus in on the risk profile that is being applied to anchor participation members as this pilot may be considered over this budget term to be expanded. So I guess to be very specific, I'd like to understand a little bit of kind of the underwriting of risk in terms of who makes decisions when there's a question with regard to a very specific call that comes in, whether it comes into Anchor, whether it comes into 911, and how is the decision made that this is to the level of acceptable risk, that this will not become violent, or that it is not violent, or that there's not a criminal activity that's involved, so that we're ensuring that 27-year-old social worker is not in fact inadvertently put into a situation of escalated risk.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think I gave the numbers of, that Anchor received a number of calls and they uploaded them to 911 because they did that assessment and said that's a police call based on the risk factors that were present. So we took some of the calls that they received, and then vice versa. We've done, when we get a call, that assessment is done and then downloaded or diverted to them to handle. So that obviously the education that they've gotten in terms of if weapons are involved, if any violence has occurred or there's a history of violence with that person, they have to do that risk assessment. There's some calls, they get calls and we don't know about them and they deal with them. So we don't vet them. There's not an auditing that we conduct. They're an independent organization. They do report into the City Hall, I believe into Clara's team and the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan folks. So, in terms of them having some rigor on what they decide, I don't want to speak for them, but certainly for us, we do that risk assessment based on what's present and then either take it ourselves or give it to them.
Thank you, and I will speak to them, I think, later on today when we have that conversation. But that's a good answer for the initial screening phase, but during the call, there's a potential for a change in the situation or an awareness that comes up. How is that managed in terms of ensuring that we are, as a city, providing the adequate support and security to these anchor folks that are going forward to actually do this work in an environment that they suspect is solely a mental health or solely an addictions issue? But should that situation change, how do we respond in order to make sure that those service providers are protected?
Yeah, they certainly, the training that they get, they're de-escalation specialists, as are we, and that's what they're trying to do. But that's why these mental health calls and why we're legislated to go to them. They are unpredictable. They can you can get some information and believe that it is manageable, and you only need 2 police officers, or that Anchor can do it, and all of a sudden it can turn very quickly, and the circumstance it can be very dynamic. And it can change. And obviously the people, if it's not the police going and it's Anchor, the training that they get, and again, I don't want to speak specifically to their training, others can, but they'll have to be able to pivot, to reposition, or back out of a situation and call us.
Thank you very much. And I would just caution my colleagues, as we look to expand this pilot, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's take advantage of the benefits that have come in the specific catchment area. Let's think long and hard, because we don't want to get into a situation where we inadvertently put somebody at risk.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Tierney.
Great. I'll keep it brief, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everybody again, and I just wanted to also highlight thank you, Councillor Devine, and thank you, Councillor Leeper. I know this is your first support of a police budget this term, but you can hear from the constituents, they're very clear. They need to see resources. And even though it might have been thought-provoking, my editorial piece, if I could drag a couple horses to the water, I certainly think we're able to do that, and show support for our police force. Our great police force that's out in the community on a regular basis. Every time that I ask you guys to come out, hand out popsicles in a park, chat with people, in your uniform, by the way, you come out and do it. You've built respect in our communities, and people appreciate that. That's why we know we need more of you, and we need you to be present in your uniforms. I also want to say, when it comes to overall, rather than going online and having these battles. I like to actually work with people. And I think that's been a brand of this council, and we'll continue to do it. So if people were offended about my strong stance on policing and the necessity for it, I guess I apologize. It wasn't a personal attack. What it is there's an election in 2026, and people are demanding change. But like anything else, when we have a dress show, we all come together. When we have a convoy, we all come together as councillors. We always come together. That's why we're offering support. I'm not saying I'm offering a rose, but certainly what I'm saying is people are really focused and they're nervous about what's happening in our communities. So whether it's community safety, congestion, or core services, people are really focused, and I want to thank you to our wonderful police service. You don't hear it enough, and I fully endorse and support this police budget. And Mr. Mayor, I will be calling for a vote at the end.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about something that actually happened where I had to call the police. And the chief knows about it. I was going down a path and was stopped and knocked over by someone who was mentally ill. Somebody who mistook me for somebody else and could have, caused harm, but I wasn't sure. The police came very quickly. I want to thank them for that. But the issue was that there's no resources for this person. There's no resources for somebody who's homeless. There's no resources for somebody who's homeless and mentally ill, which is often the combination. This is what I have been grappling with. I'm grappling with it very hard because I know that this is a bigger problem than police. We have an issue out there where we are having encampments, we have other things going on, but the issue is we don't have enough housing and we don't have enough supportive housing. We have no place to put people who offer homes to give shelter to people who need it. And this has been a very difficult decision for me. I again thank the officers who came to my aid. I'm fine, thank you. But I just wanted to let you know the complexity of these issues. This isn't just about police budget. This is about our overall budget of how we deal with the causes that are happening, in terms of just the fact that no one can afford rent, that no one can afford meals, and are left to options that are problematic. So this is something that I've been trying to grapple with, and frankly, it left me in a difficult decision. I find that the police are kind of the dumping ground for our concerns in society, and we need to look at the bigger picture. So I've grappled with it. I wasn't originally going to support the budget, but I will be. But I do not feel comfortable about it, very much because I know what the causes are. I've experienced them. And I want to know that we're going to do better on those things. So that's the issue that we have to grapple with as a city, as a society, with the other levels of government who need to help us on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. All right, just before we vote, I'll just say I'm glad we had this discussion. I'm glad to hear such broad support for the police budget. Chief Stubbs, Deputy Chief Bell, Chair Fakarani, thank you for being here today, and thanks for all your work. Thank you to the members of the Police Services Board as well. Let's have a recorded vote on the police budget, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Oui.
Councillor Leeper.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Desroches,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
No.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Skalsky,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
20 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again, everyone. All right, that's the end of part one of many parts. 9 more budgets to go. Just remember that, everybody. Just before we move into part 2, we have a couple of updates from staff that I wanted to get to. So we'll go first to Cyril Rogers and then to Stuart Huxley on a couple of items that pertain to the budget. And Mr. Rogers is going to be providing an update on the direction that I provided at the last council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, Committee. So coming from FinCorp, I received a direction from the mayor to go away and see what funding sources I could find to address the infrastructure, tax support infrastructure gap. And what I can report today is that I've been able to find some funding. So we looked at a number of different sources, and what we've been able to find is $1.2 million from our revised assessment growth projections. So the table budget included 1.6%. As of today, we're confident and comfortable with going with 1.65%. That generates an incremental 1.2 million. So obviously that's not a lot of money when you look at the infrastructure and the infrastructure need that we've heard loud and clear from various committees throughout this budget process. So my recommendation will be to issue a $20 million debenture, and that 1.2 is the debt servicing costs to address that debenture. Those funds would be allocated to the roads program and recreational facilities and recreational amenities program. Those two programs are the key areas that we do have issues with our infrastructure gap. This is very much aligned to the asset management plans that my colleague Tammy presented earlier this year. And it ties right into the work that we're doing with the tax LRFP. I know previously last year I had committed to bring that forward this year, but just didn't get squeezed into our work plan, to be honest. I'm not going to make excuses. That work has begun. That work had begun prior to tabling of the budget. And a check-in with staff last week. We obviously need to make more investments in the tax-supported assets, specifically those two programs. So that's the recommendation. I'll take you through a little bit of a path in terms of the impact assessment process. So what happens during the year is we're always interacting with impact. So we send permits and building code planning files to impact throughout the year. In the July process, the team starts looking at data to see where things are trending. When we bring forward the directions report, we're typically in that September timeframe, so we're still leveraging about 7 months of good data because there's always a lag in terms of the data of information that we flow up versus information that flows down. Then throughout the budget process, we're always checking in. Normal practice in the past is that by the second week of December, we typically get somewhat of a final confirmation from MPAC in terms of what the numbers are shaping up. So we received that late last week. So the team did some analysis. And also, as a reminder, last week at FinCorp, I talked about some of the AI initiatives and the automation initiatives. And we have now automated the process where we load our building code plan and permits through the system as opposed to manually send them in. So maybe I can attribute some of that quicker turnaround through that process. But I can confirm that staff can confirm that the growth for 2026 will be 1.65% versus the 1.6%. Again, it very much aligns to some of the strategies that we will be employing in the tax LFRP. So I'm very supportive of addressing that $20 million debenture. In terms of our debt servicing ratio, right now, as the budget is tabled, we're budgeting at 3.7%. This additional $20 million squeezes it to 3.7004%. So there's a marginal impact on that. So there's no risk to our overall financial position, as I always talk about, our liquidity, et cetera. So that's my recommendation put forward, is to invest there. And I'll also pass over to my colleague Stuart to give an update on another element from a budget perspective.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide council with a brief update on the parkland dedication bylaw appeals, along with my recommendation for council to consider releasing some of the CIL that is being held. This is by way of background. In August of 2022, council enacted a new parkland dedication bylaw, bylaw 2022-280, which repealed the pre-existing 2009 bylaw. The impetus behind that enactment at that time was in response to provincially driven legislation that would have repealed all such bylaws in the early fall of 2022. As such, prior council enacted the bylaw 2022-280 to govern the conveyance of lands for park purposes as a condition of development pursuant to the Planning Act. As a result of the enactment, it was then obviously subject to appeal rights under the Planning Act. And it was appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with the Planning Act. There were 99 appeals to the bylaw, along with 2 additional requests for party status, which were allowed by the OLT, resulting in 101 appellants that the city is responding to. The large number of appeals predominantly relate to each appellant wanting to be able to address their site-specific properties. The OLT has conducted case management on this matter, and a first case management conference occurred in February of 2023, which led to the parties proceeding to mediation, which took place in March of 2023. All to say, Mr. Mayor, that Legal Services has continually reviewed the appeals, including assessing the merits of the appeals and city's legal position and likely outcomes. In brief, I can advise that Council today that Legal Services maintains the view that its response to these appeals remains in good positioning. And as such, it is the further opinion of Legal Services that a release of some of the CIL that is being held would constitute an acceptable step, grounded in a conservative risk management rationale, and is consistent with Legal Services analysis and assessment of the outstanding appeal work. As a result, it is consistent with my analysis and my office's analysis to allocate up to 50% of the held cash in lieu of parkland funds that have been received since the enactment of the parkland dedication bylaw of 2022-280. So based on the CIL report balances, I understand that this would translate to approximately the availability of $24,383,000 based on a release in part from citywide CIL and ward held CIL, as well as some special projects. In that regard, I understand that General Manager Chenier can elaborate on those funds so that they can achieve the objectives towards eligible projects under the Planning Act and related city policies. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, Legal Services will continue to respond to the Parkland Bylaw appeals before the OLT and will update Council of significant developments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. So just to follow up in particular on what our treasurer informed us of, Councillor Dudas has a motion that would present that recommendation. So if you want to introduce that now, and then we can answer questions and discuss that. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas staff were directed to explore and report back to Council with possible solutions on how the city could invest more in core infrastructure within the 2026 budget prior to final adoption. Whereas staff have identified an infrastructure funding gap as per the most recent asset management plans approved by Council in 2025, consistent with the experience of municipalities across Canada. Whereas this gap covers essential assets such as roads, sidewalks, bridges, recreation facilities, and other municipal infrastructure, and the infrastructure backlog will require new funding strategies, including debt financing and possibly external support to close the gap. Whereas staff have begun work on the tax long-range financial plan to provide funding strategies to address essential infrastructure needs, such as roads and recreational facilities and amenities, in which debt financing is a funding strategy to be leveraged. Whereas staff will bring forward the tax LRFP to committee and council in the first half of 2026. Whereas staff have received the final Municipal Property Assessment Corporation roll return, whereas staff have advised that they have completed a wholesome review of the final MPAC roll return and have confirmed that the city has slightly exceeded the 2026 budget growth target of 1.6% to 1.65%, or approximately 1.2 million in additional annual base funding. Whereas there are significant cash in lieu of parklands funds being held back, whereas Legal Services has assessed the holdback percentage and confirmed that up to 50% of the holdback can be released at this time. Therefore, it be resolved that Council support the release of CILs as identified by Legal Services for the advancement of recreation infrastructure projects. Therefore, it be further resolved that Council directs staff to increase the draft 2026 capital budget for tax-supported assets with an additional 20 million debenture, in which the annual debt servicing of approximately 1.2 million will be funded with the incremental 1.2 million assessment growth funding. Therefore, it be further resolved that staff apply the 20 million capital funding towards core tax-supported infrastructure such as roads, sidewalks, parks, and recreation facilities.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I'm just getting up to speed with the motion now, but I guess the first question I have is with respect to the release of CILs. Sorry, I'm just going to pull up the version that is online. Where there's significant cash into parklands being held back, therefore be it resolved that you support the release of CILs. So how would, obviously there's a 60-40 split in CILs. Are you proposing that the ward funds would be the primary beneficiary? Is it a 50-50 split? How are you proposing to do that?
Mr. Mayor, of the 24 million that Stuart mentioned just now, 15 million of that is ward and about 9 million is citywide. We are proposing 50% of both because we are mindful that there are pressures that have grown both at the ward level but at the citywide level that could really benefit from the release of the 50%. So it would be both.
Okay, so I'm sorry, just in terms of that proportion, and if it's as opposed to a 60-40 split, you're proposing to go 50-50?
Mr. Mayor, the 60-40 split is how the funds are divided when they are taken in to the city from developers. What we are proposing is that the balance in the accounts, which is the amounts that's built up since September 2022, whatever that balance is, that half of it be released, both in each of the individual 24 ward CIL balances, as well as in the citywide balance, as well as pertinent to your ward, the Carling-Preston special account.
Okay, so if in Kitchissippi there is a holdback currently of $4 million, that would be topped up by $2 million.
Correct. Whatever is in the Kitchissippi ward account, half of it would be freed up. The remainder would be held pending full resolution.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I guess the second piece arising out of the motion, Mayor, I respect that you provided staff with a direction to try to find funding in order to address infrastructure gap. But I just want to make sure it's that additional assessment growth or unanticipated assessment growth compared to the draft budget that's unencumbered, correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. This is incremental funding.
Yeah, and it was only direction that arose out of FinCo, so it's just the mayor's direction that has led to it being proposed, I guess, by Councillor Dudas to be spent on infrastructure, but it could be spent on other priorities if we found this $1.2 million.
Correct. At the will of council, that's where it could be spent, but I would caution that, logically, I will be coming forward, not logically, but I will be coming forward with tax LRFP, which I do have a funding gap. So I would strongly recommend this money be invested into our infrastructure. One of the things that we're looking at, because we're planning on revisiting the fiscal framework as well next year, is really looking at, is there an appetite or a proportion of the annual assessment growth that we should kind of carve off and exclusively allocate to infrastructure? It's on the same principle as development charges, where you have that benefit to existing. Because as you know, this is growth. So this is new housing development coming into the system. So they're obviously using existing infrastructure. So there's a logic there that we're exploring where potentially we may consider carving off a portion of the annual growth on a go-forward basis as one of the strategies to help with the infrastructure gap. So those are the things that I've been considering already, and that's why I'm supportive of this investment.
Yeah, I think that is, on the face of it, both compelling and coherent. In terms of voting on this motion, I'm assuming it will be one of the last things that we vote on, so we'll have had a chance to debate several of the other budgets.
I think the intention was to vote on it before we get into the other budgets. To vote on it now because it has an impact on the other budgets. That was how we had kind of laid it out.
Does it have an impact on the other budgets? It is on top of, correct?
Mr. Mayor, so it would be, from a roads perspective, that would be PWIC committee budget book. But then from the facilities and park amenities, it depends on where those are. So that could be in several different committee books. So it does impact more than one.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm thinking, Mayor, is we've got a relatively small amount of money, obviously $1.2 million. I think the approach that you and the Treasurer and Councillor Dudas have proposed with respect to how to use that unanticipated funding is coherent and it is compelling. However, we're going to debate several important budgets moving forward, including the planning and housing budget that speaks to affordable housing, the PWIC budget, the environment budget. I just wonder, since this is entirely top-up funding, whether we shouldn't vote on it at the very end after considering all the other budgets, in case this council determines that there is some more important priority for how to use it.
I appreciate that perspective, but I think there are people who want to know that this money is going towards that gap before they vote on the other budgets. So it's kind of a chicken and egg sort of scenario. I know from feedback from councillors that people want to see us move forward on something like this, or it will affect how they consider some of the other budgets that we're debating. So my strong preference would be to vote on it first.
If we have debated the other budgets and we get to the, we resolve back into council, would you consider it in order? And I'm sorry, this is entirely hypothetical and we are dealing with a small amount, but would you consider it in order if before voting on the budget as a whole, when we resolve back into council, could there be a motion on the floor to reallocate that instead?
I don't think that would be a normal practice coming out of there can still be motions in the council meeting, right? How does that work? It hasn't happened much before, so I don't have much experience with it.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, if council has voted on a matter in committee of the whole, such a motion, such a vote would be subject to reconsideration, but such motion of reconsideration would be considered prior to reporting to council. So in other words, this usual reconsideration procedures of the procedure bylaw apply, but any re-vote or reconsideration would happen at the end of the committee of the whole session.
I can live with that. I just wonder if there's a scenario that sees us argue or discuss the community and social services budget and everybody around the table suddenly determines that, you know what, a much better use for that $1.2 million would be to operationalize public washrooms. And we want to move in that direction. We've already allocated the money by way of this vote. But I recognize I'm taking up a lot of time on a very small procedural. So I'm happy to vote on this, and we have the reconsideration option moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. It's great to see this additional funding for asset renewal in our budget. I guess where there's a bit of a gap for me is we've identified a number of different areas and service areas in which this money could shore up. Are we going to see a list of projects that this money is going to fund in this budget cycle? Because part of the advantage of seeing is the budget is that you get to see your individual projects by community, whether it's a park, whether it's a road, whether it's a sidewalk, and then we vote collectively on that as a package. So assuming that this vote is informing the next few budgets, as the Mayor indicated, will we see a comprehensive list of the projects that will be funded by this $20 million?
Mr. Mayor, not all of the programs are broken down to the detailed level. From a roads resurfacing, we do outline some, but when you look at the facilities, we follow our normal process in terms of that money will be allocated over to the program, and then staff, Tammy, will go through a normal process in terms of addressing the priority needs basis.
Okay, I guess, I mean, I agree with you when we're talking general, like small patch repairs of roads, it's all kind of lumped into one line item, but generally speaking, when we're looking at road resurfacings, we see those individual roads, the segment in which is going to be resurfaced, and the dollars that's allocated to that. And it looks to me that what we're allocating this to is roads, sidewalks, parks, and recreational facilities. And if this is funding our infrastructure deficit, our gap, then it's not patchwork, this is projects. So I'm a bit confused as to why a list of projects won't be available.
Mr. Mayor, obviously a list is not available today because I only found this funding as of Monday or Tuesday of this week, yesterday. Then now that funding will be brought over in terms of allocated to the programs for those 2 or 3 areas, and then that will be over to Tammy and Dan to follow through the process in terms of how that funding gets allocated to the specific actual projects, if you will.
And how are we determining how much of it goes to roads, how much of it goes to sidewalks, how much of it goes to parks, how much goes to recreation facilities? Because, I mean, I have a laundry list of projects in my community that I would like to see funded, and some have greater priority than others. So what percentage of this funding is going to each of those service areas?
Mr. Mayor, so that's the next layer of detail that we'll work through together with Tammy's team in terms of addressing the core infrastructure needs in terms of the priority list.
So would that not be a council decision normally, that we determine as a council where our priority is for this funding? Like if we think that the majority of this should go to new parks in our communities, particularly inside the Greenbelt where we're seeing them aging more quickly every single year, I perhaps would want a greater percentage to go to park renewal than I would to another area. So I guess I feel like this is missing a bit of information here, a bit of lacking direction from council. We found $20 million and we're going to decide where it goes within our infrastructure deficit, as opposed to council seeing a list of projects and approving those projects based on our priorities. So it feels backwards to me. Is there a better way that we could do this?
Mr. Mayor, so it's almost consistent with the past 3 budgets where there has been an additional $30 million worth of debt funding right around tabling, where that hasn't been broken down at that level of detail. Then that funding gets passed over to the infrastructure process, and then they allocate that out on a priority need basis. So we know from the asset management plans, the 2 biggest issues that we have is in the roads program and the recreational facilities and amenities program. That was laid out in the asset management plans. And I think that was around 1.9 or so billion on roads and another 1.1 or so billion on the facilities and amenities. So that will be passed over, and then that will flow through the normal process that Tammy would do to allocate that in terms of the priority needs basis.
So you couldn't give me a ballpark figure of a percentage of how this would be allocated across those service areas? Because I feel deeply uncomfortable with approving $20 million, not knowing specifically, where it's going, especially when we're issuing debt. Like, we're not talking about you found $20 million in assessment growth. You're finding $1.2 million in assessment growth that will service that debt over a period of time. And so I feel uncomfortable not knowing specifically how this is allocated across all important areas for sure, but definitely each of our communities have different needs within these buckets. So any ballpark of percentage?
Mr. Mayor, that's something I don't have right now. I think that's work that me and Tammy got to do in terms of what percentage goes to what bucket. But really, that's the work that we got to do, and it's consistent with our process.
Would you accept direction if we were to say, 25% to roads, 25% to parks, 50% to sidewalks, whatever it is? Would you accept direction?
Mr. Mayor, we'll set whatever direction council gives me, but my preference is for us to do that and tie back to the process that we follow in terms of how we allocate it, so that the right assets get the right need as per the asset management plan and the work that we're doing with the LRFP.
Okay, I'll hold it there. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, though, this would be consistent with if at the budget meeting council decided, hey, we have an issue with the infrastructure gap. We want to put more money towards the infrastructure gap. Let's identify a funding source, put more money towards infrastructure, but we're not being explicit about which areas it would go to. It would be consistent with that. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is consistent.
Okay. Correct. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted a bit more information on some of the details that you sort of offered in terms of your next steps. I get a little itchy when I hear development charges, just because I do represent an outer urban ward for which we have fewer projects that are eligible for larger development charge funds. So what assurances do we have that this tax or that this assessment growth, like when you're talking about benefit to existing, can you just help me understand how that doesn't look or feel like more money for projects that already, like similar to my councillor colleagues' questions? I want to know that we're going to get our end for those neighborhoods that are experiencing infrastructure deficits versus advancing in neighborhoods, frankly, that have other sources of funding for their infrastructure needs. So can you help me to understand that, please?
Mr. Mayor, yes, and that's a great question because it gives me the opportunity to be very clear and push back on me if I'm not clear. So what I meant by that when I spoke to Councillor Leeper was, you know, assessment growth every year comes in, and our normal practice is to allocate that growth to the different entities, police, health, OAG, city services, etc. What I'm saying is in the fiscal framework, it's something that we don't have today, but it's something that we're exploring. It's the same concept as the DC framework, not like exactly like the DC, but the DCs today, part of the framework is that if there's a benefit to existing, we don't charge the developers for that. So I'm really taking that same logic to explore. I'm not saying the same kind of thing in terms of the ranking of where that goes. But really, the logic that we're looking at exploring from a fiscal framework perspective is on a go-forward basis, potentially there could be an opportunity where on an annual basis, a percentage of the growth should be carved off to invest in infrastructure renewal, because growth uses the existing assets. So it gives us a better opportunity for additional funding sources to flow to the renewal side outside DCs.
Okay, so a more constrained allocation of assessment growth focused on infrastructure renewal as a possibility for the fiscal framework that you'll be moving forward with.
Exactly.
So for this particular injection that we're looking at right now, are there similar to my council colleague, like there are projects that are below the line, projects that are above the line? When we get an injection of $20 million, that will accelerate more projects to go above the line, and it will be generally determined by the ways that you create priorities for all projects as it stands.
Mr. Mayor, so I don't mean to be a yes/no answer here, but in some cases that's the case. In other cases, like if you look at our building facilities envelopes program, we don't typically list all the buildings in terms of where that will go, because it really depends on the need and the work plan. So from a roads perspective, in some scenarios, yes, it will mean that the next one in line gets moved up. But depending on how that 20 million is allocated between the core infrastructure supported by tax dollars, it may not be as simple as moving it up, because the buildings program doesn't list a line, all the park amenities in terms of tennis courts, rinks, etc. are not all listed in terms of above and below the line. That's why it's not exactly like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I think my line of questioning is similar to my colleagues, and don't get me wrong, I am enthused by the prospect of what I understand to be $20 million more in funding for capital infrastructure allocated, as I understand from your motion, in those general areas. The concern not concern, but the nagging doubt I have is over the lack of clarity and transparency and my understanding of where that will go. And I only say that based on, I have almost two different understandings of how projects get funded. There are lists that we have based on quantifiable measures where they will be ranked in a certain order and we will allocate until we run out of money, and then everything below that, we just ran out of money. There's those quantifiable things, but I have spoken to staff many, many times about projects that come out of nowhere, not from a list, but because something popped up, or we wanted to align it with this, or we received so many councillor inquiries. And I can't tell where this $20 million in what I assume to be new money is going. So similar to the questions I had for my colleagues, knowing that some of it would be going to programs that have lists above the line, below the line. Some of it may be going to programs that don't necessarily have lists at all. would staff not take it as direction that council here today approve in principle the strategy for taking on $20 million in, as I understand, be capital debt and paying for it in the way you've described. So we approve in principle that so that you can go off and figure out where to spend it, and then wait, because I imagine you're not going to see shovels in the ground in the next month or so, and then wait until later in the new year, come back to council with a proposal, because we get all kinds of lists of very specific proposals of where the money will go, and then council can make a reasoned, deliberate decision on whether to fund it or to propose amendments. Because it feels like this $20 million fund is a committee meeting, a committee budget unto itself. So to wrap that up, would staff accept as direction that we approve this in principle today, the figure of 20 million, the strategy of how to pay that 20 million, you go off, work on the list of projects and where it's going to go, and then come back, present that to us, and then we can make a reasoned decision on where to go, because otherwise I don't know where that money's going.
Mr. Mayor, the money is going to the standard process that we follow. Again, I don't mean to be going in a rabbit hole here, but much like the 30 million in the 25 budget that we allocated to roads, it goes to the roads program and then it follows through the normal process. And then Tammy reports back on a quarterly basis. She sends her capital report on a quarterly basis in terms of where things are tracking. In my quarterly reports, I provide update on the WIP projects, etc. So that will be there. In some cases there won't be a list, so it could be a step in the process that might delay getting shovels in the ground if we follow that.
My assumption is that given, forgive me, but my assumption is that given a few days, you would have a pretty good idea of where you could allocate this 20 million on capital investment by, that's my gut feeling. When we get a committee budget, it's not just a global figure of 1 billion for public works. We see where it's compartmentalized and we can make decisions based on, I think there should be more there and more there. Right now, it feels like we as council are, to a degree, not sailing in the dark, but all we know is sidewalks, roads. How does it deter you significantly if all we do here now is approve the money, the envelope, 20 million in principle, approve that, and then within a month or two, we see a list of projects where we can make a reasoned decision on how we feel about a significant expenditure of 20 million. How does that deter you?
Mr. Mayor, it doesn't deter me, but it doesn't change the process. Tammy and team will follow the normal process that she does every year when I give out the envelope. If you look at the buildings program as an example, every template's got like a little bit of a table there where it gives a lump sum dollar. It doesn't break it down by actual facility. That goes over to Dan and Tammy to invest those dollars into the IS need as opposed to their process. So that's what I'm trying to articulate clearly.
Forgive me for, I'm not trying to harangue. I know that if I went to one program manager, let's say roads rehabilitation, if I went to one program manager and I said, here's $20 million, can you let me know where they'll spend it? They'll go, yeah, these projects below the line. I don't know right now whether you're going to do 5% on sidewalks and 95% on roads. I don't think I have any clear idea at all. So again, I know you're going to spend it according to established processes, but I think several of my colleagues perhaps would prefer to have a clearer sense of where it's going to go. We're not talking about chump change here at all.
So, Mr. Mayor, at this stage, we haven't determined if 5 will go to sidewalks, 5 will go to roads, 5 will go to a building, 5 will go to field houses or tennis courts, etc. That work is what we'll do in terms of what the team can deliver in terms of their work plan. I'm happy to report back as part of one of the reports in Q1 in terms of the actual breakdown of that and where the allocation went by asset class. But that's the work we want to make sure that, we don't throw money at a project and they can't deliver on the project next year. The focus is making sure that we get the money to the right project as per the process that we follow from an investment asset management plan perspective, and we can actually deliver on it to use that money in 2026.
And does that mean that you would be willing to take as direction?
At this point, anything would have to be an amendment to the motion because there's a motion. Yeah. So, yeah, just to be clear.
So it would have to be a friendly amendment, you mean?
Yeah. Anything that would change the current motion would be an amendment to the motion, not a direction.
Then may I ask the mover of the motion, would the mover of the motion be willing to accept an amendment whereby staff comes back to that we approve in principle this allocation, this $20 million on the categories of infrastructure that I know that you and I have spoken about, but that the specific allocations of it and the percentages of where it goes to what program aren't finally ratified until staff comes back with a more detailed plan of how they will split up that 20 million?
Councillor Devine, as you know, Cyril has outlined, and as we know in our conversations with folks like Tammy Rose, the city has a fulsome asset management approach to every single piece of infrastructure we have. I am confident that they're going to go through that list. They're not going to pick willy-nilly. So I do not see this as a friendly amendment.
I appreciate that. And I don't ask those questions to imply any doubt. It just, big money that didn't hear about until today. And I'd feel better knowing where it's going. But thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's always nice to see something drop down that wasn't there before, but it's pretty broad, and there's just so much out there that needs work, especially with the huge deficit we have with assets and infrastructure. And I'm just worried about kind of a Hunger Games of everybody, you know, wanting to get a piece of it. It's crumbs compared to what we need. I am concerned that you know it's helpful, but I just have no idea where this is going to go, and I can't say no to money when it wasn't there before. But you know, when I look at the projects in Bayward, we're looking at doing the Belltown Dome again, and I've never really gotten a clear answer where's the money going to come from, because we've got a piece of infrastructure that we knew was going to be falling apart because it was past its prime. So its end of life was now, and yet we didn't set anything aside. So how does a project like that fit in? Because it was something that we knew was going to come to end of life, and we had to move on.
So, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to be repetitive, but I'm okay to come back in terms of telling you where the 20 million by asset category is, if you will, from a roads perspective, or sidewalks versus a building, if you will. Absolutely, that's not an issue. Then it's over to my colleagues in terms of follow the process. Again, we have a very standard, robust process that Tammy follows in terms of allocating funds to the right projects on a priority need basis, not by queue jumping like that. So I can report back when we determine how much that went to roads versus at the program level, I guess is what I'm trying to say, roads versus building versus a recreational amenity. And then the team will implement based on the process that we consistently follow, a process that's been, you know, validated as well.
Yeah, no, I can see there's going to be a lot of needs. And how, in terms of projects that are set up for development charges, does it have impact on that, or is that totally a separate category?
No, Mr. Mayor, this is exclusively for renewal. The renewal of existing infrastructure.
Okay. All right. Well, that falls into the category of buildings. Like I said, Belltown Dome is going to need some kind of renewal, but there's others out there. So I just wanted to get an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas, do you want to go last to wrap up, or? Okay. Councillor Luloff.
I don't think this is as difficult as we're making it, guys. We have a 10-year infrastructure gap. There is a list of projects that are unfunded right now that desperately need funding, and Cyril has found a mechanism by which we can fund those projects. This is not rocket science. They have an eligibility criteria to evaluate the state of infrastructure, and they're going to follow that. And that came from council. That's a council directed eligibility criteria. This isn't the Hunger Games. This is 10-year infrastructure gap that we're going to make some progress on with some found dollars. Like, I don't think I'm missing anything here, guys. Like, every single project that moves forward, whether it's in your ward or not, means that the projects that are on that list that are in your ward move up in priority next time. Give me a break. Let's just pass this. Vote for it. For crying out loud.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Councillor Menard, I'll go to you next since others have spoken already.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor. I don't have a huge issue with this. I think just the report back piece that you mentioned around if we can give direction to say, just report back on where this has gone to based on the infrastructure deficit, because I guess it's different in different departments, right? So I guess it's the percentage of which going to certain departments that pays for some of that infrastructure. That's where the gap is. So a report back to council on this piece would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor, I'm more than happy to report back at the program level. Absolutely.
Okay,
I'll do that. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
We're proposing to borrow 20 million on the basis that we'll have 1.2 million a year. What are your assumptions around the debt repayment? And it doesn't sound like it's risky, but just want to make sure we're not taking on some risk.
So the debt repayment is 1.2. So basically what I did was once I got confirmation and comfort with the revised growth, that will generate the incremental 1.2. So then I use a 4.5% interest rate to factor that in. And that's what I'm comfortable with doing that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo Councillor Luloff's. I'm not really sure what we're fighting about here. We're not asking you to go take the money we've held for the other projects that we're still unaware of. That we protected that at the request of Councillor Troster in the past. That's not being touched. This is newfound money. Then what are we arguing about? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas.
I guess I didn't anticipate this much conversation on it, but I'm glad we've had this discussion. I represent Orleans West Innes. It's an older suburban community. We're seeing a significant amount of density with housing being introduced into the older community. And the infrastructure we have is 40 years or older. And we can't keep pace with the way the city budget is currently investing in that infrastructure. So when I heard that this money was going to be unlocked and available for investment in things like roads and sidewalks, parks, recreation facilities, those are all the things that my community has been asking for and communities across the city have been asking for, where we can't invest as quickly as we would like to in that aging infrastructure. Councillor Luloff said it perfectly. Every project we fund, doesn't matter if it's in my ward or other people's wards, means that the list gets shorter and we continue to invest more. Every dollar that we untap for this is a dollar well spent, and that's how I see it, and I know that's how my community sees it. I also know that proactively addressing our infrastructure needs is a wise investment in our future, because it costs us less if we pay for those repairs that work now than to wait for it to disintegrate and have to address it later. So this funding, this motion, is truly a Christmas gift to my community and for communities alike across the city, where investment in our aging infrastructure is welcome and will have real tangible benefits for our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. So is the motion carried? Okay, thank you. We will move to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee portion of the draft operating and capital budgets. And we have a motion to reintroduce the capital budget. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the 2026 draft capital budget for the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee was rejected at the meeting of December 4th, 2025 with 3 dissents, therefore be it resolved that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee capital program, page 5, individual projects listed, pages 10 to 18, including revised page 17 of the ARAC budget book. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just wanted, it seems just procedural, but I just wanted a staff comment. Is it changing anything than was originally there? Same thing, just a procedural motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
It's the original capital budget.
Thank you. Thanks, yeah. Councillor Brown.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, so is that motion carried? Sure. And now the ARAC budget itself, is that carried? Sure. Okay. We just cut our average time per section of the budget by like 2 hours.
You're welcome.
So, yeah. Let's keep it going. Audit Committee portion of the 2026 draft operating budget. Is that carried? All right, Community Services Committee. We do have a couple of motions related to this, so I'll just go through the ones that I'm aware of. Councillor Skalski.
Okay, so this motion is in relation to the Play Free program. Whereas the City of Ottawa is committed to promoting healthy lifestyles and physical activity among children and youth, and whereas the Play Free program is a city initiative offering free access to recreational activities such as swimming, skating, and gym sports every Saturday throughout 2023 to 2025, and whereas the program encourages participation by children and youth aged 17 and under, along with accompanying adults, and includes a variety of drop-in sports such as badminton, basketball, soccer, and volleyball, and whereas the Play Free program aligns with the city's goals of fostering community engagement, accessibility, and wellness. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council allocate $550,000 of base funding to make this program a permanent program moving forward, and to endorse and promote the Play Free program as a key initiative to encourage physical activity and family engagement across the city, direct staff to ensure clear communication and outreach regarding program details, including eligibility and participating locations, encourage partnerships with community organizations and schools to maximize awareness and participation, and be it further resolved that the funding source for these allocations be the $550,000 in projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, reflecting updated hedging prices and current economic analysis for 2026.
Okay. Did you want to say anything about it, or you? Could you just?
Oh yeah, I would love to say something about it. So this program came to my attention because we wanted to expand this program for rural residents, and in exploring it a little bit, learned that it was in fact sunsetting this year and that it wasn't going to actually continue. So that was the impetus for bringing it forward. I think this is a great program, and we want to see more of its use. This is about making something that works permanent, and getting more people to be aware of a program like this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm happy to second that motion. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. This motion is regarding the early opening of select waiting pools in 2026. In the interest of time, I'll read the therefore clause and then a brief introduction. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the allocation of $48,800 in the 2026 operating budget to support the early opening of select waiting pools as outlined. 2, direct staff to identify the 5 waiting pool sites per cohort that provide equitable geographic coverage and report back on site selection by Q1 2026. And part 3, report back to Council in Q4 of 2026 on program outcomes, including participation rates and recommendations for future seasonal adjustments. Be it further resolved that the funding source for these allocations be $48,800 and projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, reflecting updated hedging pricing and current economic analysis for 2026. So, Mayor, just briefly, it's been getting warmer. Earlier on, we see weather patterns change. We see the demand in large parks like Mooney's Bay that have thousands of guests in them in the early spring, people already into the water. And there's a demand for not just our splash pads, which can be activated earlier on with a much lower operating cost, but also our waiting pools. And so staff have been able to make this happen in the past. They do support this motion, and they can speak to any questions that members of council raise. This is a very minor investment to provide relief in communities that need these waiting pools open earlier. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I have a motion surrounding social service investments for tax stabilization from the Tax Stabilization Reserve, whereas the 2026 draft budget proposes a $5.4 million drawdown from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to support one-time Ottawa Police Service initiatives such as body-worn cameras, district policing implementation, training facilities, technology solutions and onboarding, And whereas the tax stabilization reserve stands at $138.8 million as of December 31st, 2024, after growing by 39.9 million, maintaining a strong and sustainable balance. And whereas public safety requires both responsive policing and preventative community-based approaches addressing root causes such as mental health, addiction, poverty, and social instability. And whereas the Anchor program has responded to over 1,300 calls since August 2024, delivering culturally informed non-police crisis intervention, reducing reliance on emergency services, and offering outcomes aligned with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. And whereas Anchor currently receives $9 million over 3 years in city provincial funding and requires enhanced capacity to meet increasing demand. And whereas the Catherine Street Community Service Hub and 13 mobile outreach sites provide critical access for residents facing complex needs, supported through the city's $34 million annual community funding framework. And whereas investments in crisis response, mental health supports, housing stability, and poverty reduction are proven to reduce emergency calls and improve long-term community safety outcomes. And whereas using reserves for policing without parallel investment in preventative measures risks compounding future financial pressures and service demand. And whereas the 2026 budget projects net reserve growth of $7.845 million, demonstrating capacity for a balanced safety approach without compromising reserve health. Therefore, be it resolved that Council match the $5.4 million police reserve allocation dollar for dollar, approving an additional $5.4 million one-time drawdown from the tax stabilization reserve dedicated to community-based safety and crisis response, allocated as follows: $3 million to the Anchor program expansion to extend to 24/7 response coverage, increase mobile crisis teams and reduce wait times, expand into underserved rural suburban areas, enhance cultural and specialized mental health training, strengthen partnerships with Indigenous and community health providers, establish evaluation data capacity for outcome measurement, provide bridge funding beyond current 3-year agreement, and $2.4 million for community hub and street outreach to extend hours at high demand sites, including Catherine Street Hub, increase outreach staff for vulnerable neighborhoods, improve coordinated wraparound service delivery, support youth, gender-based violence prevention and poverty initiatives, strengthen health social emergency integration, improve accessibility, language services, barrier reduction, expand data to track community impact, and be it further resolved that staff report back to Community Services Committee by Q3 2026 with evaluation of outcomes for Anchor and Community Hub and street outreach investments, options for sustainable ongoing funding models, cost savings and diversion impacts from upstream prevention, recommended performance metrics and accountability frameworks, and be it further resolved that in the 2027 budget, the city treasurer provide status of the reserve post 2026 drawdown, options for sustainable Anchor, Community Hub, and outreach operational funding, federal, provincial funding opportunities for long-term expansion, strategic reserve management approach for balanced public safety investment, and be it further resolved that Council affirm its commitment to comprehensive, evidence-based public safety, ensuring policing investments are matched by equivalent investments in social services that provide prevention, mental health, housing stability, equity, and safe, thriving communities.
Can I add a friendly amendment to that? I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to speak with the...
Well, we can come back to that in a second.
Okay, yeah. We'll do.
Because it wasn't long enough? Is that why you wanted to add something? I'm just kidding. Are there any other motions pertaining to this part of the budget? No? Okay. Before we, in a second, I'll open it up to debate on the motions and on the budget itself, this portion of the budget. But before we do that, I just wanted to go through the 3 motions and confirm where staff stand on them. So on the Skalski motion for the Play Free program, are staff supportive of that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. On the Councillor Brockington motion on waiting pool hours?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then on Councillor King's motion, maybe we can hear from Clara and Cyril on this.
Chair, from Community and Social Services, no, unfortunately, we cannot support this motion.
Okay, and
yeah, Mr. Mayor, so I spoke with Clara last night and this morning, and obviously if the department is not willing to support it, I can't support it either, because I don't like giving out funding for something that the department can't do or deliver on. So,
okay, thank you. Councillor Plante. So again, we're discussing and debating these motions now and the Community Services Committee budget.
Sorry, it was on Councillor King and Councillor Johnson's motion just about potentially including a Francophone service provider. And I'm just trying to find the spot where it could be added. So please carry on and I will come back. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I do want to address two items with the time that I have. The first of them is the motion on play free. Sounds great, fully supportive, but it is being funded with fuel savings. So is this one of several spending measures that are being proposed by way of motion today that are being paid for by our changed assumptions on how much we're going to pay for diesel? I think it went from $1.16 to $1.10 or something like that.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Okay, so, and this is frustrating as a councillor who is seeking to add spending measures without increasing the taxes, because there's an interesting funding source there that you've been able to find. When the budget was tabled on, is it November 12th or something like that? You had made an assumption around how much we were going to pay for diesel at $1.16, correct?
Correct.
How is it that you came to reevaluate how much you're expecting to pay?
So, Mr. Mayor, this is a great question, and this has been a source that we've leveraged in the last number of years. And by no means do I table at a higher and change my risk profile. So the diesel hedging program has been a program in the city for a long time. It's a great program. It's a program that allows us to manage our fuel risks, volatility, and exposure. As you can imagine, we can go and secure diesel at a per liter cost as opposed to doing the daily spot market, which is very volatile. Our normal practice from an internal perspective is we try and edge up to 75% in 8 months, and then the next 8 months we try and do 50. No, we don't try, but that's our upper limit, 75% for 8 months. The next 8 months is 50% of the residual, the next 25%. So we almost have like a rolling edging process. So basically, I can tell you that before I tabled, originally we started off in around $1.20 or so, I think it was. In 2025, the number was $1.44, but if you discount the carbon tax, it actually was more like $1.24, $1.22. Okay. So when we started the process, the Treasury team was kind of comfortable in that $1.18 range. And as we led up to tabling, as I'm trying to fit everything together, I go back and scrub it, and we settled on $1.16. What I can tell you right now is that we're roughly, in the past week, I asked them to go back out and kind of look at where we're at. So right now we're at about 65% edged for 2026, and we're just slightly below $1.10 right now, but it would be too risky to go any higher. So I'm okay with sticking with $1.10. I wouldn't go any higher. The challenge with fuel is it's fuel, and it's so volatile. And in the last 5 years, fuel has always been a volatile market. The price of oil is always a volatile market. In the past number of years, with all the global issues, it's become more volatile. So I'm comfortable with, and the Treasury team is comfortable with it. Not only me, but my Treasury team is comfortable with where we're at $1.10. So that's kind of where the mechanics go through when we kind of look at everything from when we table to the days of today, I guess.
So I'm just wondering, for future budget tablings, do we assume that will we assume that the final pricing on the day we vote on the budget is going to be lower or higher? Why isn't it more accurate just a month ago?
Mr. Mayor, it's fuel. Look at the daily fuel is like this on the markets. This is where it goes. So, and again, we watch what we fall off, and then we watch what we add back on to that, again, upper limit of 75, 50, 25. Right now we're at 65. I'm comfortable with that. I wouldn't squeeze it any higher. So it's always going to be one of those things where, fortunately, I could be here today saying, you know what, maybe it's $1.20, and it took a little bit too much risk, right? We would have to manage. But I can also say that we went to debenture committee 2 weeks ago, and we went to market with our debt issue. We had a very, very strong performance. So the market's the market. The Bank of Canada came in today and they held their rates status quo. Which, you know, I had my, you know, discussions with my different banks and economic advisors that we deal with. AF thought there was going to be a reduction today. AF thought it was going to be status quo. It's the market, and it's a very volatile market.
Okay. I just, it's difficult to propose new spending measures in the budget from the time it's tabled until the time we vote, when the number can be can fluctuate like it has. I can't remember what the difference is. I think we're funding LRT expansion, or hours expansion. We're funding play, and there's another one that we're funding through.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, it's $2 million on the transit side. So our biggest fuel exposure is on transit, obviously. So it's $2 million on the transit side, which there's motions to account for that. On the city fuel, it's $600,000, which is being funded through the two motions that were just read in.
Okay. No, it's a fascinating exercise, and I hope councillors, you know, in future, as they're looking at new spending measures, will bug you and say, what's the number as we get closer to the budget, to see whether or not there is, so that they can be maybe the first to get in there with a proposed spending measure that's important to them. Chair, I think I will. Can I have 30 seconds more if I need it? And I promise not to go back on.
You still have time.
Thanks. So the second piece I wanted to address was the motion from Councillors King and Johnson. I am grateful that they're bringing that with respect to going into tax stabilization to increase anchor. Colleagues, in July 2016, my neighborhood, the whole city, was horrified by the death of Abdirahman Abdi. I think everyone around this table will remember the images. I'll never forget it. I spent that afternoon with the family at their building and in hospital, and in the next day I let the world know that Abdirahman had died. My neighborhood, our city, and the country reeled. I and so many of the city's residents were frankly unsure of what to do next. But in the subsequent months, civil society groups like Justice for Abdirahman and Black 613819 Hub and our community health centers told us what we needed to do. In October 2020, Councillors Menard and McKinney were successful with a motion that asked police to consider alternative mental health response. In the 2020 budget, I spoke to say that we had an opportunity to ask fundamental questions around what police do in society. And as I said, in 2020, we're not getting at the fundamental underpinnings of how we make our communities safer. I noted that the pressures that we were trying to address in the city were pressures of addiction and poverty and mental health. I noted that those are not police issues, and that we had in 2020 the opportunity to adopt better approaches, but council chose not to. In the 2021 budget, I had the opportunity to assert that Kitchissippi Ward, grappling with the effects of the pandemic, was actually a safer place because of the response to that crisis. I highlighted the establishment of respite care with wraparound supports at Tom Brown and the strengthening of a well-resourced street outreach. I said, it's safer as a community, not just for those who are housed and who are healthy. It's safer for everybody. At Respite and through peer support, we've seen through the community health centers, we're seeing that people are finding housing. They're finding supports. They're getting health care. They are better fed. And that results in a safer community for everybody. The emergency funding for those wraparound supports ended and have never really been replaced. Council that year finally reallocated a small portion of police funding to begin creating an alternative response to police for mental health and addiction crisis. That launched, as we know, only in August 2024 and only as a limited pilot. Now we're December 2025, nearly 10 years since Abdirahman's death, proposing to increase the police budget by $26.1 million after years of increasing police budgets by tens of millions of dollars at a time, and we're spending just $700,000 more to extend the anchor program into half of Kitchissippi. I didn't vote against an increase in the police budget, but nearly 10 years since Abdirahman Abdi's death and the urgency we all felt to address mental health and addictions issues, it's incredible to me that we still aren't investing in the solutions that really work. I've said before, I'm going to ask this council, why are we moving so slowly?
That is time, Councillor.
Yep. Given our experience of wraparound supports and outreach that were so successful during the lockdowns, and that should have been made permanent when we see clear evidence of Anchor's effectiveness, the time for action is long past. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to support Councillor King's motion. Thank you for the indulgence, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm very happy to support Councillor King and Councillor Johnson's motion today. I can speak to the realities that we see in my office. The number of seniors in particular that are dealing with evictions or who are falling back on their bills and needing rent subsidies in order to keep their housing. Very often those subsidies are not available. As you know, there's been cutbacks from the province. People line up for hours to get a meal from the Mission food truck, and it is hard to even describe the extent of the mental health and addiction crisis, but I literally have people screaming in my streets. Last year, 2 people died outdoors in Centertown, and right now, the one 24-hour low barrier drop-in center that is in my community is completely overflowing. My frustration with the budget in general and my reasons for dissenting, particularly on police budget, didn't necessarily have to do with those investments in policing. They had to do with the unequal distribution that we're seeing in our city, that we're not offering the same opportunity for social and community services to grow to meet our very real needs. So this is actually just a modest amount of money, but it frustrates me that we're willing to take on debt and we're willing to take financial risks for police, for Lansdowne, for all sorts of other projects. But we scrape together funding from other levels of government, and I feel like we do the absolute minimum when it comes to helping the people who are in the worst shape. We all saw the Auditor General's report on supportive housing that came out showing that the people in the worst shape are not getting housed. And that is the person most likely to be arrested. That is the person most likely to be screaming in the street. That is the person who's getting worse and worse and worse without intervention. And so we can use some of our own money to make a difference. Simple things like rent subsidies to help people who are at lower acuity, to help them keep their housing, enormously effective. And yes, we have really good data from the Anchor program, and I'm hearing from people all over the city who wish they had that opportunity in their community. And our current sources of funding are not sustainable and will run out. And if we had a gap in service, certainly in my community, the bottom would fall out. It would be an absolute nightmare. We need every single service we have. So I'm very happy. I'm very pleased to support Councillor King's motion. I think we should be bold. And if we're willing to take financial risk when it comes to enforcement, I would hope that we'd be willing to take similar risk when it comes to prevention, because it really does pay off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor King, I'll go to you at the end if that's okay. Yeah. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To staff, parking the King motion for a moment, is it your assessment that the Anchor program expansion that's included in the baseline 2026 budget to be appropriate and adequate?
Chair, the funding proposed in the budget is of course welcome, and we've agreed to work with community partners to look at a second neighborhood expansion as part of essentially extending the prototype. So just a reminder that Anchor as it is today is a prototype. It's to be assessed. We're still going to be undertaking the midterm assessment. After the midterm assessment, then we have several other steps to take with community partners to rerun the data, do community needs assessments, do community capacity assessments, engage the province on potentially extending funding. So it's premature to for me to answer that question until we have completed all of that work.
Thank you very much. And would you be able to speak, perhaps just wave top, to the value of undergoing this process and this pilot analysis in the heart of the downtown core, where you have the density of population and the density of need?
Chair, the development of the anchor geography was evidence-based, and that's the work that our team will undertake again with community partners, is to rerun the data a couple of years later to see if there have been any changes. When the data was first run, it certainly indicated that Centertown and other neighborhoods were at the top of the list based on a variety of indicators, including need.
And the continued analysis of the rollout of the anchor program as it exists and as it could exist going forward is being done by your team and your staff in the absence of the King motion.
Chair, if I understand the question correctly, yes, we are undertaking a full midterm evaluation with a detailed evaluation plan that's been established through our team in consultation with our community partners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to dissect the King motion to better understand what staff cannot support. There are 4 clauses to the motion. The first talks about the $5.4 million investment, 3 for anchor program expansion, 2.4 for community hub and street outreach. And then the other parts 2, 3, and 4 of the motion talk about, how do we do better going forward. What exactly do staff oppose in this motion that you can elaborate on so we can better understand? I know we heard earlier where we've only finished basically a year in one neighborhood. You can't really conclude anything yet. The wheels are in motion to expand to a second area. Again, we're just in the infancy stages, assuming this passes. Is it just premature from a true measurement of the success? Do we not have critical resources out there to actually, resource a third area, for example? Can staff elaborate and just fill us in what concerns they have with the motion?
Thanks for the question, Chair. So yes, exactly, Councillor, for the reasons on the first half of the motion, on the reasons that you've just described. And it is premature if we're talking about tax stabilization funding, the way I understand it, and certainly Cyril can clarify if necessary, it's for one-time initiatives. And so what we need to do is really conduct the evaluation, engage community, do the assessments I spoke about to really have to be able to create a fulsome roadmap for expansion. So it is too premature right now. We may choose to have this conversation again in the future. On the second part of the motion, staff have been undertaking a review of municipally funded street outreach over the last 18 months. We've engaged Bloomberg to help us with that work. We are going to be coming to committee imminently in February with the Downtown Safety Outreach Partnership, which includes a new model for funding outreach in the downtown core, including the Byward Market. It's an assertive street outreach model. It's based on successful models from other parts of the country. And so we would like to have the opportunity to bring that forward and have council approve that approach. Because we're going to be addressing much of the concern that's expressed in the motion through that work.
I appreciate that. My gut is from the early stages, Anchor shows significant promise. We absolutely needed this type of program. We need these types of programs going forward, and we need to expand. But we also need to learn what worked well and what the challenges are from year one. And we need to make sure that we have the human resources needed to staff and to provide the assistance that we're looking for. So half of me really wants to support expansion, but we need to do so carefully. And if a report is imminent, as you say, in February, it's probably best to see what that says first. And it may even be in order to defer this motion before us today to that very meeting. and consider it in a more global fashion once we have a lot more information before us. So I might do that. I want to hear my colleagues' discussion. Just on the other points, would your, like clause 2, 3, and 4, same type of answer? I want to hear from you again, but would it be best, again, to wait until February to get more information before us and then perhaps consider this at that time?
To clarify, Chair, what I was speaking about coming back to committee in February is about the second part of the motion, the community hub and outreach references.
No, I appreciate that. So I do want to hear from colleagues, but there's some temptation to defer this motion to February 2026.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor King and Councillor Johnson for bringing this motion forward. It's frustrating because over the past several budget cycles, we've had quite a few motions where we tried to allocate additional resources to the community and social services budget, and we're always met with some resistance that money can't be spent or operationalized in that year. And then we have delegates that come to committee and tell us that, you know, we need to invest in more services. And I can never seem to square that circle when we come to budget time and we try to give you more, and the answer is no. With respect to tax stabilization being the funding source, I mean, tax stabilization is paying for the existing anchor expansion at $700K. Tax stabilization is paying for the food security increases that we have in this budget. So we use that as a funding source a lot. So I think it's, you know, a bit rich to say that this is not appropriate in this case. I guess what I'm looking for specifically, I understand the anchor piece a little bit more, that there's a lot to operationalize there, that there's work with the guiding council to be done when we're talking about expansion, and there is time that it takes to expand. So I can buy that. But when it comes to the second portion of the motion, the $2.4 million for, like Councillor King was very specific in the initiatives that he wanted to see investment in. So do we need to extend hours at high demand sites like Catherine Street Hub? Like, is that a request, or would that be something, Clara, in your opinion, that we need?
Chair, in terms of the Catherine Street Hub, no, we would not be looking at extending hours or services at that hub at the moment due to staff and capacity issues. In terms of what's detailed in the motion with regard to other mobile sites, I would need some more clarity as to what exactly that is referring to. In terms of receiving funding, absolutely, we would bring to council the reports that would demonstrate where we need support with funding. In this case, with this motion, Anchor, there's a lot of work left to do. It's currently being funded till March of 2027. With regard to our downtown safety outreach partnership, again, we've been doing tons of work that we're very proud to bring to committee in February that will address the coordination of downtown street outreach, address 24/7 permanent and sustainable 24/7. Supports around outreach, culturally appropriate outreach through Indigenous service providers. So again, we have a plan for that work, and so to receive funding in advance of the plan, it feels premature for us.
Would that report in February have any funding implications? Any of the measures that perhaps would be recommended in February? Is there going to be funding that will be needed to, you know, execute that plan?
Chair, at this stage, no, because one, it's about looking at where our existing funding for outreach is going, and if possible, to use that funding to bring a more coordinated approach using the existing funding, and then augmenting that work with the existing budget. Again, we have budget until March of 2027. So both of those initiatives are being funded through the province as part of the work that was done between Ontario and Ottawa recently. So it's part of the Ontario-Ottawa deal.
Yeah, I guess I just struggle that, you know, the $2.4 million isn't insignificant, and it could be hugely beneficial to, you know, people in crisis, and those are service providers and organizations that do a lot of amazing work with community, that it wouldn't be beneficial to community and social services to have an up to amount, you know, $2.4 million from tax stabilization up to, if needed, if, you know, the recommendations that come forward in February do have some funding requirements, that a motion could be used to to say, take it from the tax stabilization fund that we've approved at council so that we can operationalize those things more quickly and help people faster and really see better outcomes on our streets. So I find it really frustrating that I sit through many meetings of delegations and people, in Councillor Plant's community and Councillor Trosser's community coming out and almost in tears because of what they're seeing on their streets every single day, and that if only we had more places for people to go during the day so that they weren't, on their streets and they weren't having to see some of these horrible things. And so it's just frustrating that we've got this motion in front of us. We've got a funding source and I guess I'll ask Cyril, is there $5.4 million in the tax stabilization fund right now that's unallocated?
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is.
So the money is sitting there. You could have an up to account ready to mobilize and operationalize things quickly, and yet the answer is no. And so then how do we respond to delegation? So, Claire, I know it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I really, we've had our police service here. They're amazing advocates for the police service. They really are. They come to council and they tell us what they need, and we give it to them every year. Despite some dissents, they get their budget. And then when we come to community and social services and we try to give you more to help vulnerable people, and the answer is always no. So I'll leave it there, but I'm going to support this motion, and I encourage people to, even if it's just an up to fund, to help us move more quickly on these initiatives that will be coming forward. But thanks very much to Councillor King and Councillor Johnson for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Devine? Okay.
I beg your pardon, Chair. Pardon me, staff, for not being ready. I kind of just want to follow on the lines of some of my colleagues here. I would like to safely assume that whether as part of your community safety and wellness program, and I recognize that I'm not on CSS committee, but I'd like to safely assume that you see in many of the proposed additional expenditures here, whether in the anchor list or in the 2.4 community hub and street outreach list, that you see the possible advantage of greater investment in those measures as being a means not only of augmenting community wellness, but of being those kinds of downstream supports and additional social service supports that lead to not requiring enforcement measures with some of these vulnerable communities. Is that correct?
Chair, I'm not 100% clear on the question, to be honest.
Okay, I'll ask it a different way. When it sounded that your overall concern or lack of support for the motion as a whole is because of the grandness of it, that you could not pull all of that off, whether it be the anchor or the entirety of the 2.4 million element. But you also had said that for the police 5.4 million, that's a one-time initiative. I'd like to assume that you and your program and your mandate and mission would benefit from even a smaller list of these. Question to the mover of the motion, Councillor King, if you could not get the entirety of this motion and its demand supported, would you see it as a friendly amendment if staff were to be amenable to supporting smaller portions of it?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Devine. I'm flexible there. I think that despite the fact that I've been looking for proportionality in this motion, obviously any dollars that we can put into social service investments to assist these initiatives would be welcome.
And in the same vein, if you had been looking for this to be the beginning of permanent funding, if all that came out of your motion was funding for one-time initiatives, whether they be pilot projects or otherwise, would that be within the spirit of your motion, or would that be required as a friendly amendment?
You know what? I'm looking for friendly amendments. I'm looking for things that enhance this motion so that we can enhance investments. So I'm just being very open-minded here, but I think it's important for us to just at least have a discussion about proportionality in terms of public safety and the fact that we acknowledge that obviously we need policing solutions, but we also have to equally acknowledge that we need social service investments, that they're concurrent. I know in my community, that's the message that I hear from my residents, and that they expect from me in terms of being a representative, that both are equally applied to the challenges that confront the ward and confront the city.
Thank you. Clara, back to you then. If police are willing to take on the additional operational requirements and work of having to staff up from what they're getting from this tax stabilization reserve, if rather than, you know, being willing to take on the full laundry list of these items here, if I pick an example, under the second list of 2.4 million for community hub and street outreach, would you see it as feasible and within your capacity to operationalize an expansion, even a one-time initiative, to increase outreach staff for vulnerable neighborhoods? Would that be within your capacity of what you could operationalize?
So Chair, that is exactly what we plan on bringing to committee in February as part of the Downtown Safety Outreach Partnership. At the will of council, we will always accept funding. I was asked to speak about the motion in front of us.
And so if your main objection is too strong a word, but if your main rebuttal to the motion was the scale and scope of it, if there were an amendment to scale down, if there were a willingness from the mover of the motion to scale down to a smaller laundry list of programs, would staff support that? Funded from the tax stabilization reserve.
Chair, in social services, staff will always welcome additional investment into social services. I was asked to speak about the motion in front of us.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just jump in, just because the funding source is now coming over in my shop. So the reason why I don't support this is because Clara has been clear that the work is not complete yet. She's going to come back in February with the work. So today, you know, when I get these requests, when my colleagues come to me for requests, the first thing I kind of do is, okay, is there a business plan? Is there a process here? Like, what have you done to demonstrate that you need this now and you can invest this money wisely, you know, preserving the public funds, if you will. So that's the work that Clara is well in flight of doing, and coming back in February with that report to inform the next steps. So that's the rationale behind I don't support funding something that's not completely done yet, if you understand what I'm trying to get to.
I believe I do. And Cyril, are you referring to what's coming back in February? Are you referring specifically to the Anchor Program report or to everything contained within this motion?
I think I'm referring to whatever Clara's coming back with in terms of what she's going to cover, and then what she can, you know, what the next steps look like from a plan and a business case. And
Clara, if I may clarify, when you say you're coming back in February, are you talking about the items in the first half, i.e. the Anchor Program expansion, or the items in the second half, the Community Hub and Street Outreach Program?
Chair, there will be the items in the second half of that motion.
Thank you.
In February.
And then last question, I suppose, to Cyril. If, when that comes back, and there is a report from staff on the capacity to operationalize expansions, greater investments of that, would, even in February, would there be the option to draw from the tax stabilization reserve for that?
Mr. Mayor, that option, yes, that option is always there at the will of council. If that's the direction, they can do that, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you for, I appreciate having this discussion. I understand the need for social services. I'm a little bit confused as to how one-time funding could ever support the staffing levels. It's a lot of one-time funding. Clara, normally, when you prepare your priorities and you present them when you're doing the budget exercise, how do you determine which priorities get funding in your laundry list of projects? Through your business plan or whatever else, if you could describe that process?
So Chair, through community engagement, we set priorities in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. We bring those priorities to Council. Council approves priorities, and then it's the work within that plan. As we advance the items and initiatives within the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, if there are opportunities to ask for funding within a budget exercise, we bring that to, and we have that discussion with our financial services colleagues, and we put a proposal before Council.
Great. So what sort of items do you have that are on your list that didn't make this budget that are one-time funding opportunities? because staffing for multi-year projects can't be done with one-time funding. So what sort of items can you think of? Like we talked about the police budget this morning, the initial capital purchase of body-worn cameras is a one-time purchase that can be made through the tax stabilization reserve, but ongoing funding cannot be funded through that. So what sort of items do you have that could be specifically pertaining to social services, outreach, the kind of items in this motion?
Respectfully, Chair, we have brought forward our priorities as part of the budget process. They're presented in the draft budget. We would need the time to actually do that assessment, complete the work with Anchor, complete the work on outreach and other projects that are on our list and have been council approved for implementation. And we would come back to council with that request after the work's been completed.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the intent of this discussion. However, like the funding proposed and the business planning principles behind it are not in sync with our process. And I would fully support some sort of deferral to February to discuss this at a later date. I know that there's a want to have a vote today, but I am completely in support of some sort of deferral when we discuss the outreach strategy. And later on this year, the evaluation for Anchor is coming up as well, correct? Where it's going to be presented Q2, Q3 of the year as well. Like those two items are coming back to the table this year, correct?
Chair, on Anchor, we are going to complete the evaluation. It should be ready Q3. And then we intend to have an update to council sometime Q3, Q4 of next year.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully there'll be some kind of deferral of this discussion when we can more appropriately allocate funds that I know that almost everyone around the table wants to see more funds put into our social services. We have a homelessness, mental health, and addiction crisis in the city, and I'm sure there's a way that we can properly allocate additional funding if it were available, but I don't think today's the day to make that decision, but I think it's a conversation that we need to keep having. And, you know, we got this motion in the folder. I think I found it at like 10 o'clock last night. So I think we need to put a lot of, you know, as a body that is responsible for oversight and governance, I think we actually need to have this as a robust discussion on and not just kind of, you know, quid pro quo, like equivalency with another budget. Hopefully there'll be some sort of deferral. Councillor Brockington, I think you mentioned it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize that this particular budget presents $1.6 billion in total operating, as well as $235 million in capital investments. And that includes things like $4 million for social and community housing, $400,000 towards ending youth homelessness by 2030, $700,000 to expand Anchor, and $476,000 to increase food security initiatives. And I'm just scratching the surface in terms of how much money, investment, resources, time and energy have gone into this particular budget. So I recognize that we're having a conversation right now about this budget and looking to next year. And as it's been mentioned, we have some heavy lifting in the year to come on this committee, including at that February meeting where we're going to be discussing some of these key programs and initiatives that will truly shape how we do social service outreach in our community, in our city, and for some of our most vulnerable residents. You know, budget time is a time to talk about money. I don't see any problem with that. What I would say, though, is in hearing from our staff who are saying that there is work left to be done, and knowing that we don't have the social service providers who are our partners on this here at the table to answer about their own capacity, I would be remiss to support Councillor King's motion as much as I would like to, knowing that we might bite off more than we can chew and do an improper job delivering a service that really deserves all the attention, investment, and resources that it requires. So I want to thank staff for their work to get this budget to where it has to be. This is a record amount for social services for our community. We can always do more. We will do more. We'll continue to invest more, but we need to do it in a prudent and thoughtful way. And that is why I will not be supporting Councillor King's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Councillor King's motion, I think there's a lot of merit in it. I think during a lot of the discussions I had, though, with Anchor yesterday, with a couple of staff and board members, I asked, I want to learn more about it. And they said they're not quite prepared yet. I asked, can we do a walk along? I've done it with SOS in the community. I've done those kind of things. And they want to do that. They want to interact with counselors and show them the good work that they're doing. But they even said they're not ready for it. So that's why I'd be concerned if we don't defer this or have this discussion further in time, only because they're the ones telling me they're not ready for it. So I'd hate to say, here's money, try to figure out how to spend it without actually going back and getting the actual data and checking exactly how it operates. I even have some new questions for them myself, and I look forward to meeting with them and seeing, some of the questions I had are, what levels of situation do you deal with? Is it, if it's a gun, are you automatically calling police versus a knife? And it wasn't a straight answer. So I think they do great work, and they're going to reduce the calls. But I want to learn more about it too before we start expanding a program that we're still kind of needling in on. And maybe Clara, you can add some context. Have they heard about this opportunity? I think they're feeling kind of the same as us. They're still kind of learning. Am I not wrong?
Chair, that's correct. We're working actively with our partners. It's in a prototype phase, and so we want to continue to measure and evaluate the prototype where Anchor is concerned. In terms of how they take calls, how they triage calls, the Anchor dispatch system is run through a partnership with 211. 211 staff are trained intake, assessment, and referral specialists, so that is a professional designation.
On that side, yep.
Then they have worked with the Ottawa Police Dispatch Unit to add another level of inquiry to their calls that ask questions about safety, weapons, etc.
Yeah.
They've done an excellent job in screening those calls.
Great.
Out of the 1,800 dispatches, the police, up 1.15 when they're on the ground, have required calling the police while they're in the middle of an intervention. By and large, they respond without police intervention, or they transfer those calls to the police right away at the call when they're doing that assessment. So it's working exceptionally well. And police have transferred to Anchor about 326 calls, which is about 7%. And when we compare that with other municipalities that have established similar programs, that's a very good percentage in the first year.
Yeah, and that's great. And just back to the original question, I think we're trying to run before we walk or overscale by their own thoughts on this too, correct? Like, this isn't just us, this is them. They're still learning themselves how big they want to get. I'm sure they'd want to. All requires resources as well. It's not just simply here's money and now magically all the switches flip on. They're also still learning, and they want to educate us as councillors what they do. Like, that was the conversation I had with them yesterday. They seem very open to that.
Yes, Chair, we would agree. The first year in Anchor is producing, as we all know, exceptional results.
Yeah.
And if we're looking at expansion, there's several steps that we need to undertake with community partners to determine where, how, who, etc., and ensure that it's part of growing the success. And we'll have a better idea next year of a roadmap to move us forward towards a potential to expand.
Yeah, I agree with the assessment by staff. And again, I hope this conversation does continue, though. And I hope, Anchor does have us out, show us more what they do. And I know they want to scale up too, but I think there's still some learning and growing pains that they're still going through at this point. Look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I was quite pleased to second this motion because I believe that a budget is a statement on a city's priorities. And so this motion is exactly that. Although we can, go into the minutia of the motion, certainly, I know that Councillor King would be quite open to flexing what those specific requirements would be based on what staff could find most useful. I think the purpose of the motion today is to say that we are using tax stabilization reserve money for enforcement, and why should we not be considering those same investments on prevention and education? That's all this is. And so I am very happy to support the motion. I think that it's exactly the right message that we want to send to the public. I think that we are going to have this conversation again in the month of February. So that's fabulous. But frankly, I'm not really always concerned, respectfully, with how managers spend the money, in the sense that my role as a director of the board is to set priorities and then ensure that there are outcomes associated with that money. So that is what we're here to do. We're here to be able to invest in those areas that are important to us. And in this sense, I never know how to say that word, but a commensurate investment in both social services as well as enforcement is a reasonable approach, and one that we should be thinking about as we continue to have more best practices from around the world on how to support those that are marginalized and without supports in our community. So thank you to Councillor King for doing this. I think it's really prompted a conversation and kicked the football down the field for the February. So I think you've done a fabulous job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington, did you speak already?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Curry first. Councillor Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so I'm clear, because I have paper copies of various motions, there are 4 therefore clauses in this motion, right? Are we numbering them 1, 2, 3, 4? So number 1, that's just a number somebody, basically put together for how much we were taking out of the reserve allocation for police, 5.4 million. So that's not a number that had a lot of thought behind it for specifically what we're trying to do here. It was just a symbolic, let's match the same amount, right? And so I'm concerned about that, the first one, just because it's just a symbolic number. If we're doing one equal to the other, then we're sending a message, I think. So, but I don't think what we're hearing from our manager, our social services department manager, that she agrees with that. So I wouldn't be supporting that. The second part, the reporting back on the evaluation of outcomes, I think that's fair. We could do that. I think we're hearing that will already be done. So I don't know that needs to be in a motion because it's already going to be done. And then part 3, that the city treasurer provides status of the reserve post 2026 drawdown. But that's to be done in the 2027 budget. So I don't know that this council can direct a 2027 budget, because that will be a newly elected council. So that's problematic for me. And then the fourth part is that if we read it, what words are actually in it, says, be it further resolved that council affirms its commitment to comprehensive evidence-based public safety, ensuring police investments are matched by equivalent investments. So police investments is the entire police budget. That's police investment, is the entire police services budget. I realize that maybe it's referring to 5.4, but it's saying here that we would believe, or we would affirm our commitment that policing investments are matched by equivalent investments in social services, where we just talked about in the police budget that police is much more than this. This is a small, tiny part of the police budget. So I don't support any of it. I don't think referring it is actually the best idea here. I think that what maybe is the best plan is for after we get a report at Social Services Committee in February that, the councillors go back and craft a new motion. That makes sense. So I think we should just vote against this, but really encourage a new motion to come forward sometime in February 2026. That's my thinking. No, I don't want to defer. I don't want to do anything with this motion, because I think this motion needs to be voted against and rewritten at some point in February that would actually apply to what happens and what information that we get in February.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just not supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. Just procedurally, there are four clauses. I would request we vote on the 4 therefore clauses separately. I would argue that clauses 2 and 3 can be voted on today because they're asking staff to deliver more information, evaluation of the program. and there's no money involved here. It's staff, whether it's reporting back in Q3 of 2026 or part of the 2027 budget. I believe those can be done today, and I will be supporting for those two clauses. I'll just say, Mayor, that I'm not going to repeat the arguments made here today, but we're getting pending reports in February and Q3 of 2026 on both the Anchor program and Community Hub program. I would be most comfortable to have that information before me before I make ultimate decisions, even though I do think this is the route we're going in. Notwithstanding, there are some very strong arguments why we need to invest and invest now. But my final question is for the city clerk, if I may, and I just want to make sure that if it's against clause 1 today, that is to put additional monies in the Anchor and or Community Hub programs, that does not restrict us from revisiting this matter in 2026, for example, if we wanted to put money back into Anchor and or Community Hub. So if we vote against today, are we handcuffing ourselves for making a decision next year?
Mr. Mayor, well, I think it would be ill-advised for me to give preemptive procedural advice on a motion that has not yet been drafted. In my view, this motion isn't proposed as an amendment to the 2026 budget. And so if it is voted down, what would be defeated is adding anything to the 2026 budget in the context of this process. How and when a future motion on Anchor could come forward would depend on the nature of that motion and the context in which it comes forward.
But is there a way that a potential future hypothetical motion would be worded that would be ruled out of order because of a decision we're about to make now?
Or to put it another way, perhaps, is there a way to bring forward a motion in 2026 after reports come back to committee to move ahead with spending in these areas, even though the motion was defeated today? I think that's what you're trying to ask.
And given the city treasurer is nodding his head at me, I believe there would be a way for such a motion to proceed. It would depend on what that motion says, but yes.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Councillor Carr?
Hi, I just have a question. With respect to Councillor Curry broke it down clause by clause. The last clause being, and be it further resolved that Council affirm its commitment to comprehensive evidence-based public safety, ensuring policing investments are matched by equivalent investments in social services that promote prevention, mental health, housing stability, equity, and safe, thriving communities. What is the size of the police budget, and what is the size of the social services budget?
Mr. Mayor, the police budget is around 400 million, just a little bit more than that, and then the CSSD budget is 1.6 billion. So the CSSD budget is about 4 times the size of the Ottawa Police Services budget.
The CSSD budget, does that include Parks and Recreation as well?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have the split between the two?
Not off the top of my head, but the lion's share would be social services budget.
So lion's share would be, would it be over 400 million?
100%, yes. It's over $1 billion.
Okay. So so clause number 4, would we say that there is currently a match by an equivalent investment between policing and social services? Is that a fair statement? Like, are we already meeting clause 4?
Mr. Mayor, I think that will be the intent. Yes. Yeah.
So we're already doing clause 4?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. And I'd like to thank my other colleagues for moving their motions on both the play-free program as well as the waiting pool hours items. I will be supporting that. And I also want to thank my colleague, Councillor Johnson, for seconding this important investment motion. Today, I'm really asking Council to embrace a principle that should guide all of our public safety decisions. True community safety requires balance and proportionality. And I think to speak to the overall social services budget, we know that that is a $1 billion budget plus, but most of that, as we know, is flow through. A tremendous amount is flow through in terms of supports, direct supports to people in our community. What I am looking at is a draft budget that proposes $5.4 million from our tax stabilization reserve for Ottawa's police services initiatives. So I apologize for not being specific about the focus around the equality in terms of the investments. But the police service is evolving. And so I think it's fair to say that investments in those areas are going to be focused on district policing. We're hearing in our communities that there's a need for reinvestment in community policing and equity and diversity initiatives. So despite the fact that I voted against that budget, I would acknowledge, and I have acknowledged with the police service, that we are moving in the right direction. It will take time, and I need to see more changes in that file. But I think that there is movement to build more trust and accountability to the community. But colleagues, policing alone, as we know, cannot solve all of our safety challenges. We need to invest in alternative public safety programs. And this motion just asks a simple question. If we're investing $5.4 million in responsive policing, shouldn't we be investing equally in preventing the crises that require police response in the first place? And let's share what we know works. The Anchor program has responded to over 1,300 calls. That's 1,300 mental health crises, addiction emergencies, and community conflicts where someone in crisis received culturally informed, trauma-aware support. Anchor teams with their mental health professionals and community workers are delivering exactly what our community safety and well-being plan promised. The right response by the right people at the right time. But Anchor remains a pilot program. And the idea behind this motion was to see us transform Anchor from an expanding pilot into a full permanent program immediately. The motion proposes matching our police reserve allocation dollar by dollar. This city investment will transform Anchor from a pilot into a permanent program immediately, demonstrating our commitment to comprehensive public safety. I know Councillor Troster sees all of the challenges in her ward. I know that Councillor Plante sees these challenges in her ward, and we're seeing this challenge metastasize, frankly. And I think it is important that we actually really invest in these programs to ensure that we can enhance public safety. Let me be clear about our reserve health. The tax stabilization reserve stands at $138.8 million as of December 31st. We have the capacity to make this investment without compromising our fiscal stability. And here's a question worth asking. If we can take over $5 million of police services out of the reserves and put it in a budget that we don't have line-by-line control over, despite the fact that we're asking many questions over the last 2 hours, line by line, over that police budget, why not do the same for social services that focus on the root causes of crime and social disorder? So this is the reason why I was proposing investments into Anchor, investments into our community hubs and street outreach. Colleagues, this isn't about choosing between police or social services, and I think that there's unanimity from what I'm hearing around the table on that. This is about recognizing that both are essential to public safety. A balanced approach to public safety requires balanced investments, and that's what I was seeking here. I was seeking council's support to be bold and to say that we are willing to make this investment now. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. I just want to clarify a couple things before, and just make a comment or two before we move to voting. The $5.4 million that we're taking from reserves and putting into the police budget is to pay for one-time items, not operational items that add to the base budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And in this case, some or all of the expenses that are being proposed would be adding to base operating costs, would they not? In this motion?
That would be my understanding, yes.
Right. And in principle, we're not supposed to use reserves to pay for operating costs. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, for permanent operating costs, that is correct.
Yeah. And just to be clear, Clara, the kinds of things that we're talking about in terms of coming back with more information and evaluation and all of that's going to happen in 2026 anyway, right?
Correct, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. And I think we heard as well that it, if this motion were not to pass, it does not preclude us making decisions at that future time when these reports come back on further investments in these areas. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, we have $700,000 in the budget to expand Anchor. I heard somebody speak earlier about that's just expanding the existing footprint of the current pilot project, but that's not the case, correct? The $700,000 that is in the budget is to start a new Anchor program in another neighborhood of the city, not to expand the current one, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so we would be, if we approve this budget, expanding it to a new area of the city, not just extending the boundaries of the current one. So I really appreciate where this motion is coming from. I certainly respect the intent behind it. I'm not supportive of the motion because I think we have an opportunity to make this decision at the right time when the reports come back to committee and to council. We can still make the kinds of commitments that are being proposed here. If, in voting against this motion, I'm not voting against the principles behind it or the objectives. I think we all want to see Anchor grow. I think we all want to see more investment in these areas, but I want to do it at the right time when we get a report back, and I don't want to use, be using reserves in this way. And I think it is a bit of I understand Councillor King, what you're saying in terms of the equivalency, but it's kind of an arbitrary number that we just ended up with 5.4 million coming out of reserves to pay for some policing one-time expenses. It's not, that doesn't represent the whole investment we're making in policing. It's just an amount that happens to be covered by reserves to make the math work on the police budget and based on the surpluses they had run in the past. So by not doing this, it doesn't mean we're not treating with equal seriousness the kinds of things we're talking about here. I think it's just a matter of saying we'll do it at the right time when we have all the information we need and when staff are ready. So for that reason, I won't be supporting the motion. But let's vote. First on Councillor Skalski's motion. Is that carried? Councillor Brockington's motion on the waiting pools. Is that carried? Okay, and then recorded vote on Councillor King's motion. I mean, we could vote on it in its entirety, or we could break it up, but I don't, I think the parts we would vote on separately are really just informational things. Anyway, do you want it separated?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. So we are, I guess, voting first on the first, therefore, be it resolved, which is the financial component.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Kerr.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes, to all.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
9 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, and then I guess we can vote on do you want to vote on each of them individually or vote on all three of them together? I think we can vote on all three of them together, probably. Okay, so recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes, but dissent on part 4.
Councillor Skalsky.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
17 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, so that part is carried. And then we are going to vote now on the Community Services Committee portion of the budget. We're going to vote first on A and B so that Councillor Hill can step away. So on A and B of the Community Services budget, is that carried? And then with Councillor Hill returning to the table if you choose to. On the remainder of the Community Services budget, is that carried? Okay. Moving on to Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee. Would anyone like to speak to that? Is it carried? Okay. Planning and Housing Committee. Is that carried? All right, Transit. We have some motions. Let's start with the motion from Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Gower. It's called replacement motion for TTC 2025-2022-2, whereas the draft budget 2026 contains historic investments in transit funded in part through a 2.5 fare increase and an 8% tax levy increase while maintaining a fare freeze for Equipass for low-income residents and the Community Pass for Ontario Disability Support Program recipients. And whereas Ottawa's transit riders would benefit from additional discounts in certain fare categories, and whereas staff have completed a wholesome review of the current fuel hedging program, and whereas staff are recommending a downward revision to the draft 2026 operating capital diesel budget price from $1.16 a liter to $1.10 per liter, therefore be it resolved that fares for riders age 18 and under shall be free on Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays, effective July 1st, 2026. B, that staff be directed to explore the technical feasibility to implement free fares after 5 p.m. to riders ages 18 and under, effective July 1st, 2026. C, that the user fee table be amended to provide that seniors age 65 plus using paratranspo be provided a credit each month of 4 standard urban fares in 2026, $3.28, for up to 4 urban trips at no charge, for trips to or from the rural area at a reduced cost in 2026, $7.72. The credits would expire at the end of each month and would not carry over into subsequent months. D, transfer times for weekdays between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. shall be extended to 105 minutes. This measure would be temporary until the launch of LRT Stage 2 West to Algonquin Station and Moody Station, expected in 2027. Be it further resolved that staff introduce these changes on July 1, 2026, or as early as practical in 2026, with the understanding that they require technical change that do not make January 1st launch feasible. And be it further resolved that the offsetting cost of this measure, estimated at $510,000 on an annualized basis, be funded from the projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program, and that it be further resolved that $215,000 be allocated to the Transit Operating Reserve in 2026 from the city's fuel hedging program to be used for the residual annualization-based funding required for the 2027 transit operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. There's also a motion from Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll read it once it's up.
Are you waiting for it to be on the screen?
Yeah, I'll just wait till it comes on screen and then I'll.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Whereas draft budget 2026 contains new investments in transit while maintaining a fare freeze for Equipass and the Community Pass, and whereas offering additional benefits to Ottawa's youth transit riders 18 and under would incentivize their more regular and frequent use of transit, create a safer environment, assist in getting home from after-school jobs, complement the existing post-secondary U-Pass, and makes them more likely to become lifelong users of transit, and whereas staff have completed a wholesome review of youth pass options as a result of the Councillor Menard motion and the Councillor Dudas direction from 2024 and 2025, as well as reviewed the current fuel hedging program. And whereas staff are recommending a downward revision to the draft 2026 operating and capital diesel budget price from 116 to 110 per litre, therefore be resolved that in addition to establishing a youth fare product for riders 18 and under to travel for free on Saturdays, Sundays, evenings after 5 and public holidays, that fares for riders age 18 and under also be free in the months of August and July. Be it further resolved that the offsetting cost of this measure, estimated at $340,000 on an annualized basis, be funded from the projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program. Thank you, Mayor. I can speak to it after if you'd like.
Sure. Okay, Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for seconding this as well. Whereas draft budget 2026 contains historic investments in transit, supporting the launch of the LRT East extension and the electrification of the bus fleet, and whereas Ottawa's transit riders would benefit from a notable increase in service to accompany this level of investment, and whereas staff have completed a wholesome review of the current fuel hedging program, and whereas staff are recommending a downward revision to the draft 2026 operating and capital diesel budget price from $1.16 per litre to $1.10 per litre. Therefore, be it resolved that Line 1 frequency be increased to approximately 6-minute service on weekdays from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., and be it further resolved that Line 1 frequency be increased to approximately 7.5-minute service on weekday evenings between 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m., and be it further resolved that with the understanding that these changes require staffing and scheduling considerations, it is anticipated that these changes can be made during OC Transpo's April service change. And be it further resolved that the offsetting costs of these measures, estimated at $620,000, be funded from the projected savings from the city's fuel hedging program. And be it further resolved that $320,000 be allocated to the transit operating reserve in 2026 from the city's fuel hedging program to be used for the residual annualization base funding required for the 2027 transit operating budget.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. This is about reinstating Saturday service on Route 92, whereas OC Transpo Bus Route 92 serves select sections of Riverwoods Hunt Club and Riverside Park neighborhoods with additional service during rush hour into Alta Vista. Whereas citywide changes to bus routes in April 2025 eliminated OC Transpo bus routes 190 and 290 in Riverside Park and significantly reduced capacity on bus route 92 on weekdays and eliminated service altogether on Saturdays. Whereas there are now sections of Eastern Hunt Club and Eastern Riverside Park without any OC Transpo bus service on Saturdays. Whereas families with children who do not own a vehicle have no public transit options within reasonable walking distance and whose activities are now curtailed due to the elimination of Saturday service. Whereas the presidents of both the Hunt Club Community Association and Riverside Park endorse this motion, therefore be it resolved that OC Transpo reinstate Saturday service on bus route 92 hourly between Greenboro and Walkley stations via Hunt Club, Plant, McCarthy, and Walkley, and that the annual cost for this service, estimated at $146,000, be funded from the Transit Operation Reserve account for 2026. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Leeper, I believe you have a referral motion related to Councillor Brockington's motion.
I do. Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Brockington and I had a good conversation this morning, and he realizes that this opens the door to a bunch of potential changes to routes. So I have a referral motion, whereas the Brockington King motion reinstating Saturday service would direct that OC Transpo reinstate Saturday service on bus route 92 hourly between Greenboro and Walkley stations via Hunt Club, Plant, McCarthy, and Walkley, and that the annual cost for this service, $146,000,
$746K would be funded from the Transit Operation Reserve account for 2026. And whereas Route 92 was one among dozens affected by the changes stemming from the New Ways to Bus initiative, with implications for thousands of Ottawa residents who have communicated the impacts that has had on their service. And whereas Route 92 among many is unprioritized, with unknown capacity within the system to determine the importance of that route versus others. Therefore, be it resolved that the Brockington King motion be referred to a future meeting of the Transit Committee no later than the end of Q2 2026 to be accompanied by analysis by staff of the capacity within the system to restore routes and a methodology for prioritizing routes to use that capacity.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So just to be clear procedurally, now that there's a referral motion, we're only discussing the referral motion. So I know other people have their hands up probably to talk about the other motions and about the transit budget, but does anybody want to speak about the referral motion? Or if we're ready, we could just carry the referral motion. Is it carried? Okay. Now we can move on to conversation, debate, questions about the Transit Committee budget and the motions that are before us. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mayor. My focus throughout the Transit Budget Review has been on whether the proposed investments will actually deliver reliable, predictable, and functional service for residents. Stage 2 LRT to Trim is scheduled to open in 2026 now, Councillor Tierney? 2026? All right. And it has the potential to be a major benefit to our community, but only if the supporting bus network actually connects people to it. Residents living outside the primary transit corridor, including deeper in residential areas of Orleans, need timely, dependable feeder routes that make the LRT a practical, everyday option. Unfortunately, the city's New Ways to Bus program has resulted in significant service and route cuts that run counter to the needs of a rapidly growing East End. And this budget does not include the improvements required to address those issues. These reductions are simply not acceptable for a community that already depends heavily on transit and is preparing for a major LRT expansion. A growing suburb with one of the highest modal splits in the city cannot be served by a shrinking service. It undermines the confidence in the system and discourages ridership where we need to be encouraging it. I want to be clear that I'm not calling for an increase to the transit levy, but I am calling very directly for stronger and more reliable service, because without that, transit will not be a viable option for many residents. I talk to operators all the time. There's a lot of waste and inefficiency that we could be tackling at OC Transpo. So you don't need to raise fares, and you don't need to raise the levy. You need to get back to basics and do better. Reliable transit is not optional. It directly affects quality of life, commute times, and congestion on the limited routes in and out of our community. Orleans continues to show strong ridership and strong potential, and we need to support that strength with a system that residents can actually count on. OC Transpo has a lot of work ahead to win back the trust of riders, and that starts with delivering consistent, dependable service. I'm pleased to support the motion today that introduces various customer improvements for seniors and youth. However, I'm not able to support the remainder of the transit budget today because it does not address the service gaps created by New Ways to Bus, and it does not provide the level of reliability.
Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for this budget. I'm going to start by just addressing the motions first, and I got on early on the list because I also want to talk about reliability, which I'm sure many of my colleagues do. I want to express my support for the advancements on youth fares. I think that that's an amazing step forward and will have great impact on so many families and youth. It will give them independence, allow them to access jobs, and create lifelong riders. So I think that's a great step in the right direction. I'm also happy to see investments in LRT1 and paratransit fares for seniors. While I'm not happy to see fare increases, I am glad that they're at the very bottom end of the budget directions that was proposed earliest this year. Some positive comments. Line 2 and Line 4 opened up in Gloucester Southgate Ward, and it has been fantastic service. It has been incredibly reliable, and the community is so happy to have their O train service back. So thank you for that. Now on to reliability, and I know, Mr. Charter, we've talked about this just recently as well, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this for my community, but the 98 in particular has been horrible. New Ways to Bus was a service cut in the community. And I was very transparent about that when it was happening. But the silver lining of New Ways to Bus was supposed to be that reliability was going to increase. And that's how I sold that. The 98th on-time performance in the morning and in, peak morning and peak afternoon ranges between 75 and 81%. It's a lot of riders left behind. And by the time the bus comes, it's full and people can't get on it. And with New Ways to Bus, it's the only bus that goes directly to Herdman now. So it's a huge problem. I'm not saying that we need more investment right this second, but what I want to know, if we were to give you more money today, would you be able to improve reliability? Because that's what my community wants to know. They're prepared to make the investment if that investment would actually make a difference in reliability. So if we were to give you a larger investment today, Mr. Charter, would you be able to improve reliability?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to the financial aspect of things, it can address certain aspects, but not all of them, right? And we've talked to the transit committee that we've got a detailed plan and how we're going to improve the reliability in the bus network. And please, I want to reiterate that's our collective focus. Is we know that we need to improve the reliability, the punctuality, and the bus service. But additional funds right now won't fix our immediate problems. Our biggest challenge right now is our bus fleet is aging. They're beyond end of life, but the good news is we've got the ZEB buses are starting to come in now. We're going to have about approximately 50 in service by the end of the year, and then we're going to be replacing over half our fleet over the next 2 years, having 350 of these zero electric emission buses, which will improve the reliability. Council also approved the purchase of 50 diesel articulated buses will be coming into service later next year, and then we'll have them all in service by mid 2027. So you've made the decisions, you've taken the strategic actions to support us in providing the bus service that will improve the reliability of the bus service. But yeah, more money. Like at this point, we would need more buses. If we want to increase the reliability, if we want to increase the service frequency, we would need more buses. They're coming. And we know that next year we'll need to initiate a next cycle of procurement, and then that will be, that will deal with the second half of the fleet of buses that we have.
So when I'm responding to my residents, as I'm sure many of my colleagues are, when can I tell them that they can confidently expect to see an improvement in reliability?
I'd love to say that you'll immediately see that improvement, but at this time, I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic in that I think by summertime we'll have a good portion of the electric bus fleet in service, and we should start to see improvements at that time. That, in combination with some of the other transit priority measures that we're working with our various colleagues on, I think that will have a positive impact.
Okay, that's not soon enough, but it is good to hear that there's a plan in place. On the other end, with New Ways to Bus, we did see some routes that were cut or adjusted quite heavily that aren't meeting the riders' needs in my community. Is there any flexibility in this budget if we were to have a conversation about a particular route to say, hey, it used to go, into this neighborhood slightly, could we reinstate that? Do you have any flexibility in your budget to make tweaks to the New Ways to Bus now that we've had, the better part of a year of these new routes?
Mr. Mayor, as part of our quarterly service changes, we do make adjustments to routes. Sometimes it's shifting the start time. Sometimes it's minor changes into the travel pattern. If there is opportunities for some capacity reallocation, we'd look at that as well. So there are limited opportunities to do that. But there are, and we do try to leverage our quarterly service changes to do those types of changes.
Okay, great. I think that's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think a youth pass is a huge win for this city, and it's been a long time coming. I think, in fact, given its relatively low cost to benefit ratio and how many riders it's projected to add for how cheap it is, my view is it's the biggest win and long-term policy change for this budget into the future. It's the reason I'll be voting for this budget. I do want to thank the Mayor for seconding this, as well as Councillor Dudas's push on this and Councillor Gower's collaboration, as well as my colleagues on Transit Commission. The Youth Pass will provide greater freedom to youth as they go to after-school jobs. It will provide greater safety for youth as they will be able to hop on a bus late at night or in extremely cold weather. This is a big win for affordability for families. This could cut family transit costs by half or more. Perhaps most importantly, we're building a culture of transit ridership with this move. Our city continues to grow. We're over 1 million people. We will need public transit to move residents around. It's plain to see out there the congestion that we see. One of the only things that's going to solve that in our city is public transit. This matches what Gatineau has already done and several other cities across the country, and it complements the existing UPass program, which I remember sitting in this council chamber advocating for nearly 15 years ago. And we had to fight really hard for that. I remember meeting with Pat Scrimger at the time and show how beneficial it would be for Ottawa. And similarly, this youth pass will do the same. I think about my own personal story. I grew up in Ottawa, how helpful this would have been for my mom. She raised me on very low income. She was sick a lot, and this would have made a huge difference in our life. So, getting home after a job at Bayshore, many kids are in much worse positions than I was growing up, and this is going to help their lives. So thank you for doing this. We need to do more for our youth, and transit is obviously a much more efficient use of space, and having a healthy and well-used transit system will make the city more sustainable and prosperous. I can't wait for this to roll out on July 1st when transit is also free for all the residents of our city on Canada Day. So thank you very much, Mayor, and can't wait for this to get going.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Thanks for working together on this. Councillor Lowe.
Hi, thanks. I'm noticing that I think there were 3 motions that speak to using the price of diesel as a funding source. Understanding that we have year-to-year contracts, but prices still can fluctuate. Would this tie our hands in the future if, let's say, in 2027 that price of diesel goes back up? Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes. So, as I previously mentioned, there's $2 million in the transit budget on fuel. Then there was $600K in the tax-supported services. What it does is every year we come forward with fuel pressures. The last 2 years we've actually yielded savings. One of the big things on savings this year was a reduction in the carbon tax. But in years where prices go up and our contracts go up, there are pressures. We typically have that year over year, so it depends on the year. So it doesn't tie our hands in terms of this funding source today is a base funding source. There will be a fuel pressure in 2027 if fuel goes back up, but that's normal. That's the normal practice.
Mm-hmm. So that means there's potential that if the fuel prices were to go up to a point where it starts putting pressure on these things that we might approve today, such as increased frequency in the LRT and a youth pass, these things might come up for consideration. These things might have to come up in consideration again.
Mr. Mayor, no. Okay. So the fuel, it's one element that we budget for. The other components that we're using the savings for today, that's base. So now that's base. So now the headway is base, the youth passes, that's base. Fuel pressures will still be brought forward as fuel pressures. If fuel does go up, there will be a fuel pressure, but it doesn't mean now there's another pressure on the youth pass or on the other headway component.
Okay, understood. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. 8% levy increase is a lot for taxpayers when we talk about an affordability crisis. It's not small change, and we have to be mindful that any levy increase above the rate of inflation will have residents pushing back. A 2.5% fare increase. This is more or less aligned with the long-term plan before COVID hit, more reasonable, but still fares are over $4. And that's a lot for a one-way trip for our folks to afford. Colleagues remember last year I asked the city manager in this forum if on-time bus performance and reliability was a priority, and the city manager confirmed it is. And I did that deliberately because I want to make sure senior management agrees that on-time bus performance is a top priority for the Transit Commission in this city. And the metrics over the last year that we receive at Transit Commission or Transit Committee indicate that we continue to have a challenge just making progress. They're more or less flat. Yes, month to month, there's some changes, but when we're heading towards 85% on-time performance, the most recent data that we received at committee indicates we really have not made progress within the year, and that's a concern for me. That's a concern for me, and it's a concern to the people who continue to take transit and call our offices about how they're being impacted, how they're being late for school, how they're being late for work, their appointments, how they get to Herdman Station and the bus leaves without them because there's no capacity left. The 98, as Councillor Bradley mentioned, people being left behind at Walkley Station. And these aren't one-off examples. It's people sending videos, pictures, and testimonials of their experience on the bus because we simply do not have capacity left. So I agree, we can't add capacity right now at rush hour. There are no available buses left. We have to wait till we get the new buses in place. So it's very difficult when the previous general manager said, when we hire more operators, the bus performance will do better, because that didn't happen. When we hired more mechanics, the same line, that didn't happen. When we reopened the Trillium line in January of 2025 and we have some parallel bus service put back into the overall fleet, your on-time performance will get better. That never happened. When the new ways to bus was implemented and again, more buses put into the fleet, we have not seen that in the statistics. So our former GM kept saying, when this happens, when that happens, when these changes are made, we'll see improvements. We communicate that out back to the public, and we continue to struggle significantly to make those improvements. A motion was passed by the Transit Commission, and we had Mr. Scrimger write a report. How are you going to get to your 85% benchmarks? What is the roadmap that that OC Transit was going to take to get there? Certainly blamed a lot of external factors, but we need, as a Transit Commission and Council, to better understand what challenges are in place, what do we have the power to make improvements on, that we can allocate resources to address, what are external factors, traffic gridlock, construction, weather, those types of things. And we need timelines. We have a benchmark established, 85%. Why are there no timelines associated with those benchmarks? To Councillor Bradley's question, when will we see improvements? Month after month after month, we don't see progress. Our job as a governing body, particularly at the Transit Committee, is to have that oversight and ask staff, what do you need to get there? Is it resources? Like, tell us exactly what you need to achieve those targets. And that's why it's been very difficult. Literally for the last 10 years that I've been coming to Transit Commission meetings, and we've put people through some very significant periods of unreliable bus service during the construction of Confederation Line, significant detours, buses were impacted. When LRT opened up, and we had a number of our fleet that were put out of service because we coordinated their disposal at the same time the LRT line was opening up, and then we had insufficient number of buses to provide parallel service when the line was down, and then insufficient fleet numbers now, and dealing with all of the challenges that our riders are experiencing. So we've just received a memo that talks about investments in this year's budget with respect to on-time performance. I see my time is running out, and I have many more questions for staff on round two. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to thank Glenn for his strong leadership on transit. He's certainly taken a lot of heat over many years. And just if anyone that's keeping notes, by the way, Finch launched their line and they're already complaining that it's too slow and they're having problems. And we saw the REM. They literally had to shut it down for like a year and fix it. But we've been cool and steady. And while it's not perfect, I think we've seen mass improvements, and I want to thank Glenn for his leadership on that. You've had to take a lot of heat, and I've been a bit of that heat, so I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. The motion about reducing the times, and again, this goes to staff. Thank you. I think Councillor Devine and I both know we were quite excited. We were so close last time in reducing that. Now, I think now with this reduced times, it's going to encourage people, especially that don't have to get on a bus, that actually get on at the station to start using the train a lot more. So I'm quite excited about that. To Councillor Menard, great work, collaborative work. You've wanted this for a long time, and by working together collectively, it's actually happening. So I got weepy listening to you give your speech, and that's hard for me, but terrific. Good story. I guess the one thing that is our biggest Achilles heel still is buses. And I know you're working very hard on that. And that is really what's going to make the big difference. So I know when I press all the time, and I want to thank Troy, I want to thank the entire group at OC Transpo. I'm always pressing just because we're excited in the East End. We want to see this roll. And after lots of pressing, we hear now it's first quarter. I'm not going to ask you now. It's budget day today, but certainly we're excited. I'm hoping April 1st, the only things I'm tweeting out are April 1st jokes like we're closing pickleball courts and taking away bird feeders. And it won't be a joke when I tweet out that the East End extension's up and running. We all want to see that. We want to see success for OC Transpo. And finally, I can see we're making it around the bend at this point. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this in its entirety.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was happy to hear that the Equipass and Community Pass, again, no increases. I've been asking for that for the last 6-7 years, it's come through, and appreciate that. I do have some questions about the number of passes we are selling, and I just wanted to know if we've seen any increases this year, and if staff can share the average number of monthly passes in both these categories.
Mr. Chair, if you just give me a second, I got some notes here on that. So we are seeing, with regards to the Equipass, for the past couple months, we've seen a considerable increase in the number of monthly passes sold. So for the past couple months, we've seen, we're averaging about 7,100 passes per month sold, and that's up previously from 4,800. Now, we think that's to do with some timing with some provincial and social services programs because it's starting to level off, but we were seeing significant increase over the past couple months. The Community Pass, in that degree, a little different. I'd say it's close to the same. Previous, if you look at comparing to the same time last year, we were averaging about 3,500 passes per month. We're a little bit lower right now for the past couple months at 3,300.
Does that compare with other categories of passes? I'm feeling like we're not really capturing all those that could use it. Mostly because of the forms that they need to fill out, and so it's an extra complication. And I'm wondering if we can work towards improving that.
Yeah, we're overall we're seeing an increase in terms of the number of discounted passes sold system-wide. So it's sort of, the Equipass is sort of in line with that, but we really need to see what's going to happen over the next couple months as we think it'll start to level out the increase. But in terms of, promotional opportunities, we'll continue to use all our social media channels and levers to promote the Equipass and the Community Pass for people who may need it.
I was going to suggest, and this is more of community services, for the tax clinics that we operate, that we encourage applications for these passes, because I don't think everyone is taking advantage of these passes. Perhaps working with OCH communities in particular, is that something that can be worked on?
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's something we can. We work very well with our community social services partners. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm still hearing about concerns about reliability. It's an ongoing issue. Just about every route in my community I've been receiving correspondence on, and it's discouraging. The New Ways to Bus canceled some routes in particular, and I know they were low usage, but still there were people that used them. So it's an ongoing issue. So I guess my still bothered by an increase in fares at this time when reliability is still a concern. We are on the cusp of seeing huge improvements. I look forward to seeing the East End get their line, LRT, and of course I can't wait for ours, but that's not going to happen till later. But I hope to see those improvements. I think we should hold off on increasing fares until the services do improve. I think that's my ongoing concern on it. But again, I appreciate many of the improvements, including the Youth Pass. I think that'll be a huge help, especially for low-income communities where youth would find that a struggle, and I think that'll help a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Desroches.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. Je vais commencer aussi à dire merci.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also thank our chair of the committee, Councillor Gower. He has done quite a bit of work. He has worked with all councillors before the committee's meeting in order to get a consensus and to solve any issues that were identified or any of the priorities that were listed.
Reflected in the motion that I moved, seconded by Councillor Gower. That motion represents the work that he did to, again, to consult with members and try and find some consensus on priorities. So I want to commend him for that. A couple questions and some comments to Mr. Charter on advertising. I think we can do more there. We've committed to doing more. Line 2 is quite naked without any advertising at the present time. And there's great opportunity there. The stations have opportunity. That revenue will help us do a better job, I think, to serve the system and deal with the financial pressures. So can you give us an update on when we can see that advertising revenue come to fruition?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. No, 100% agree. I think there are opportunities there, and we're working on that. So I'll start off by saying, we're working with our colleagues to put out a new RFP earlier next year that will renew our revenue streams from advertising from the. Well, right now we're dealing with 2 vendors, and in the budget that you see here, there's a slight increase in terms of our advertising revenue, but it's right now it's at about 4.5 million on an annual basis, with a slight increase going into that's been embedded into this budget. A focus on our advertising in the RFP that we're working on is definitely on the rail lines. We want to get those advertising into the trains and more on the stations. But where we're also seeing a real opportunity is the growth of digital advertising. A lot of positives that we've seen with regards to the bus shelters, but we've also piloted a digital screen at Rideau Station, and it gives us a lot more flexibility in terms of, you could literally sell the advertising by minutes and fill it up through the entire day. So that's going to be a real big focus for us next year, is the digital advertising. But overall, we've got a 5-year plan, a non-fare revenue strategy, a 5-year plan that is, over the next couple of years, we intend to increase our revenues by, I think it was 3 to 4 million over the next couple of years. Digital advertising, but it's also looking at things like more retail opportunities, vending machines, sponsorships, those types of things. So it's a holistic view. But I absolutely agree with you. There's opportunities with the advertising, and that's something that we're actively working on for a new RFP for next year.
Okay, good. Let's get going on that for sure. It's important, and let's not overthink it. I think it's an opportunity missed if we don't get it in as quickly as possible. Line 2, I'm going to support the motion to improve the line 1 times and the headway times. And the question I get sometimes from residents of Riverside South of Finley Creek is line 2. What's the potential to improve the times there? The investments we're making today on line 1 is going to float all boats. So obviously the line 2 people connect there, and they would prefer, I think, a rapid connection. But I know there's some limitations, structural limitations, that impact the ability to improve the times for the line 2. So could you just answer that question? Why can't we do better on line 2?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the 2 lines to start with, line 1, it's double track the entire length of the way, and that's the primary difference between line 1 and line 2. Line 2 and 4, you've got a combination of single track and double tracking sections. So there's areas where the trains can pass without, because there's 2 tracks, but then there's areas where trains in opposite directions are sharing a track, and you have to time where those trains meet. There's a long-term opportunities to look at improving the frequency of line 2, but that is long-term when we get to a capacity point. But the it's going to be about the infrastructure changes that need to happen in terms of, some of the bridges and overpasses there. Dow's Lake Tunnel, for example, is a single lane, single track. The Via Rail flyover and some of the underpasses, I think near Walkley Station, around those areas. You'd all need to look at those. We would need additional passing tracks because I don't think we would be able to double track the entire way. You'd need additional passing tracks, and then you'd need additional vehicles as well too to make that all happen. So it's a considerable investment. If you were able to double track the entire way, and money was unlimited, you probably could get to that 5-6 minute mark. But given the physical constraints and the amount of investment that would need to take, you're looking at maybe 10-minute frequencies might be more achievable in the longer term, though.
Thank you for the answer. I can't help reflect on the original North-South LRT. We solved a lot of those problems, right? We would have had the double tracking, and there would have been a much better times there. And it's just tragic that we walked away from that, and so-called transit advocates sunk that. But it is what it is. We're here today, and I'm going to still be following up with you to see if we can't still get some minutes in there to improve, potentially not involve the entire infrastructure investments that you're talking about, and we'll continue that conversation. Next question is to the Treasurer, and I raised it at committee because when we get into transit debates, and this is my 12th budget, we often hear about a freeze, and that we should do a freeze, and of course, I think many of us would all welcome that, and certainly the customers would as well. But there's some consequences, some long-term consequences of having a freeze. And over a year ago, you gave us kind of the state of the union for transit, looking forward in terms of the monies that we're going to need for expansion of the system, where we're going to have the most improvement in terms of reliability and service. And I think you pointed out something to the effect of, for every 2.5% freeze that we don't follow through on our long-range financial plan commitment of 2.5, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of impact. So I'm wondering if you could just comment on that, because I think, again, we get very focused on here and now, and we lose sight of, hey, you don't increase these compounded over time. We really are not in a good place for some of the expansion plans that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so correct. There's been a couple of years where we did have a fare freeze, and those fare freezes in a given year compound to several hundred millions over a 30-year plan. From a long-range financial plan, we do have a 30-year plan for transit. Most of our others are in the 10-year time frame, but this is important for a 30-year given the construction of the stage 1, stage 2, et cetera. So whenever we do a fare freeze, it doesn't only impact today, it's a massive impact because of compounding over the life of our long-range financial plan.
Yeah, and I don't think we should lose sight of that. And if you believe in expanding our system, if you believe in bringing transit further out into the suburban communities or what have you, we're going to need that money. And let's not lose sight of that. As I said at committee, I'm going to support the budget, including the changes today, Mr. Mayor. We've invested in a $7 billion LRT system. We've invested $1 billion in electric buses. We've invested in new paratransport buses. We're hiring new special constables with the assistance of the province, and we've got a good collective agreement, a great collective agreement this budget, thanks to the negotiation team. And it's important that we pay our operators and our mechanics fairly. They have a very difficult jobs, and I'm not going to say that I support them in the union halls and then say something different here at City Council. I think the two go in hand. That when you support this budget, you're supporting the increase that we had for our team, so that they can deliver good service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the Canada North residents, if they were watching me at this committee meeting, they might imagine that I would vote against this transit budget and the motions, and maybe laugh at some of the motions that are forward thinking. That's not what we want. We simply want to not spend 4 hours a day on the bus going back and forth to our jobs. It's a challenging situation in Canada North, but it doesn't make any sense to not support this budget for transit. I mean, this is where we are going. This is what we need to do. And as we heard, money doesn't solve the problem that we have right now. We have a challenge getting interns to the tech park because there is no bus. We've got tech park companies willing to pay for it, charter buses, and there's no bus. That's the problem. It's not that it's money, it's the number of buses that we have. So you absolutely want to support this budget for transit so that we can keep moving forward and eventually things will get better. That is sort of the theme of what I tell residents in Canada North. You know, there's sort of a hurry up and wait, but there's a lot of good news to come. When the East Extension opens, that will free up some buses. That will help. When we get Moody Drive Station opened, that will help. We'll have a direct route right to Tunney's, right at Moody Station. On-demand busing, the pilots that we're going to see rolled out when we again get more buses, that'll change the game. So there's a lot of good news to come, and I really want to thank Councillor Gower and Councillor DeRoche for working with all the rest of the councillors here to get this motion in front of us that make a few things better for people, including transfer time. That's one of the things that I've heard a lot of complaints about from Canada North. But I also really want to thank Troy and Pat Scrimger for the many hours of emails they've read from Canada residents and the discussions we've had and the upcoming conversation we're going to have with Canada North residents, including some of the companies in the tech park, to see what we can do in the meantime. But, you know, supporting this budget is what we need to get moving forward. And I think there's a lot that's good to come. It's just going to take a little bit of time. But I really appreciate everyone's work on this. But, you know, the number one person to thank here is Mayor Sutcliffe for working with the Premier. The upload of the LRT and for Canada particularly, the 80 million towards the bus rapid transit in Canada North is huge. Uploading the LRT is a complete game changer. That will change our city finances and our budget and our reality, 180 degrees. So thank you very much, Mayor Sutcliffe. That is game changing, and it's largely, and maybe only because of the relationships you've built, not only with the Premier, but with the Prime Minister, but that's a different story for my closing remarks. But anyways, thank you very much for everyone's work on this, and truly things will get better.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to just recognize that it was a labor year. We had a successful negotiation with the union, and I appreciate very much the work of the team that conducted that process. I think it's really important for us to make sure that our respect as translated through compensation is demonstrable. And so, it would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the operators and the maintainers and the managers who work day in and day out to try and make sure that our passengers are getting to point A to point B on time. But I will speak to that piece, getting from point A to point B on time. A lot of my colleagues have talked about reliability as well, and I'm going to reinforce it. At committee, I've said many times, the most important thing that I need to do is, one, tell people that the system is safe. But once I've told them the system is safe, it needs to be reliable, especially in that corridor from Tunney's pasture to Fallowfield. I voted against the motion last year to decrease the headways on line 1, and I did that because I didn't want to see investments in a nice to have when we had buses that were not showing up or showing up on time, which is a need to have. I recognize the work that's been done over this year, and I appreciate the fact that we're at a point where money is not going to solve the problem of the bus reliability issue. So it's my intent to support the headways motion. I think that's important, and I think we're moving in the right evolutionary direction on that. But I do simply want to highlight the fact that the reliability in that corridor is going to translate to user trust. And at present, that Tunney's pasture reliability piece is problematic, and I appreciate hearing that over the next 6 months, there's going to be a concerted effort from OC Transpo to improve that reliability. And I look forward, as my colleague, Councillor Brockington, mentioned the statistics, to take a look at those numbers, in the spring, summer timeframe, to be able to have a conversation with my residents about the demonstrable change and the improvement in reliability, especially in that corridor. I would like to highlight that we will have a major problem, especially out of Barrhaven, if there are regular times that we see the Bowesville Park and Ride at capacity, especially in the wintertime. I've brought this up before. I just want to confirm, will this budget allow for us to ensure that residents are not going to be driving to the Bowesville Park and Ride only to find it full, especially on peak?
Mr. Mayor, what we're seeing right now at the Bowesville Park and Ride lot is that it's, a lot of times it's at the peak times it's achieving about 90% capacity. So there usually is parking spots, but I do recognize from time to time it may be difficult to find a spot there. And I know that my colleagues are looking at, that they're at the early stages of looking at what's required to expand that park and ride lot because it is so heavily used. And, it's a great success for the line. So we're happy with that. There's not funding set aside in the budget to expand the park and ride, but I know that my colleagues are looking at that now and looking at that feasibility and all the things that need to happen in that regard.
I appreciate greatly your foresight in that because this will become problematic and it will be a trust breaker if we get to a point where we're telling people to use this system and it's not available. I'd like to hear a confirmation that you're continuing to look at the bus routes tactically in year as it relates to the new ways to bus, as it relates to growth and change and assessments that continue. I say that from the perspective of having one of the highest growth wards, a lot of change happening, especially in Half Moon Bay. And there are places where it would be ideal to see change. For example, we'd like to see a regular bus service go down Elevation Road. It's not on tap right now because of the construction that's going on there. There are other minor, I would call it, tactical changes. And I just want to make sure that from a functional perspective, you're continuing to look at that day in, day out, so that when the right time comes to make those changes, you're able to do that, and that this budget isn't going to impede you from being able to make those improvements as we go forward.
Thank you for the question. No, that's 100% our focus is looking at improving. I hear everyone loud and clear in terms of the bus reliability aspect. It's something that we need to improve upon. The reliability, the punctuality. This budget gives us opportunities to continue to make incremental improvements in the bus network. Our challenges right now, as I mentioned, are, from an internal perspective, are the buses. I think everyone struggled a little bit this year with the amount of construction and road closure, especially with the highway. That's impacted us. But this budget does provide significant investment, both operating and capital, to allow us to continue to make incremental improvements to the bus service. And to your point, we have our quarterly service changes. I'm willing to engage in any councillor's office to discuss what is possible and what are the things that we can do. As I mentioned earlier, there's limited opportunities to make changes, but we are very much staying on the pulse of what's happening with the city, what we're hearing from what you're hearing from your offices, from your customers, as well as the areas that are growing.
No, that's very appreciated. You'd mentioned that you're going to see over 50 of the battery electric buses will be in service by the end of the year. Can you confirm about how many we have that are in service at present?
Mr. Mayor, if you can give me a couple minutes, I can check with the team right now and I can get an accurate number.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get staff to give us a bit more context because a few of the motions speak to staffing considerations and technical considerations, and I just want to make sure we are setting the right expectations. In terms of what's in the motions, where are some of the risks or there are issues around feasibility of any of the items? For example, the 5 p.m. Free rides for youth, or the staffing considerations around LRT. Is there any additional context that council should know about?
In terms of, I'll start with the LRT one. We've budgeted based upon what the service hour increase. If there is an FD impact, the timing that you're giving us to implement it into April gives us the time to make that adjust. So Pat and his team will be doing up the final schedules with the increased service levels, and that will tell us, the number of operators we need, but I'm not foreseeing any major issues there. Especially with the fact that we're in ramp up mode for the east right now, and then we'll be getting into that for the west. We do have to look at the technical aspects of the motion, which regards to the free service after 5 p.m. for youth. But I think that's feasible, and if there is a challenge with that we would bring that back to the transit committee for review. But we do have to look at the technical feasibility of that. And then just one other option to flag would be with regards to paratranspo, the impact on potential demand and increase there.
Okay, Thank you. On the LRT frequency motion, I've had questions about what about weekend service or late night service, because that's not proposed to change. But would this motion preclude OC Transpo staff from increasing frequency should there be a sufficient level of ridership that would justify more frequency in the other periods?
Mr. Mayor, if there was any sort of if there were any other increases that we'd be looking to implement, we would need a funding source for that. Okay.
Just listening to some of the comments so far, a lot about reliability, not a surprise. A colleague asked previously, what does OC Transpo need from council? And I think one of the key things right now is patience, which is a really frustrating thing to ask of councillors and to ask of riders. But it is going to take some time to get through, work out the issues here. I do appreciate the transparency that we've had from staff in our regular committee meetings in terms of updating us on where the numbers are and being upfront about where there are risks and where we were having success and where we're struggling right now. There's also the 5-year roadmap that lays out some of the longer term investments and timelines. And it is not, unfortunately, as simple as just adding more money. That would be like trying to get a tree to grow faster by throwing more water at it. It takes some time. These are big structural issues, and there are improvements happening. A little example is in November, the Kitchissippi-Mecan reopened to 2 lanes in each direction. That was a major choke point for buses and was having a huge impact on reliability. And since that has opened up to 2 lanes in each direction, there's been a huge improvement for commuters heading to the west to Kanata and Stittsville and to south towards Barrhaven along the transitway. And then I also Troy just mentioned it in his previous response to Councillor Hill, that there are a lot of councillors with concerns about individual bus routes and service to neighborhoods. And OC Transpo staff, I know, are willing to look at that with councillors anytime. You don't have to wait to committee or to council or to budget time. I know Councillor Curry and Councillor Hubley and I have been meeting regularly with staff about issues for West End commuters going to and from Tunney's Pasture. Sometimes staff are able to say, yes, we can fix it. Sometimes they can say, I'm sorry, no, we can't. And sometimes they say, we can't fix it now, but here's what's coming in the future. And I think that's important information to have for residents as well. And I look at the December 21st service update, and there are a lot of little tweaks that address concerns brought forward by councillors. I'm going to come back on with a wrap up, so I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Just a few quick comments. I've really struggled a little bit with this entire budget pertaining to transit, with a very large increase to the tax levy for the 2nd year of the row, the increase in fares, the hole in the budget where we're promised upper levels of government. Because for me, in Alta Vista Ward, it's not only the changes that were brought on by the new ways to bus, but really since Line 1 was introduced, where we used to have a lot of straight routes to downtown, then they became routes to Herdman. Now with new ways to bus, sometimes I'm taking 2 buses and then the LRT on what really is, a 5-kilometer ride. And when we have the cancellations that we do due to lack of buses, due to lack of mechanics repairing those buses, you really hedge your bets on what might happen. So I understand the frustrations of my neighborhood. I actually kind of agree with what Councillor Hill said, and you might want to put that in the minutes, that I agree with him on what he said about the headways being a nice to have, when in my ward we're missing the need to have, and it happens all the time. It's interesting, Councillor Gower just talked about good things are coming, and Councillor Kavanagh alluded to being on the cusp. I've been very positive about what's happening with transit. We know the extension's happening. We know there's no buses coming, but I kind of feel like I'm always hoping for that light at the end of the tunnel, and it has quite frankly been burnt out. But I recognize that we have challenges in Ottawa with changes in ridership, and it was really interesting this week seeing an article about the crash in ridership in Brampton. that they've said has been fueled by the immigration policy cap on international students, when just 6 months ago, there was an article in Bloomberg about how Brampton had figured out their transit and why it was so amazing. So we know that there are factors that can impact our ridership, such as what the pandemic did, federal government changes in work patterns. So I accept the fact that OC Transpo has been faced with challenges that are outside of its control, and coupled with what the work that Councillor Gower has done with those of us on Transit Committee, I'm really happy with what has come up with, and thanks to Councillor Menard for pushing on the youth pass, and Councillor Hill on the changes to the transfer window and the changes that are coming to the headways. I'm really happy with that. I'd also like to say, I'm very happy with the 4 proposed trips for seniors for paratranspo. That's something that I feel like I've been working on since practically I was elected. 4 trips is not enough. It's not equivalent to what we have on conventional transit, but I recognize that we have to set up an entire new program, and that there's going to be some challenges in the beginning with how we're going to set it up. And at first I kind of, I'm a little bit reticent about, how we measure the value of which groups should be free. People with paratransport often don't have a lot of other options. We have a higher frequency of people that are on ODSP, for example. I think we have to continue to do better at paratransport. This is just a start, but I just want to thank Pat and Troy and the whole team. I'm going to leave some names out, and Transit Chair Gower, Glenn, and the Mayor for supporting me on that paratransport piece. We need to not forget about people who have accessibility challenges, who rely on para, and I hope that we can continue to do better by them. So at the committee meeting, I did dissent on a portion of the transit budget. I will support it today, and I really hope that light at the end of the tunnel does not remain burnt out for much longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think my comments are going to sound a lot like my colleague, Councillor Curry's, because my first reaction to the transit budget was that I couldn't possibly support an increase to the levy or to the fares when reliability in Ward 19 remains so poor. And I have had productive conversations with staff about Route 30, a route that on its best performing leg is on time less than 50% of the time. But upon further reflection, my frustration is less with the OC Transpo budget and more with the lack of capital investment in the infrastructure that would meaningfully improve service for residents, because what would make the biggest difference to Route 30 isn't a scheduling tweak. It would be having more than one lane in each direction on Brian Coburn, and seeing the Innis transit priority measures further advanced. And of course, it's the Cumberland Transit Way. These are the pieces that would truly move the needle for reliability and for ridership in my community. And it's where the growth is. So it's where the opportunity lies. But I do appreciate that OC Transpo staff has worked with me on an interim plan to improve performance of Route 30 while we await those major investments. My hope is that we are setting that route up for much stronger performance once Stage 2 is launched. But nonetheless, the increase is still a tough pill to swallow for my residents and I. But that said, the mayor often says he's an eternal optimist, and I suppose I am too, because I am optimistic that this will be an exciting year for transit in the East End, even though Ward 19 doesn't benefit from the Stage 2 East Extension as directly as Councillors Zuloff, Judas, and Tierney. My glass is half full when I think about how transformational it will be for Orleans to have light rail all the way to Trim Road, and how transformational it will be for the city if the province uploads the LRT in its entirety. So I'm looking forward to the construction nightmare on the 174 finally coming to an end, but I'm also looking forward to what should be an exciting year for transit in the East End. And I wanted to add my kudos to the chair. I think this is a very tough committee to chair, and I do think you are the right person for the job. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will say that when I hosted the opening ceremony of the Walkley Station this past January, a few weeks after the Trillium line reopened, it was a very positive event. I was disappointed that OC Transpo did not host any ceremony at all to mark the opening of the Trillium line. This was absolutely worth celebrating. You've heard from colleagues around the table, particularly in the South End, how good this line is, and considering the delay and the impacts that we've had on our communities, we needed to have a celebration. So I'm glad that Councillors Leeper and Carr and Mr. Scrimger came to that event, but we need to celebrate the East End, and I hope there's a ceremony planned for the East End. We have to celebrate the good things as well. Patience. Yeah, it's been 10 years. 3 distinct periods where we've put passengers through hell. And at the end of each of those 3 periods, we've told them it's going to get better. And we've had a new crisis emerge. They've run out of patience. We need to see progress. And I've begged the leadership of OC Transpo, if there's anything you need, please just tell us. We're here to help. We're here to work with you. Ultimately, we want better service for our residents. That's why I bring it up. It's not to be a pain in the butt. It's because all I hear from my residents are the challenges they face, and it's not just River Ward. So it's been a little frustrating that, you know, the report that was written that we received in September doesn't acknowledge there's a problem. That's part of my healing process, is to at least have the author who oversees bus routes in the city to acknowledge that there's a problem. I needed a motion for a plan. I shouldn't have to have a motion passed by the Transit Commission to show me the plan. And when there are no timelines associated, that concerns me. That's a governance issue that we have to tackle here. So, you know, Route 53, Route 90, Route 98, high school kids in Central Park that are still struggling to get to Notre Dame and the PN. We hear this every single day. Every single day. We've got to make progress. I support all the motions associated with improving transit that are before us, but I'm frustrated because the majority of council shot down a motion to improve frequency on line 1 7 minutes. We had a compromise. That motion failed, and now people who voted against that are proposing a motion today to look like they're the ones improving line 1. It doesn't make sense to me. That compromise motion should have passed, and now people who voted against that are putting the motion forward today to look like they're the champions of improved frequency. I'm the one that put a motion on the floor for free bus fares for 6 and 7-year-olds, and then next year it went up to 11. The majority of people in this room they reduced free fares for 11-year-olds last year, and now there's a motion from people who supported that who are now going to support a motion for the youth. We are definitely heading in the right direction with the motions that are before us today, but it's frustrating that 1 year people vote against service and free fares for youth, and now all of a sudden they want to look like the champions by putting motions forward today. So on-time bus performance is the Achilles heel of OC Transpo. We've stabilized LRT. Paratranspo is stabilized. We're offering decent, if not good, service in those 2 departments. It's the bus. It's the bus that takes people from home to the LRT station, from home to the transitway station to get them on that rapid network. And if they're continuously challenged for that bus to come on time, to get them to work, school, appointments, wherever they're going, they will look at alternatives. People think, and I hear people say it's only people who are economically disadvantaged taking the bus. That's not true. There's the diversity of people who take public transit for many reasons. We have an obligation to provide them with top-notch service. I do see a plan. I do believe Mr. Charter is the right person to lead OC Transpo, and he certainly has my support, but we've got to see progress on that on-time bus performance. That is my top priority with OC Transpo. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll wrap up. this is a challenging budget, and I want to thank Troy Charter and Pat Scrimger and the entire OC Transpo team for their collaboration and support on this year's budget and the motions that are in front of us today. Thank you. And to Cyril Rogers as well. Cyril can be a bit of a Scrooge at this time of year, and I don't know if the spirits visited him over the last couple of weeks or what, but I appreciate your open mind, Cyril, on these issues. This is a substantial investment in transit, $938 million. That's 11% higher than 2025 and 22% higher than 2024. And there's some major investments in transit. The LRT operations east to Trim Road, ramping up for launch to the west and to Barrhaven, continuing our fleet conversion to zero-emission buses. Outside of the transit budget, there's major capital projects like the Baseline Transitway, and there's additional money for maintenance, transit priority measures, and many other investments to improve reliability. There's a modest 2.5% fare increase, balanced by an 8% property tax levy. We've managed to freeze the Equipass fares and community pass fares. That helps our low-income riders and people receiving ODSP. And the motions, if we approve them today, will help seniors who use paratranspo. And I think the new youth package will be a major incentive. We're going to see more young people taking the bus to the movie theater or to the mall or to work instead of relying on Ubers or mom and dad. A couple weeks ago, staff issued a memo about fares, and over the next year, we can take a deeper dive and discussion around various fares and discounts that we have on offer. Councillor Carr raised this, coming up with something more fair for riders when it comes to fares. The latest ridership data is really encouraging. Year over year, ridership was up 6% in September and up 17% in October. So I think that shows there's a strong demand and obviously a need for OC Transpo. And it is a major investment. We're closing in on $1 billion for transit, but it impacts so many of our top city priorities. Affordability, encouraging housing growth and giving more options for where people can live, economic development and better access to jobs, reaching our climate change goals, and of course, mobility, keeping our city moving to get to school, work, appointments, shopping, entertainment, and wherever they need to go. And I'll end with a big thank you to my council colleagues and to the mayor, everyone who collaborated on the motions and on the budget. Many of you, most of you around this table contributed to this, so thank you for the team effort. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Appreciate it. Thank Councillor Devine.
I feel disrespectful, sir. I had my hand up, but now that the chair wrapped, I don't want. All right, I apologize, colleagues. I had my hand up. I took it down by mistake. I'm sorry for that. Mr. Charter, Mr. Scrimger, Chair Gower, although I won't be supporting the transit budget, I want you to know that's not because I don't support OC Transpo, nor does it mean that I don't support the hard work that you've done and the improvements that you've made. It also doesn't mean that I'm not optimistic about the future of transit in our city, nor that I'm not very grateful for some of the incredible improvements that have happened today. The reason I'm not supporting it is because I can't support the current state, nor do I have enough confidence in the current plan to get us out of that state. There are certainly good things happening, of which I'm very pleased by. It was two of those things that are happening, as has been said, are initiatives that I was involved in last year, whether that be improvements to the youth pass or the LRT frequency improvements. If it was a good idea last year, I'm not sure why it wasn't supported last year if it's a good idea again this year. I've also been very, very grateful about conversations I've had outside of OC Transport with our transportation planning staff, and I believe that in the future there have been some initiatives that I've seen happen and that I've been involved in happening that will give transportation planning staff more tools to assess projects that will emphasize transit over other projects when it comes to future TMP updates. I also want to thank Pat and Troy for collaborations I've had with you on very, very ward-specific issues. I won't get too much into the details, but as you both know, I had a route in my ward that when New Ways to Bus came around, that route lost its 7-day service. It went down to 5-day service. It largely went through an industrial park, so there was no assumption it was going to have a big impact, but it was killing a food bank, one of Ottawa's 5 emergency food banks that only distributes their food on Saturdays and Sundays. And so they were lobbying and crying to me that their customers weren't able to get access to that food bank because their option was either to take an Uber or a 20-minute walk to and back with food. So I'm very grateful for the improvement that came out of that. The reasons that I can't support the budget at this current moment, partly because I think I would lose credibility in my ward for doing so. New Ways to Bus was, and I knew it would be, hard on Ward 9, particularly in certain sections. There is one bus, and I do appreciate that we're going to be working on this in the new year, but there is one bus that carries the majority workload for, it's the only bus that services 1/3 of my ward in its entirety. There had been 3 buses, now it's 1. And as you know, as I've spoken to you about that, that bus has an on-time delivery rate of leaving Tunney's to head back to that part of the ward. It has an on-time delivery rate of 19%. And I get more emails about that bus than I get about just about anything. Another reason that I have a challenge beyond the fare increase is I'm waiting with trepidation to hear what might come of the AG's report. I wish to be optimistic about the impact that having new buses will have. But when we had the last Transit Committee meeting and ATU 279 President Noah Weinberg was there, he said explicitly that new buses are not going to solve the problems of inaccurate run times. And, quote, he said, we know going into every day that we are going to cancel 200 trips. And he said that that was because of scheduling issues that are not necessarily tied to having more buses. And then finally, just to wrap up, while I appreciate the optimism and the aspiration of finding $46 million in funding from upper level government for this budget, until that happens, I know that that could expose risk. And from the conversations I've had with Cyril, if and when we do not find that $46 million, that means that we either try to find savings through other parts of the city budget, but if those savings cannot be found, because you have trimmed as much fat off this bone as you already have done and you've said so, if you cannot find those savings, then you likely would have to dip into our reserves, and the first reserve that you would go after is likely our transit reserve, which at $10 million is already below where it's supposed to be at $12 million. And to solve a $46 million gap through likely depleting our transit reserve is hard to support. And so for all of those reasons, the current state I can't support, but I wish you well in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's vote on the motions related to the transit budget. The motion by Councillor Desroches, is that carried? Councillor Menard's motion on youth pass for July and August, is that carried? The Councillor Gower motion on LRT line 1 frequency, is that carried? And the Transit Committee budget itself, we'll have a recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Yes, but dissent on 1-1.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Conseil Desroches.
Wait.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Troster.
Yes, but dissent on 1-1.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Could I just clarify what 1-1 is? Is that fares? Okay, so then I'll dissent on 1-1, but yes to the rest.
And sorry, I missed the yay or nay? Yay?
So nay to 1-1, and
Okay.
then yay to the rest.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Yes, with dissent on 1-1.
Excuse me, can I change that to the same? Or is perhaps? Apologies.
That's fine. So can you register Councillor Kavanagh as similar to the others? Thanks.
Yep, Councillor Kavanagh's dissent has been noted. Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
$19 yeas, 5 nays, with 4 dissents on 1-1.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Public Works and Infrastructure. Councillor Kitts has a motion, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas it is best practice in transportation planning to update and refine transportation planning studies to reflect growth patterns, development activity, and infrastructure pressures across the City of Ottawa. And whereas the city's most recent Greenfield Development Survey confirms that Orleans South contains over 13,600 new residential units in various stages of planning approval and construction within its existing community design plan areas, making it one of the fastest growing areas of the city. And whereas 2 newly added expansion areas, E1 Wall Road and E2 South Innes, are expected to deliver more than 6,500 additional housing units, significantly increasing future travel demand and pressure on the area's already constrained east-west and north-south transportation network corridors. And whereas Council direction in TMP Part 2 emphasizes the importance of aligning growth with supporting transportation infrastructure and identifies the need for holistic planning to ensure infrastructure investments keep pace with development. And whereas the TMP Capital Infrastructure Plan identified a new project to review opportunities to improve traffic flow along Innes Road, Belair Road to Highway 417 through intersection improvements and or modifications to ingress-egress points to reduce friction along the corridor. And whereas a comprehensive unified transportation infrastructure study integrating existing CDP lands, new expansion areas, and actions from the Housing Accelerator Plan that will have a direct impact on unit count would provide a coordinated framework to identify future network upgrades. Whereas capital account 910957 road EAs and planning studies has sufficient funding to increase the scope identified in the TMP. Therefore, be it resolved that the Innes Road traffic study be extended to take a more comprehensive look at Orleans South and the friction points of vehicular traffic, including potential new creative solutions until longer-term options identified in the TMP can be implemented. And be it further resolved that the revised scope of the Innes Road traffic study be funded through the existing capital account 910957 road EAs and planning studies. And be it further resolved that once complete, staff report back to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee by Q1 2027.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Just before we go any further, I just want to clarify, Councillor Kavanagh, you intended to switch your vote to yes on the transit budget, but dissent on 1-1, correct? So the actual final outcome was 20 in favor, 4 opposed, with 4 dissents on 1-1. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on with the PWIC budget, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. At the the PWIC meeting last month, I was at AMO meetings, was not able to attend the discussion on the update on the implications of Bill 60, so I wanted to follow up on that today. And the question is in the context of the Airport Parkway widening project. Council has fast-tracked the off-ramp project itself, and one of the 5 components of that mini project or sub-project is the modifications to Walkley Road, which would include dedicated bike lanes. So my question for staff is the off-ramp project still proceeding next year? And is the component related to how Walkley Road will be modified, including the bike lane measures, is that the piece that's on hold and we'll hear an update from staff in the spring of 2026?
Through the chair to Councillor, staff are still reviewing the implications. We see that as a project that has some concerns in terms of the way the entire project is designed. So it's not fully off the table. It's can we redesign pieces of it to make it work within the context of Bill 60. So that will be, we're looking at the whole transportation master plan, cycling projects in a comprehensive way and trying to figure out the best recommendations. So we'll be bringing that forward.
So just so I'm clear with the public, the entire off-ramp project itself is temporarily on the side burner until we get greater clarification on the Bill 60 implications. Is that fair?
We expect to bring that report very early in the first quarter, so we don't see it will impact timing. Our goal is to not delay the off-ramp.
Okay, very well, thank you. Then some other minor stuff. Again, I apologize if this was covered off a committee, but important enough. We have raised issues before at committee with respect to the proliferation of weeds at along medians, at intersections, basically along city streets, and they're everywhere. And my understanding is the department has struggled with, I guess, a lack of dedicated resources for this particular task. Is there any provision in the 2026 budget to address this particular matter?
Chair, Mr. Mayor, not specifically. So we continue basically on a reactive basis. So if there are areas of concern, we will certainly target those locations.
Fair enough. Okay. And again, recently, there was a discussion about the poor quality of road paint that is used or that we're allowed to use on our streets, the visibility challenges at night and or when the road is wet, the road surface. Is there anything in the budget that can cover off a different type of substance to improve the quality and the visibility of road paint?
So, Mr. Mayor, we already used two different types of paints. One of them, which is actually a very high quality paint. The challenge with that one is that it operates under less than ideal, basically, weather conditions. So if the weather conditions are not suitable, it limits our ability to be able to apply it. When we do operate under more ideal conditions, we are definitely seeing longer lasting painting markings. So what we have been doing is basically trying to identify what are the areas that are more appropriate for that type of paint. So for example, a lot of our rural roads where we're able to do long stretches during the day, that's where we've shifted our focus. In more urban areas, denser areas, it's very difficult for us to do line painting during the day, so we tend to focus on that at night. So we have been able to shift resources through the budget that we do have to try to improve the quality that you see.
Thank you for that. My last question is just regarding the substitution of the speed enforcement cameras with other traffic calming measures, which may include signage or other top priority matters the Premier has identified. Will we have sufficient funding from the provincial government to replace in all locations where speed enforcement cameras once stood with some other feature or measure that the province is providing funding for?
So, Mr. Mayor, we only have part answer to that so far from the province. So there's two elements that they've committed so far. One was an initial funding injection of about $4 million. That was included in the memo that I shared a few weeks ago. So we're still trying to work through that in terms of what we can actually provide at those locations, because it's very specific to where we had automated speed enforcement cameras. We have received kind of the oversized school zone signage from the province, and we're in the process of getting those installed. So those are probably the more immediate. There is also road safety infrastructure fund that the province will be rolling out in 2026. We still do not have the details on those funding programs. So as soon as we have more detail, we'll also be able to update council. And right now, because of a lot of the impacts, even in this budget, we're tied to the road safety action plan and its funding source. our commitment is to come back to committee and then council in the first quarter of 2026 to confirm the investments that we're going to be able to complete this coming year.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I don't think it will come as a surprise to anyone here that I want to talk about roads, given that so I did a budget survey this year with my residents, and 78% of the respondents put roads and road maintenance as their top priority. And often this gets discussed as a rural issue, but I don't think it is. I think it's highlighted in rural areas just because we have so many road kilometers. But 77% of the commuters in Ottawa primarily travel by personal vehicle. So roads matter citywide. According to the Canadian Infrastructure Report Card, who assesses the condition of Canada's municipally owned roads, states that municipalities should be spending at least 2% of the total value of their road infrastructure on maintenance or repairs. Our city currently sits around 1.1% of our roughly $16 billion of road infrastructure. Our own asset management plan and long-range financial plan establish that a state of good repair is the normal condition for our roads, and yet the latest version of our asset management plan, the overall condition of our roads is not good. Only a combined 36% of our roads are in very good or good condition, with a combined 64 in poor, fair, or very poor condition. This is consistent with what our Auditor General told us in 2024, that the city's maintenance funding within its asset management plan was understated by approximately $927 million over a 10-year period, pointing to a substantial and ongoing infrastructure funding challenge. So my first question is, with staff advising that there is approximately a $740 million backlog of road maintenance work, the overall condition of our roads has dropped below good into the fair category, with almost half of our paved roads in the fair category. Repair costs obviously go up the longer we wait. So with the current level of funding, how much do you predict the backlog of road maintenance work will increase over the next several years?
Mr. Mayor, we have our updated asset management plans, which were in June, and so from a regulatory perspective, we will be updating that in about 4 years. So as of today, I don't have that figure and update.
But with the current level of funding, would you predict that that deficit would grow or shrink?
Mr. Mayor, in the forecasted 10-year, what we have in the asset management plans does not incorporate, because we don't have a new long-range financial plan. So our colleagues in finance will be bringing that forward either Q1 or Q2, and that will give us a better number, a better perspective in terms of how are we doing with that backlog.
And just in terms of this year's budget and the long-term financial plan to come, do you see that anything in this year's budget or the long-term financial plan that would get our spending on road maintenance to the 2% that the Canadian Infrastructure Report Card recommends?
Mr. Mayor, I think what I'd like to highlight regarding the roads budget is we've had a very successful term of council in terms of adding to the normal base capital that we do, and this year's total is $70 million. So I think we can say that this council has been very committed to putting extra dollars where possible for road resurfacing.
And I'm certainly appreciative of that. I think we did some math in the ward office yesterday, and spending on roads this term of council is up 60% from last term, I believe, at least 50. So I will acknowledge that, and I am grateful for it. However, I still think we're far short of that 2% of our total infrastructure. So do we see a opportunity in the future in our long-term financial plan to get us to that 2%?
Maybe I'll start that answer, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Cyril can jump in. I think what we'd like to acknowledge is that having a backlog is normal, and so we will never get that to zero. It would never be our recommendation, and so we will prioritize what is critical, and we'll continue to do that. And I think what we've stated in this past June is that we really need other levels of government to help with municipalities and funding infrastructure overall. So this is not completely on, I think, the tax base or the rate base. So we do need something different to help us with our infrastructure backlog.
Yeah, and I've had that discussion with Cyril, and I know there are challenges to that. But in terms of some of your comments about how it is normal, I agree that there's always will be some backlog. I don't think there's enough money in the world to pave all of the streets in the city of Ottawa up to the standard that we want. And with really long roads, like major arterials, by the time you finish, the other end needs to be started again. So, but when we talk about it being normal, and I am about to reference a decade-old stat, but this is from the Ontario Municipal Benchmarking Index, which doesn't exist anymore. I think it's the Municipal Benchmarking Index. It's a national organization now. So in 2015, we were at 20% of our roads, percentage of our roads in good or very good condition. Calgary was above 80. Hamilton was 75. Toronto 80, York above 80. Like, we are by far the lowest. Even if you added what we've done and up to the 36%, we'd still fall below Montreal, which fell below 40%, which was the second worst on the list. So understanding that a backlog is normal, it does seem that ours is extensive. And so I'd love to hear some ideas or thoughts on how we can reduce that.
So, Mr. Mayor, so what's important to note, even though our LRP is only coming forward in a new year, we've continued to invest more since the original. If you refer back to the 2017 LRP, we've well exceeded what that plan was specifically for roads. And as you mentioned earlier, in terms of that addition, as we know, we are unique. And we are unique because we have way more lane kilometers than Calgary and those other ones that you mentioned. So whenever we do benchmarking, that's always the challenge. You know, a metric is a metric in the context of what that metric represents, right? So it's important, you know, given the lane kilometers that we have, you know, for us to strive to 80%, I don't think that's achievable, to be realistic, because there's not enough funding in the system for that, specifically on the tax base. So I'm very grateful for the Ontario-Ottawa deal, where there was $50 million contributed to the rural roads. That's a strong acknowledgement from our province that we are unique and we need that support. So what we're going to bring forward in the new year is, you know, strategies that we can afford, and then there's going to be strategies in terms of what we need support with to get to those levels that we need to strive for. But I don't want to be setting false pretenses in terms of setting a goal that is not achievable with the funding that we have access to.
And based on what I'm hearing today, I sincerely hope that we're successful in finding some additional funds from other levels of government to fill that gap. But what are the financial and infrastructure consequences for our city if we don't fill that gap?
Mr. Mayor, I guess the reality is further erosion of that asset, which means higher cost to get that asset back to the right level. That's to be frank, right? So we're trying to find that balance in terms of, you know, the right funding level, and then being able to deliver on that funding so the work actually gets done and the road gets done, to be simplified.
So the longer we wait, the more it costs, but we don't have the money to get it done. Yeah, I can see that's a bit of a quagmire. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So hurt might seem like a funny word to use when talking about a budget, but that is honestly how I felt when I saw the PWIC budget this year. Because over the past year, I was genuinely encouraged by the TMP refresh for the first time in a long time. I felt like the city was finally acknowledging the growth pressures facing South Orleans. And I finally had good news to bring back to the community. After a decade of being an afterthought, we had been heard. And then I opened this budget and I thought, wow, staff are still not getting it. $880.7 million in this capital budget, and $4.1 million of it is going to Ward 19. And my blood sort of literally boils when I think about how misunderstood the reality on the ground in Orleans South continues to be. You can probably tell when I talk or when I raise these issues. And I was on a call with staff just this week, and they said, you know, Councillor, you've been such a good advocate. But the truth is, I don't want to have to be. I want our processes to automatically trigger the investments that are plainly and painfully needed. And I don't think it's that complicated. Follow where the building is happening, follow where the roads are already over capacity, follow where the intersections are failing every single day. They are not hidden problems, they are obvious. And it should not require a counselor to stick handle these all alone. But I will not stop pushing until the obvious overdue investments finally arrive. And so, as many of you know, I dissented on the PWIC budget, and I will be dissenting on the PWIC capital budget again today. But I will say I have since had meaningful and constructive dialogue with the GM, and back to being an eternal optimist, I guess. I am hopeful that with continued collaboration, I will be in a position to support future budgets. On the motion, I did work with Marcia and Cyril on it, which expands the scope of an existing study under an existing envelope, so it can properly account for the growth pressures that we are facing. So I am sincerely grateful on being heard on that issue, and I hope colleagues will support the motion, which also has the chair's support. And I will end on this note. My hope for 2026 is that transportation planning staff spend time in Orleans South. Physical time at 7:20 a.m. on a Tuesday, at 4 o'clock on a Thursday, at 1 p.m. on a Saturday, because I think then you will begin to understand what residents have been living with, because again, it is obvious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I wasn't able to attend PWIC in person 2 weeks ago, which was a shame, as it is one of my absolute favorite committees. But I wanted to take the opportunity now to highlight the investment in this budget for the Baseline Rapid Transit Corridor. I was delighted to see this money earmarked for this project in this budget. It would have been very easy to wait until we had applications in with the federal government, that the money was secured from the federal government. And I think often, you know, that this has been a criticism of mine, that the city has waited for the provincial and federal money to come first. But in this budget, we have demonstrated that the city is putting its money where the vision for this rapid transit corridor will be, and we are ready to advance this project as soon as those applications are successful. And I am confident that they will be successful. I know we've done the due diligence on this. And so to have the $73 million earmarked in College Ward budgets for a priority is a tremendous investment in the west end of Ottawa for myself and the colleagues that share that corridor. We are ready for the investment. We are ready to show up and do the intensification that is required to build homes and build them affordably for everyone in the city. We are ready to step into this role, but the question has always been, how do we put transit after the development? And here we are deciding to put the chicken before the egg, or the egg before the chicken. I don't care. But what I am seeing is a strong investment in a priority that could have easily waited until next term, safely waited until next term. And we did not wait for that. So I appreciate the leadership there. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad to see it happen. Further to that, we're seeing transit priorities measures in the 2026 budget for the even more westerly end of Baseline, which means that we're going to see, you know, those developments have further transit justification that will connect it to the LRT stations coming online there. So we are seeing Baseline connecting the Queensway Carleton Hospital to other centers as a strong priority in this budget, and I could not be more delighted. There's the Nanaimo sidewalk coming on, which also creates pedestrian and cycling safety for residents all through this area to try and connect to the LRT station at Bayshore. So I see all over this budget a strong signal that the city is ready to invest in College Ward, and I just want to extend my great thanks and appreciation to the team from planning and transportation planning and finance to have made this a realization, and to make sure that the other orders of government can see that the city is absolutely doing their part to be a city builder and invest in the future of these areas. So thank you very much from an outer urban ward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lugoff.
Thank you very much. The Apollo Crater Pathway was funded in the 2021 budget. Why has this pathway not been delivered 4 years later?
Mr. Mayor, I know we had some geotechnical concerns with the pathway, and I believe there was some issues with the clay as well. So we did have, I think, a 1-year delay on that, and right now it's actively been designed and will be implemented in 2026.
By my math, it's much longer than a 1-year delay. What's the new expected timeline for completion, and when will residents finally see work begin on that pathway?
I'll ask the team for specific data, and we can get back to your office.
What accountability mechanisms exist when funded projects remain stalled for multiple years?
We have, Mr. Mayor, we have robust oversight activities at the project manager level, management level, and the director level. So there are multiple reports that are issued, and also taking a look at status updates to look at key criteria and factors to see, such as time, budget, scope.
Staff committed in a meeting this spring to repaving Centrum Boulevard and renewing the sidewalks. Why are neither of those roadways nor the sidewalk included in the budget before council today?
Mr. Mayor, the Centrum sidewalk is in the budget for design.
Okay, why isn't the roadway in the budget?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can find those details and get back to the councillor.
Okay, and why does the design work have to be done on a reinstatement of an existing asset? It's just a sidewalk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we always take a look at geotechnical conditions so that we want to make sure that we don't build a sidewalk that starts to crumble a year later.
So what's the revised timeline now for the resurfacing and the sidewalk renewal work?
I will get back to the councillor, Mr. Mayor.
The Queenswood Ridge pathway has been promised for 3 years and delayed twice. Why does this budget include only the parking lot renewal and not the pathway that residents were actually promised?
Mr. Mayor, when we had looked at the needs around the pathways, we didn't have the sufficient funds in order to do that. So we'll be looking at timing and when we'll be able to program that.
Okay, so why was it in my ward budget highlights 2 years ago?
Mr. Mayor, I would have to get back to the councillor on that.
There's a major interprovincial crossing used by residents on both sides of the river at Cameron Street and Highway 174 intersection. I've been talking about this for 2.5 years. Why has staff not advanced improvements for this unsafe and congested intersection? And what's preventing design work for a more detailed plan for reconstruction?
Mr. Mayor, I can step in. This is something that we're actually working with transportation planning. The issue is really, it's not as much the intersection as it is the queuing that's taking place because of the ferry. So we'll have to get back to you on that once we check with staff.
Okay, do we have an updated timeline for addressing this longstanding safety and capacity issue?
That we'll need to get back to you.
Okay, so, the pedestrian bridge over the Highway 174. Supports for the bridge were built 5 years ago in preparation for the LRT extension opening, which, as Tim Turney has reminded us, is in 2026. Has the city applied for any federal or provincial funding programs to complete this pedestrian bridge?
Mr. Mayor, I believe there was some funding at a period of time, but we don't have any funding that we're aware of or opportunities for grants to be able to apply.
So we've been told that this project is going to require funding from other levels of governments. So why has this not been submitted to other orders of government? Have any discussions occurred with other orders of government on funding this? The LRT is opening in 2026. We've got
yes,
caissons.
The answer is yes. Other discussions have happened.
Okay. I just don't understand how we can justify leaving critical infrastructure incomplete when preparatory components are already built. We've had 5 years and we've seen no progress on that. Residents continue to face long commutes daily in the East End. Can staff provide a comprehensive list of East End transportation improvement projects along with their stages, timelines, and barriers to advancement? You can do that at a later date if you want.
Through the mayor, yes, we are looking at how we can better communicate with councillors in terms of all the planning projects, because as you can see, the budget in 26 is only a piece of the planning work that is going to be underway in 26. There's something in the range of 150 or more projects across the city, but but only a few, like a smaller subset of those are actually new money for 2026. So we're looking at how we can better communicate communicate on a quarterly basis so councillors can better understand the projects that are moving forward and at what pace, more similar to how we communicate construction projects. So you can see that happening in the first quarter of next year.
Does the city apply an equity lens to ensure fair capital investment in fast-growing communities, suburban and rural, like Orleans and Cumberland, and Navan for that matter?
Through the chair, it depends what funding you're looking at, but if you're talking about sidewalks and roads and whatnot, transportation, we're looking at the master plans that exist and then starting to move those projects forward as they were approved in those master plans, like the transportation master plan. I hear what you're saying in terms of the relative funding and how it relates to different parts of the city. And we are going to be looking at our master plans in the context of where we see growth happening on the ground and how we look at that as we start to see the growth numbers come in next year.
We've seen freshly paved pathways torn up shortly after completion due to misaligned schedules with LRT. So the city redoes a pathway, LRT comes in, rips up the same pathway 1 year after it was put in. What changes will staff implement to ensure coordination between departments to avoid these costly inefficiencies?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of the coordination, our rail construction program office is going to work much more closely with our colleagues in ISWD, but we also foresee less and less of those opportunities, less and less of those things occurring, given the state of the construction projects that we're at right now.
So processes are going to be put in place to ensure planning alignment before a project moves forward?
We have processes in place, but there's going to be an increased focus on increasing that coordination and collaboration.
Do you have an estimate of how much money has been wasted in the last 3 years due to poor sequencing and duplicated work?
Mr. Mayor, I don't.
Okay, we should probably look at that. Several projects in the East End remained stalled, delayed, or recycled year after year. I get the same list every single year. What internal accountability mechanisms exist when major infrastructure projects do not advance as promised?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps if the councillor has some specifics, we can take that offline and we can give you a better answer.
And I just went through them all, so I guess I'll wait for that. Are performance metrics tied to timely delivery of capital projects?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
How does staff track and report on commitments made toward councillors and communities during the budget process?
Mr. Mayor, what I can speak to are the infrastructure projects that we have. And so we have monthly status reports that are circulated to the councillors. And you also have direct access to the project managers for any updates in between. Those construction projects are on a monthly basis, and during the summer or in the spring when we get into the resurfacing projects, then that list is circulated every 2 weeks.
Will staff commit to making changes to restore the trust in the city's ability to deliver on repeated promises? I have the same for 5 years in a row.
That is our goal, Councillor, and hearing the questions that you have here today, we will take them away, and what we would like to do is sit down with you and talk to you about all of these projects and provide you with a very clear path forward and an update as to what that's going to look like.
We've been talking about these things for 3 years, but I appreciate your answer. Residents deserve reassurance that the city is pursuing every available funding source. When we meet, I'd like for you to provide me a list of all the current and recent federal and provincial infrastructure programs for which the East End projects could have been eligible. For each program, I'd like you to confirm whether applications were submitted, and if not, provide reasons for choosing not to pursue those opportunities, and staff strategy for proactively identifying and pursuing external funding for critical East End infrastructure. Thanks.
Councillor Tierney.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to our staff. I'll apologize on behalf of some councillors that are just frustrated. They get a lot of pressure. And certainly there can be lots more discussions. And I know you always make yourselves available, so I appreciate that. and this is a bit of a Groundhog Day, this meeting, and with the exception of Riley because he wasn't available, I did want to cover a couple of quick things off. First of all, with Bill 60, we're learning a lot. And we've put holds on things. We've did a lot of great work at PWIC to ensure that we protect components that could directly affect or have been affected by TMP Part 1, as well as a lot of our active transportation elements. So we've done the work. We've hived off that money. When it comes to our life cycles and roads, certainly it's frustrating. And Councillor Loft has expressed that deeply, as well as Councillor Kiss. I think with our new technology, this is something that's been highly sought after, about looking at the roads, not only the roads themselves, but under the roads. It's great to build new roads, but for us that have established communities like Lane, myself, Teresa, we need our roads resurfaced, and we see some that are being resurfaced just based on life cycle versus what's on the ground. Can you just quickly, it's been a long day, tell us what benefits we're going to have with this new sonar radar thingamajig truck that's going to drive around, that's going to detail our roads for better life cycle replacement of roads?
So through the chair, we're already seeing some benefits as we look with partnerships with Infrastructure, Public Works, others. The idea here is that we're creating 3D level data that allows us to better assess the work in front of us, make decisions in real time, allow us to deal with emergency situations, hopefully reduce the risk to our staff in terms of confined space work. So there's a number of applications. I would say that we are really just at the tip of the iceberg of what we can do with this technology, and it is a very strong investment that will pay forward, and it's something that we're working across departments right now in terms of increased application. And I think your comments are a good reminder that we should be looking for our opportunities at PWIC to talk in more detail about some of the savings that we're achieving and some of the opportunities through this. So we'll certainly take that under advisement for future conversations at PWIC next year.
Yeah, and that's great. And you know what? Maybe we'll do more presentations, because I think those are things we can celebrate. And I know other municipalities, we've been featuring the news, the national news as well, about the great work we're doing on using technology to make our roads in a better state. When it comes to TMP Part 1, obviously, now we have to look at the orient destination studies, and we have commitment. We're going to look at that sooner than later, rather than wait for the 4 to 5 year one. I'm just recapping what was already there, but apparently we're rehashing the entire meeting again here today, so I might as well put it on the table, right, Mr. Mayor? Is that true? We're doing the object-oriented study within a 2-year period?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat
Maybe
it?
that's for, yeah. So usually we do our origin destination studies on a 4-year cycle. Forgive me, maybe I have the wrong person in the chair here for this one. Maybe it should be Jennifer Armstrong. Yeah. So instead, we're going back out and we're going to re-identify. Do we have Jennifer in the room?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just pause the clock. Yeah, sorry to hold the meeting up, but I figure I got to represent all this yet again, so I might as well do it the right way. Hi, Jennifer. So can you just clarify, we're going to go back out and redo the orient destination studies? We're not going to wait 4 or 5 years. We're going to do them within the next 2 years.
Yes, that is the intent.
Thank you. So line painting, when it comes to line painting, we've been working very hard along with the mayor's office and with the federal government. Just to recap again, we're working with them. We're trying to get the VOC counts changed. We're hearing it from every municipality across the country. We can't inlay stuff within the roads. It would cost too much and we get ripped off by our plows because we have a lot of snow seasons. Done. Weeds, obviously, we'd love to see weeds problems fixed, but my main priority right now is the great work of our snowplow team. This is my PSA to say winter parking is banned this evening between 7 a.m. to I know, Alan, it's like, thank you for doing that. Remind your constituents, please, that they'll probably get towed if they don't stay off the roads. We want to keep them nice and clear for tonight. And last but not least, while we continue the season of Festivus and the Festivus poll, we've taken the cameras off the top of all of our polls. Thank you, Premier Ford. So you have a wonderful Festivus poll to go out, and if you wish to issue your complaints on the 23rd on Festivus, fill your booths. But otherwise, I want to thank all staff for the great work that they do, and the public's work really does a tremendous amount of work. Our snowplow team, absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. On the motion about the Innes Road study, I'm just curious if that would affect any other projects that may be in the pipeline for environmental assessments.
I can answer that. So the idea here is that it would not have an impact with anything else we were doing. This Innes Road project was originally a much narrower scope of a piece of Innes Road, and it was intended to come after the EA for Cumberland and Brian Coburn. If we expand it to a broader, more comprehensive look, as Councillor Kitts has suggested, then the timing with the other EAs is not relevant, and we can move forward in parallel.
Cool. Well, that sounds good. Cool. Thanks. There was a comment earlier on the curbside weeds. There was a pilot that I had worked with Public Works on. It was a very small scale pilot in some suburban street in my ward there. I think the intention is that more information will come in the new year about how that went, the different types of technology and chemicals that were used, and what we can expect out of that in the future if it does proceed. So just thought I'd put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Conseillère Plante.
Yes, hi, thank you. I was going to make I don't know if it's like a question suggestion, but in my breakdown of like sort of the Ward 12 things we're getting for 2026 is a $1.5 million resurfacing of King Edward. And nobody in Ward 12 actually uses King Edward. Most people are walking or they're on their bikes. King Edward is mainly used by commuters going to Quebec and back and forth. So to save a bit of money, I'm going to suggest that you maybe upload that to the federal government. It is an interprovincial bridge. It's always sort of the bane of the existence of Ward 12 just because of the issues with the trucks. So if the feds, until they come up with a solution, I'm going to suggest that they pay for those big repairs because it's constantly under repair because of so many cars that are going back and forth on it, so many big trucks who should not be on residential streets. And it might be something for you to have a chat with the feds about, for them to deal with the repairs and the upkeep of that street. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to come back to a point that Councillor Luloff made. Perhaps will have a big bow on my comments. And that is, when we get into park amenity renewal, a lot of the times the budget allocated to replace those amenities is not sufficient. And the project manager comes to me and says, can I use my SIL to complement the outstanding balance between what it will actually cost and what was budgeted? So I just want to throw that out there, that this has happened on more than one occasion where the project manager realizes, and sometimes it's even pre-tender, but after a project's been tendered, they don't have enough money and come to SIL. And if I don't say yes, the project doesn't happen. So that's a concern. The other is just how long certain projects take. Simple in the grand scheme of things to replace and renew an existing park. We publicly tell residents a project's going to be finished by October, November of a calendar year, and you find out it's been tendered in late August and won't be finished until mid to late summer of the following year. I see there really isn't a strong adherence to timelines, work schedule, and sort of an oh well type of attitude when project timelines are missed. And again, public has expectations that they'll be able to get back into their park. And again, this happens more than it should. And again, an issue that's been raised in the past. Obviously, in mature neighborhoods, we welcome park renewal. A lot of our amenities are quite aged. It's good to see new stuff, but the adherence or lack of adherence to a work plan or timelines continues to be an issue. And the last thing I'll just say is infrastructure renewal is a big deal. We all know this. It's a big deal across the city, but in mature wards like my own, complimented staff on all the water renewal projects the other day at Environment Committee. 7 water infrastructure renewal projects ongoing in River Ward right now. But the quality of sidewalks, roads, basic infrastructure, curbs that had eroded away and were rebuilt with asphalt. A curb rebuilt with asphalt continues to be an ongoing issue. And people notice this. And I certainly support not just the current level for infrastructure renewal, but I think we need to do significantly more. We talk about investment in our community, economic renewal, putting people to work, renewing assets, building new assets. Those are good long-term investments that taxpayers support, and we can do so much more. So that will be my continued, when I meet with the mayor and the city manager during the budget session, is infrastructure renewal continues to be a huge priority. But I will be supporting the budget on this matter, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's vote first on Councillor Kitz's motion. Is that carried? And then do we want to vote on the budget all together, or do you want to separate the capital and operating? No. All together? Okay. A recorded vote on it all together, please.
Councillor Kitz.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Desroches.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Skalsky.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
23 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you. Environment and climate change. Is that carried? Excellent. Good job. Finance and corporate services. Carried? Excellent. Okay, moving on to part 3, delegation of authority for implementation and related matters. That's items 8, 9, and 10 all together. Is that carried? Okay. Does it feel like we're almost done? Because we're not. So, directions to staff. So we're now moving into the non-amending directions and motions. Councillor Brockington, I believe you have a couple of directions.
I do, Mayor, and just staff posted. So that transit services staff be directed to engage airlines that serve the Ottawa International Airport as well as Via Rail on the feasibility of bundling airfare and train fare with an OC Transpo ticket fare, and that staff report back to the Transit Committee by Q3 on progress made.
Okay, so I'll just say, I mean, the long-range financial plan working group on transit has already been working on this, but I guess there could be a separate endeavor around this. Are staff okay with the direction?
Mr. Mayor, we're fine with the direction. We're working towards that anyway.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Brockington, you had another one?
Thank you, Mayor. This is with respect to the accessibility fee that's charged on every trip on PTC, so that staff and bylaw and regulatory service reach out to private transportation companies operating in the city to discuss the voluntary 10-cent per trip accessibility surcharge last modified in 2020 with the intent of increasing the surcharge as of July 1st.
Okay, our staff all right with that?
Yes, staff's fine with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you so much. I have two directions. The first one is focused on food insecurity, that staff be directed to, one, review the Office of Emergency Management's framework and identify options to establish a dedicated emergency food security reserve or funding stream to support rapid response for vulnerable households during extreme weather events or prolonged utility outages. To assess an allocated target of up to $1 million or an amount determined through evidence-based analysis of community need to ensure immediate capacity to assist families experiencing food loss during emergencies. 3, consult with community food organizations, food banks, and emergency response partners to design an accessible, equitable, and rapid delivery support model, and consideration of high priority communities as defined by the Ottawa Neighborhood Study. And 4, report back in 2027 with recommendations, financial options, and deployment mechanisms for council consideration ahead of the 2027 budget.
Okay, our staff all right with that direction?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King?
And my second direction revolves around the anti-racism strategy. Direct staff to continue to prioritize the anti-racism strategy within the 2026 Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging framework with a strategic focus on securing sustained provincial funding and report back with a comprehensive advocacy and implementation plan as part of the 2027 framework update. As part of this work, staff be directed to, 1, contribute to advocacy efforts to the province by engaging directly with the Ministry of Citizenship and Multiculturalism to advance the city's request for sustainable multi-year provincial funding for municipal anti-hate and belonging initiatives, building on the minister's September 2025 commitment to continue conversations. 2, develop funding proposals when possible for submission to the province that outlines Ottawa's specific anti-racism priorities and other framework priorities, community needs, and resource requirements, including alignment with the Ontario Anti-Racism Strategic Plan and opportunities beyond the Safer and Vital Communities Grant. 3, identify resourcing models that integrate anticipated provincial support for the continued implementation of the anti-racism strategy and framework at a scale proportional to Ottawa's growth and community needs, and advocate to the province for this financial support. 4, report back in Q1 2027 with outcomes of provincial advocacy efforts, propose resource models, confirmed partnership commitments that contribute to long-term sustainability and expansion of anti-racism work across the municipality.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move a referral motion on that direction to staff. I feel it's not budget related, and it is something that is worth discussing at greater length at Community Services Committee, considering that it relates to the EDIP framework that staff are working on.
Okay, so you're moving to refer it to Community and Social Services?
Yes, please.
Okay. To the committee, you mean? To a committee?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that?
Yes, Councillor Luloff had agreed to second it.
Okay. Okay, Councillor King, did you want to respond to that?
I would have been curious about staff's reception to this direction.
Yeah, we are, unfortunately, we're on referral now.
Well, I'd love to ask the clerk whether we can refer a direction to staff.
Mr. Mayor, yes, a direction to staff can be referred to a standing committee by way of a motion, moved and seconded.
I would have preferred this to have been dealt with here during budget deliberations, but if not, if it goes to a vote, I will vote against that because I would have preferred this direction to have been dealt with here during budget deliberations. But I would still look forward for the continuing discussion at committee, which would be ongoing.
Okay. Okay, well, let's vote on the referral motion. I mean, I'm fine with dealing with the direction today, but I'll leave it up to my colleagues how they decide on that. But let's vote on the referral motion.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
2 yeas, 22 nays.
Okay, so we're back to it being a direction. Are staff okay with the direction?
Yes, Mayor, we are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor King. Are there any other directions? Okay, motions. Councillor Skalski.
Okay. So, should I speak to it or just read it?
You can do both.
Okay, so colleagues, I'm pleased to bring forward a motion related to water servicing options for Fire Station 73, and I want to thank Councillor Brockington for seconding it. So just to offer some context, when this fire station was built in Vars, multiple attempts to drill a well on site failed, and so as a short-term workaround, the city installed a cistern that 18 years later is still being filled by a truck every week or so to operate the station. And so the purpose of this motion is to make sure that the options and costs to properly service the site are put in front of us this year. This is an example where investments in one area will contribute to a significant cost savings in another. And so in the end, it will improve the efficiency of fire operations in rural Ottawa, save tax dollars, and contribute to safety outcomes. It really is a win-win-win in my mind. So I hope you can all see the benefits of supporting this, and I'll just go ahead and read it now. So whereas Fire Station 73 currently operates entirely on hauled potable water stored in an on-site cistern, and whereas the annual operating cost for water delivery, testing, and system operation is approximately $25,000, and whereas this important initiative for Station 73 benefits the station and the members of our community, such as supports firefighter health and safety, provides unrestricted water access for post-incident decontamination showers, allowing proper cleaning to reduce exposure to harmful contaminants and carcinogens. It provides potable water for staff, ensures firefighters have safe drinking water during extended operations and training sessions, eliminating recurring costs of bottled water. It enhances disaster preparedness for the community. Among other sites, Station 73 is a potential assembly point during disaster relief situations. A reliable, potable water source is critical for supporting residents and emergency operations during these events. It enables PPE decontamination before professional cleaning, allows staff to properly rinse and decontaminate gear on site, reducing exposure risks and improving firefighter health and safety, improved hose cleaning and drying efficiency. With the District 7 hose drying tower located at Station 73, staff can clean and dry all contaminated hose at once instead of being limited by the holding tank capacity. This ensures faster turnaround and equipment readiness. It facilitates on-site training and hose testing. It enables Station 73, Station 50, 3, 71, 72, and 73 to conduct annual hose testing and training activities on station property, eliminating traffic interference and safety hazards associated with using hydrants on city streets. Reliable pressurized water supply for operations. It allows tankers to be filled on site in a designated fire service area, avoiding hydrant use in the village of Vars, and reducing traffic disruptions, congestion, and safety risks for both staff and the public, and removes need for water truck deliveries. It eliminates logistical challenges and expenses associated with scheduling water deliveries while reducing fuel consumption and emissions for a more environmentally sustainable approach. So whereas the station is located outside the public service area under the official plan, which restricts servicing approaches and introduces policy, design, and water quality considerations, and a single long service line from Vars is not permitted under city standards, and normally a dead-end water main poses water quality risks, requiring full main sizing and design. However, given Station 73's foreseeable water level consumption, this may not be necessary, and any partial servicing option would require an official plan policy exemption. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff from Facility Services and Asset Management Services and Fire Services to continue evaluating feasibility servicing options for Station 73, including cost, design, and policy implications, and be it further resolved that staff report back as part of the 2026 capital adjustments and closing of projects, city tax and rates supported, with recommended short, medium, and long-term actions, including a technical feasibility and compliance with city standards, financial implications and funding sources, policy considerations, including any required official plan exemptions, and risk mitigation strategies for water quality and operational reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skalski. Is that carried? Carried. Okay, next is Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas Wateridge is a rapidly growing community with a projected population exceeding 10,000 residents at full build-out, whereas as development continues, residents have expressed strong interest in weekend transit service to support access to employment, recreation, local businesses, places of worship, and community amenities. Route 25 has been valuable in providing weekday connections. However, there is currently no weekend service, whereas ridership projections show baseline demand with approximately 100 customer trips on Saturdays and 70 on Sundays. Staff have previously advised that adding weekend service to Route 25 would cost approximately $236,000 annually, and no funding is currently available, whereas the 2026 budget identifies $91 million in new operating pressures for transit services, including customer systems and planning. Whereas given the cost, growing demand, and ongoing system pressures, the following is proposed. Therefore, be resolved that staff consult with ward councillors to identify high growth and high need neighborhoods, including Wateridge, where there are transit access challenges, and therefore be it resolved that staff initiate a review of ridership trends in these areas to identify potential operational and or service adjustments to enhance connectivity and reliability with consideration to ridership growth, system demand, and financial planning for potential implementation in 2027. And I'd like to thank Chair Gower for his assistance on the updating the resolutions, as well as the support of Councillor Brockington. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Is that carried?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Sorry.
Councillor Kitts? Go ahead.
Yeah, so just so that I'm understanding the motion correctly, staff are going to reach out to councillors in all high growth areas, including Wateridge?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be reaching out to all councillors and having those discussions with them in terms of where they perceive potentially some high growth areas, and then that we'll be using that information to help prioritize what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is that carried? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for seconding the motion. Whereas Bell's Corners, a vibrant community of approximately 10,000 residents in College Ward, serves as a key regional hub along Robertson Road, yet suffers from a significant lack of public realm investments, including insufficient pedestrian-friendly spaces, green amenities, safe pathways, and connectivity to the Ottawa Greenbelt, leading to underutilized community potential and inequities compared to other Ottawa neighborhoods. And whereas the Reimagining Robertson Road study, launched in 2025, by my office with community input through public surveys and workshops, aims to develop a transformative vision for Robertson Road as a welcoming main street with enhanced public spaces, safer streets, and sustainable mobility solutions, supported by consultants Mobicon. And whereas an upcoming consultant report on this study, anticipated in early 2026, will provide critical recommendations for revitalizing the corridor, including improvements to streets, pathways, and public gathering areas to foster a village in the Greenbelt. And whereas city staff have indicated they plan to initiate a public realm master plan in 2026 to identify areas for coordinated investment in our streetscapes that will aim to improve development and economic outcomes in key areas across Ottawa's urban, suburban, and rural neighborhoods. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council directs staff to conduct a thorough review of the upcoming Reimagine Robertson Road consultant report in the context of the future public realm master plan and future transportation master plan updates, identify recommendations from the report that could be incorporated into the city's upcoming public realm strategy and future update of the transportation master plan for Bell's Corners to address deficiencies in public spaces, pathways, and streetscape enhancements, including connectivity to pathways and green spaces, and report back to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee prior to the 2027 budget with specific implementation timelines, funding options, and opportunities for further community consultation on public realm investments, including projects informed by the Reimagining Robertson Road report. So just to briefly speak to this, colleagues, Bell's Corners is a community almost as old as Bytown itself. It started as a collection of businesses in the 1830s near the intersection of Richmond Road and the Baseline, which formed the boundary between Ottawa and Richmond. And the businesses served local farmers alike, and now it is a uniquely positioned space in the city for its connections to green space and forest, while also being a thriving commercial center and a very special place to call home, affectionately known as the Village in the Greenbelt. But what isn't working so well for residents and businesses alike is that Robertson Road is one of our region's stroads. It's a wide, straight highway that attempts to serve many roles. It's an important gateway and connector into Ottawa from the west, which sees high volume and speeds due to its usage by largely commuters. It's also a vibrant commercial strip, and it is what connects a residential neighborhood. And every day you'll see school kids trying to cross these 60-kilometer-an-hour highways and walking it with insufficient sidewalks, often just maintenance strips, no segregated cycling infrastructure, and high volumes of speeding cars. It's a problem for this little village, and they have long sought solutions, but looking at the city's master plans, it's largely absent. Its limited transit routes were cut during COVID, and frequency was never restored. In fact, residents of Bell's Corners will have to cross over the Queensway to access the Moody station. It's not been factored into city plans, and it's consistently left out. So the city has been overlooking its potential, and so I commissioned a study titled Reimagining Robertson Road to look at it both from an engineering and community perspective, with multiple engagement opportunities to understand what improvements residents and local businesses want to see. Some of the solutions are short-term, some are long-term. No one imagines there's a quick fix, but what this project continues to demonstrate is that there is a united belief from residents with young families to faith groups to seniors to members of the Bell's Corners BIA that there are better things ahead for Robertson Road and they deserve investment. This motion, with the support of the Mayor's office, ensures that Bell's Corners is now back on Ottawa's map. This summer, we had over 1,000 people from all over the West End come to a beer festival its very first year. People are ready to gather and create community in Bell's Corners, and residents are leading the vision. The motion before you ensures that Bell's Corners is a contender in the way that I know and all residents know it should be. I look forward to your support and for the report back to committee by the end of next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is that carried? Councillor Johnson.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this one, thank you, seconded by Councillor Gower. Whereas the Ontario Highway Traffic Act and the Red Light Cameras Pilot Project Extension Act 2022 authorized municipalities to use red light cameras to improve road safety by reducing aggressive driving and collisions. And whereas City Council approved a pilot red light camera program in May 2000, which has since expanded to 84 cameras in operation as of 2025. And whereas the Office of the Auditor General on April 28th, 2025 tabled an audit report on the automated speed enforcement red light camera programs. And whereas one of the recommendations of that report was for city staff to revisit the approach of how the city allocates revenues from the red light camera program. And whereas the Auditor General also recommended that staff update how results of the programs are measured and reported. And whereas staff responded to the Auditor General report that there would be an update in Q4 of 2025. And whereas changes to the automated speed enforcement program delayed that update, whereas the widespread public understanding of red light camera revenue is that they go only toward road safety action plan measures. And whereas the red light camera program is well established with formalized processes and controls. And whereas annual revenues generated from the red light cameras installed post 2020 have been reallocated to the Road Safety Reserve Fund as part of the draft 2026 budget. And whereas red light camera revenue generated from cameras installed pre-2021 are currently allocated to the operating budget, consistent with the program's historical practice since 2000. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to explore the feasibility of allocating future revenues generated from pre-2021 red light cameras to the Road Safety Reserve Fund. And be it further resolved that this review assess the financial implications and ensure no impact on the base operating budget. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council with options and recommendations as part of the updated Road Safety Action Plan report in Q1 of 2026. So just a few comments on this one. Colleagues around the table may remember that during our budget deliberations this time last year, I raised the question of photo radar and where certain pieces of that revenue were allocated, whether it was to the Ottawa Police Service or whether it was to general revenues or whether it was to the Road Safety Action Plan. And I've been somewhat with a dog with a bone since then. Until then, many of us and many members of the public understood that the fines from running a red light help pay for road safety, just as automated speed enforcement fine revenues did, until the Ford government took that important safety tool away. Since my intervention last year, the city's Auditor General has also looked at the program, and staff has agreed and promised a report by this month. Unfortunately, due to the Premier's continued overreach into municipal affairs, the staff report will be delayed while staff try and figure out how to continue to provide safety programs like adult school crossing guards, temporary traffic calming, critical intersection improvements without the fines from the illegal speeding. We will now see these reports come forward in Q1 2026. As part of that discussion, I think that we saw that red light camera revenue versus ASE was a complicated discussion and not particularly clearly understood by residents, and this is the problem that I'm trying to solve. I think we need to seek a scenario whereby all red light camera revenues are directed to road safety initiatives. Although I can understand that that might not have been the directive of previous councils, I want to see a decision point in 2026 where this council, with all information before us, with the precarity of our road safety improvements, or the revenue for those road safety improvements, decides to preserve red light camera revenue into the general budgets of the city or be directed to exclusively fund road safety investments. From my perspective, I've been clear. I believe it's a lot cleaner as a councillor that all photo radar means all photo radar revenue goes to road safety, but I'm prepared to have that discussion in the spring. This motion doesn't preclude that outcome, but I think it's an important conversation because we want to ensure there's transparency and accountability in these revenues and a clear accounting in our budgets and our city priorities. So I would like to thank the Chief Financial Officer, Cyril Rogers, for help constructing this motion, as well as my colleagues and as well as the Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure, Tierney, and the Chair of Transit Committee for their support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney?
Yes, thank you. And there's been a lot of back and forth on this. It was clear in my mind where ASE money went. You pay a fine when you do the crime, and that was funding our network. So that's now gone. We want to have a wholesome debate on it. So just to be very clear, what we're voting on today is for them to go out and have a look. And then we can have a real debate and a discussion what we see from the red light cameras, which let's all agree, anyone who runs a red light, you are taking a big chance of killing somebody. So let's have a full, wholesome discussion. I support the motion that's in front of us today. I know a few people are asking, and certainly we've spoken quite a bit about this. So thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Is that carried?
Thank you.
Okay, next is Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll read it out. Whereas the City of Ottawa's road network represents one of the municipality's largest and most expensive asset classes, requiring both capital investment and ongoing operational maintenance to preserve, condition, and support safe, reliable transportation. And whereas understanding the operational cost profile of individual roads rather than only by service category would provide greater transparency, improve benchmarking, and better inform life cycle planning and prioritization for annual city budgets. And whereas the city's asset management plan notes that pavement condition data for transportation assets is collected through regular cycles using automatic road analyzers for paved roads and visual inspections for gravel roads, but does not currently integrate operational cost into renewal prioritization. And whereas the AMP outlines inspection cycles of 2 years for city freeways, 3 years for arterials and collectors, and 5 years for local roads and lanes, with gravel roads inspected twice annually. Therefore, be it resolved that Public Works staff develop a process to incorporate available work order logs and maintenance service request records for roads and parking services with the goal of calculating annual operational maintenance expenditures on a per road and per lane basis rather than solely by service category in order to support more transparent data-driven planning and investment decisions. And be it further resolved that the information be shared with asset management to inform future budget development, ensuring that operational spending patterns and long-term maintenance needs directly shape capital renewal decisions. This will help ensure that roads with the highest ongoing maintenance costs are properly prioritized for resurfacing, advancing a needs-based approach to local road rehabilitation across the city. Short and sweet, I find it disappointing that we don't know which roads are costing us the most to maintain. And I think it makes a lot of sense to have that information as an input into how roads are being prioritized for resurfacing. So this motion asks staff to look at how that can be done, and they're supportive. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Is that carried? Conseillère Plante.
J'en ai trois. Est-ce que je lis tous les trois en même temps?
All right, I have three of them. Should I read all three of them at the same time?
The one on transit priority signals?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Whereas there are certain locations in the city that have bus-only lanes, and whereas traffic impacts have domino effects in delaying buses across the city, which has an outsized impact on transit riders, and whereas routes 6, 7, and 12 are among the busiest bus routes in the city, and whereas line 911-956-2026 in the transit budget has funds allocated for transit priority road and signal enhancements. Therefore, be it resolved that staff from the transit department meet with staff from traffic services and the affected ward councillor's office to discuss and plan appropriate location to pivot priority traffic signals in locations where there are bus-only lanes and in locations that would optimize transit service where it would have the greatest impact.
Merci. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is being put forward by Councillor King and I. Whereas Ottawa City Council is committed to delivering high-quality municipal services efficiently and affordably, and whereas advances in artificial intelligence, automation, and digital process redesign present opportunities to streamline administrative tasks, reduce service times, and improve customer service outcomes when implemented with appropriate governance, privacy, cybersecurity, and accessibility safeguards. And whereas leveraging proven, commercially available AI solutions from established vendors through pilot projects can accelerate time to value improvements while minimizing upfront development costs. And whereas a coordinated corporation-wide review would be beneficial to identify programs, services, and tasks that are suitable for automation, digitization, or process streamlining. And whereas the Government of Canada has announced federal initiatives to support AI capacity, including a sovereign AI fund, and there may be opportunities for the City of Ottawa to access such funding to boost operational efficiency. And whereas the intended outcome of this initiative is to enhance the city's efficiency, decrease response times, thereby improving services for Ottawa's taxpayers and residents. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct the City Manager to continue to expand the opportunities for AI use based on priority use cases of programs, services, and tasks that can be automated, digitized, or streamlined through the use of AI tools and related process redesign. And be it further resolved that City Council direct the City Manager to ensure the optimization of AI capabilities within existing licenses and leverage AI solutions from additional vendors where there is a compelling business case that validates priority use cases with clear success metrics, service response time reduction, manual process automation, client satisfaction, cost avoidance, and with due consideration to privacy, security, human-in-the-loop oversight, and procurement compliance. And be it further resolved that staff report back to the Agile Government Working Group in keeping with the 2026 work plan with I, the inventory of opportunities, II, the expansion of opportunities, plan and evaluation framework, and III, a recommended roadmap for scaled implementation. And be it further resolved that Council directs staff to engage with the Government of Canada to determine whether and how the City of Ottawa can leverage the Sovereign AI Fund and any complementary federal programs to support and expand these efforts, and to report back on eligibility, timelines, and potential funding allocations. And be it further resolved that the overarching objective of these actions is to support staff in enhancing the city's productivity, efficiency, and in decrease response times, improving services to Ottawa's taxpayers and residents. Mr. Mayor, we had a good conversation at the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. I know Cyril has gone on at length about some of the value that AI has brought to the city already, even making a comment today. Again, this is about leveraging technology to do things better here at the city. I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to speak to each of my colleagues over the past few months about what AI can do to help us do our jobs better, and I hope Council sees this as an opportunity to move the city forward and continue to be a leader. I would like to thank Cyril and his team, Jason, Kyla, Gary, and Angela, who helps manage the Agile Government Working Group. It really is a team effort. And hopefully this is supported by my council colleagues. And although a portion of the motion was written by AI, Mr. Mayor, my comments were my own.
I was going to ask that question, actually. Councillor Gower?
I was going to ask that question as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is that carried? Okay. Okay, we have two motions related to pre-authorized debit fees, and I just want to confirm they are, technically speaking, they're mutually exclusive, like one does not preclude the other. Is that correct understanding of that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's our interpretation they could both coexist if they both passed.
Okay. Councillor Desroches?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brown. Whereas the City of Ottawa provides residents with multiple payment options for municipal services such as property tax payments and water bill payments, and we've listed all those fees, and whereas the City of Ottawa has a user fee policy to recover costs associated with the delivery of public-facing services where users can be identified, as per the City's policy in Section 391 of the Municipal Act 2001, which provides municipalities with the authority to establish and collect user fees and charges to recover costs associated with providing a specific service. And whereas this authority is supplemented by specific legislation, including the Building Code Act, 1992, the Planning Act, 1990, and further supported by the city's fiscal framework, which states that users of municipal services that do not benefit from the community as a whole should bear some responsibility towards the cost of those services. And whereas Service Review Working Group has endorsed a comprehensive user fee analysis review in line with user fees policy and fiscal framework as part of the revenue optimization and generation category, and whereas the city strives to ensure fairness, transparency, and efficiency in its payments processing costs, and whereas the pre-authorized debit fee approved by Council in April of 2025 includes an administrative cost fee of 55 cents per transaction, whereas the city has continued to improve administrative tasks and reduce cost pressures without increasing the resources required, and primarily through continuous improvement and automation to keep costs low. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to, 1, continue to review the administrative cost structure related to the pre-authorized debit fee to ensure that it reflects actual costs, work with the banks to identify any opportunities for further integration of city and bank systems, and identify any further opportunities for efficiencies. And 2, report back to the Finance and Corporate Service Committee with any further recommendation to optimize payment processing costs while maintaining service quality and accessibility for residents as part of the 2027 tax policy. I wanted to ask the Treasurer, I think there was some confusion when this was rolled out. This provision was part of, I'll call it an omnibus report on taxation to the Corporate Services Committee, Finance and Corporate Services. This PAD is not related to the fees that are charged by the bank, but as the motion suggests, it's trying to recover the significant cost to administer this program. And in the discussions that I've had with you, there's a commitment to see if we can reduce those costs so that we can be more efficient and potentially reduce the PAD fee in the longer term. So can you comment on that, just in terms of what exactly the PAD is so that there's clarity? And 2, what can we do in the course of the next several months or year to see if we can't reduce our costs and potentially the fee associated with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the councillor is right. So this was part of our tax policy report that came forward in April. It is a big report. We did highlight it in our presentation as well, where we introduced this new fee. New fees are introduced outside of the budget, and it really much is endorsed with the Service Review Working Group, and it is very much in line with our user fee policy. The fee is 55 cents. The actual cost for us to do this service is 74 cents per transaction. So it's not full cost recovery, but it's partially there. We do offer a number of different payment tools for residents to pay their taxes and water bills, and this is one of them. This one really is a administrative burden because of the process it takes from, you fill out your form, the form comes into our team, then we're interacting with the banks. We interact on a monthly basis. If there's insufficient funds in that account, we got to go back to the resident to follow that up. If you change your banking information, we got to go back and follow that up. So it is a very administrative task. Our commitment is to look at this and ensure that we continuously innovate and improve the process. We work closely with our banks in terms of automation, in terms of our feeds back and forth, and trying to get better information there. Not to get into the weeds, but I can give you an example where if there's 100 residents signed up for this and they're with 5 different banks, we do a reconciliation file by property role and by individual. That goes into the bank at that level. Then what the bank does, the bank validates that, and then they send that money back to us, but we get a lump sum dollar back. So then my team or Joseph's team's got to go through the process and do a reconciliation of every line item to see what that bulk number is. That's the burden behind it. So it's not our process that's burdensome. It's the system that's kind of burdensome. So we're committed to work with the banks, work with our process as we've done in many of our transactional processes within the revenue team to continuously improve the process where we can. And that's why we're supportive of this motion is bring that commitment back as we report back.
Okay, because I think the part of the rub for some people is that, okay, this is an e-commerce world, so this should be easy, but as you've just outlined, it's got a lot of moving parts to it. We just approved, I think, a great motion by Councillor Brown on AI, and you've indicated that likely we don't have potential here for AI.
Mr. Mayor, there is. Okay. There's always an option, but I caution you, this is where I caution the world of AI. In this scenario, we're now using individual information, banking information. That's where I get a little tight on AI in terms of we got to make sure why it's important that the city manager is endorsing the framework and the AI, make sure that we do have the gates, the security measures in place, because we're now dealing with your information, your banking information, and there's a risk to that. In other areas where there's public information, writing motions and things like that, AI is a great tool, but from a commercialization, the security part is where I cringe a little bit in that domain.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you agreeing to undertake this review. I think there's an expectation out there that if I'm going to pay for this fee, you're going to do everything you can as a city to keep that cost as low as possible and be as efficient. And we ask that of our banks too, to work with us so that we can have a much more efficient process and one that, like you said, meets all the checks and balances that we have to process. So thank you very much for taking on this, should council approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleague for moving this motion, and I note there's another motion coming. My residents just want the 55-cent fee eliminated. They don't want more reports or more investigations. I appreciate there's an opportunity to lower the amount or eliminate it, then that is better than what we have. But it's just the irritating, what they call nickel and diming, and I appreciate that there are expenses to the corporation that we have to recover. I appreciate that's what's driving this. But the volume of email, the amount of people who are upset over something that, yes, is low in monetary value, but just seen as another cost to people, the desire of the public is to eliminate the fee, not spend a period of time investigating how we can consolidate costs. So if the treasurer believes that this motion could potentially yield to a better place, great. I will support that. But ultimately what the public wants is the elimination of this fee. That's what should be the goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Is the motion carried? Okay, Councillor Lowe, on the same topic.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. Whereas on the 16th of April 2025, Ottawa City Council approved the new service fee of 55 cents for pre-authorized debit PAD transactions on property tax and water utility accounts, whereas many residents use PAD to improve cash flow management across the year, whether by preference or necessity, and whereas PAD payments provide flexibility and convenience, making them a widely used method not only for city payments, but also for recurring payments to many private companies, and whereas in 2025, 114,396 property tax accounts and 96,322 water utility accounts were registered on PAD plans, representing 32% of property tax accounts and 36% of water utility accounts. Whereas Section 326(1) of the Municipal Act 2001 authorizes a municipality to identify a special service, determine its related costs, designate the area receiving an additional benefit, calculate the portion of costs representing that benefit, and recover those costs from the benefiting users, reflecting what is commonly known as the benefiter pays principle. And whereas when city staff reviewed the administrative costs associated with the various payment methods offered, the disproportionate costs required for processing PAD transactions justified applying the benefiter pays principle. And whereas a service that is adopted by the majority of Ottawa taxpayers and ratepayers would no longer be considered specialized and subject to the benefiter pays principle, therefore be resolved that upon reaching 50% of property tax or water utility accounts registered on PAD, whichever occurs first, staff report back to council on options for eliminating the new PAD service fee. So we've already discussed why the PAD exists, why the fee is there, and the disproportionate cost of administering that service. But you know, I know that there are many residents who use this both as a preference or as a necessity for more stable cash flow because they can't afford the larger installment payments, mostly in the case of property taxes, or as a tool to just simply not miss deadlines, right? These are residents who diligently do pay their taxes and bills otherwise, but maybe in a situation that they may have no choice in. So, you know, understanding that a service that is adopted by the majority when we get there is not something that you know, is an opportunity, I feel, where we can reduce or eliminate the administrative fee. So I hope that I can get your support on this one. Thank you. Or rather, this is a asking staff to report back when we hit the 50%. Yeah. My apologies.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Just to be clear, though, I don't believe staff support this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We're not supportive of this motion. The cost is there regardless. It's been there before the new fee was brought in. The principle behind the user fee is that user fee pays for the user fee, as the councillor highlighted. Going down this avenue and open up that door where if we have a threshold where users hit that point, now it goes to everybody. It kind of goes against the principle of a user fee. So whether there's 33% or 50%, you choose to use that user fee, so you should pay for that user fee. That's the concept of the user fee, so that's why we're not supportive of the 50% threshold, then put it all on the tax base.
Okay, I would agree with that, so I won't be supporting the motion. Could we have a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Councillor Menard needs to be promoted. He is trying to unmute.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yeah.
Councillor Skalsky.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
8 yeas, 16 nays.
Thank you. Councillor Plante. Do you have your motion on Lowertown Transportation and Mobility Plan?
Whereas the Lowertown Community Association has identified numerous transportation and safety and mobility issues in Lowertown, including cut-through traffic, speeding, inadequate sidewalk widths, illegal vehicular traffic movements, accessibility impediments, deteriorating public realm, and gaps in the cycling network. And whereas the NCC is proceeding with the demolition and reconstruction of the Alexandra Bridge, which will have further traffic impacts to the Byward Market and Lowertown area. Whereas the safety issues present over a broad area impacting local collector and arterial roads, such as Dalhousie, St. Patrick, Murray, Cumberland, Transportation and Safety to undertake an area-wide transportation and safety mobility study for Lowertown to identify short and long-term measures to address these issues. And whereas many streets within Lowertown would generally not qualify for inclusion in a neighborhood traffic calming program based on the council-approved NTC study process, which focuses exclusively on local and collector roads and does not capture some of the challenging and unique to Lowertown, such as high volume of trucks and interprovincial traffic. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to consider a transportation and safety mobility study for Lowertown within the 2027 NTC program with the goal of identifying near-term and long-term safety and operational measures. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to consult with the Lowertown Community Association in 2026 regarding the scope of the transportation study and objectives of launching the study in 2027, subject to council approval and 27 budget for the NTC program. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. I know how much councillors who are in the queue for NTCs are desperate for those. They're often one of the rays of hope that we can offer residents with respect to calming the traffic in a larger area than just doing a street with flex sticks. I'm just wondering if this is included within, for consideration within, 27 NTC program. Does that mean it would automatically be included? And what would be the prioritization exercise that's undertaken by staff to consider it?
So through the chair, this motion does not make any decisions about what would go in the 27 budget. It is direct. As the councillor pointed out, it doesn't fit the normal terms of the NTC program. So with this motion, it would have staff looking at it because of the arterial nature of the roads and then bringing something back in the 27 budget. I do know that the NTC program, as you say, is oversubscribed and has some multi-year commitments. So if there's merit in this after the analysis, we would likely be coming back with an add-on to the NTC budget for this project and looking to see if there's similar parameters in other locations.
I am
so
concerned
as in
that
it would not so we'd have to come back in the 27 budget, but we are not seeing this motion as displacing anything in the queue. We see this as an addition to the work we do under the neighborhood traffic calming, for which this would not naturally fit.
So it gets it in the mix.
Yeah, and looks at whether or not we need to consider, is this a one-off? Are there other locations that are similar that are not met by any program? So we would have that conversation for the next budget.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Is that carried? Are there any other motions related to the budget? Okay, motion to rise and report. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. That the Committee of the Whole rise and report to City Council.
I think there's a little bit more, isn't there? Oh, that's it? Okay.
That's all I have.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. We are now back in council, and everyone has the opportunity. It doesn't mean everybody has to take the opportunity, but everybody has the opportunity to speak now about the budget before we vote on the budget. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks, Mayor. Every year we gather to pass a budget that defines how our city serves the people who rely on us. I take that responsibility very seriously, and I've spent weeks reviewing this document, meeting with staff, listening to residents, and reflecting on what accountability and service truly require of us as a council. After those conversations, two key questions have guided my decision today. Are Orleans East Cumberland residents getting what they need from this budget? And does this budget make life more affordable for the people I serve? We're asking residents to take on a tax increase well above inflation at a time when the cost of living is putting real pressure on families. If we're going to ask more of people, then we must show that every dollar is being used efficiently and responsibly. Instead, we continue to see examples of planning failures and inefficiencies that erode public confidence. We have freshly paved pathways being torn up because planning and coordination were not aligned. We have LRT extensions facing delay after delay. We have infrastructure projects promised year after year with no visible progress. These commitments remain stuck in the system with no urgency, no follow-through, and no accountability. In the East End, this pattern is even more pronounced. The Apollo Crater pathway was promised in 2021 and still has not materialized. Earlier this year, staff assured me that Centrum would be repaved in 2025, and by the time this budget reached council, that commitment had evaporated. The Queenswood Ridge pathway is another perfect example. Promised 3 years ago, delayed twice. And while waiting, I asked staff to at least repair the crumbling parking lot beside it, and what appears in this budget is the parking lot, but not the pathway that residents were promised. My hair is going gray, waiting for these commitments to materialize, and I feel like pulling it out when assurances are made but not delivered. This is not how you build trust in a growing community. And do not get me started on the intersection of Cameron and the 174. It's a mess, and I can't get staff to take it seriously. This is an interprovincial crossing used daily by residents on both sides of the river. The northern portion of Cameron was supposed to be repaved, which could have created efficiencies for a larger improvement project, and instead we face delays, uncertainties, and roadblocks. Residents continue to navigate an unsafe and poorly functioning intersection while the necessary work remains stuck in the system. Transportation in the East End remains one of the most frustrating and consequential challenges for families. Transit's no better, and I've already shared my thoughts with you on that point. Another example that speaks volumes is the pedestrian bridge over the 174. We built the supports for that bridge 5 years ago to prepare for the LRT extension that will open next year, and staff have repeatedly told me that federal and provincial investment is needed to complete it. But have we ever applied to any programs? And from what I've been told today, no, other than the first one that failed. So even when it comes to seeking support from other levels of governments for infrastructure that would directly benefit the people of Orleans East Cumberland, we do not move the file forward, and that's deeply disappointing. I do want to acknowledge the hard work that went into preparing this budget, especially from Cyril, Steve Box, John Light in the Mayor's office, and along with many staff across the corporation who put in long hours on this document. I also want to explicitly state that this is not a vote against the Mayor, who still has my confidence. I value his leadership and the strong, candid relationship that we've built. This is a vote for Orleans East Cumberland. There are components I strongly support, such as investments in affordable housing, the continued expansion of the Anchor program, and the much-needed hiring of new paramedics. I also recognize there are investments on paper for Ward 1, once again, but intention is not enough. Not when the promises remain unfulfilled, not when inefficiencies cost us millions, not when communities like mine continue to fall behind while paying more each year. Cannot look my residents in the eye and ask them to pay more when the improvements they depend on are continually delayed or abandoned, especially at a time when the cost of everything from groceries to housing continues to rise. It is unreasonable to ask families to shoulder a higher tax bill when basic projects that have been promised for years still have not materialized, and when they're already stretched thin by rising costs across the board. At its core, this comes down to trust. Almost everything in this budget, for me, are things that have been promised over the last 5 years but never delivered. And after so many unfulfilled commitments, I cannot honestly say that I believe the new promises being offered today will fare any better. Trust is earned through follow-through, not repetition. My approach to this job is grounded in service. Service means honesty. It means protecting the hard-earned money of residents, and it means ensuring that promises made become promises kept. So I'll continue to work with each of you to build a better, fair, and more efficient city. But based on what's in this budget and what's missing from it, I cannot in good conscience support it. Our residents deserve better. Our communities deserve their fair share, and accountability demands that we do better. Thanks.
Councillor Dudas.
Since I was first elected, I've been fighting to see more infrastructure dollars invested in Ward 2, into our local roads, our parks, and the community spaces that my residents rely on every day. I represent an older community. Many of our roads, our facilities, and parks are well over 40 years old. What residents need, what they expect, is reinvestment in the neighborhoods they call home. The pathway to the park is finally rebuilt. The patchwork of pothole repairs comes to an end because their local road is repaved for the first time since it was first constructed. Parks and public institutions maintained and upgraded so families can use them with confidence. This year's budget moves us in that direction. We're aligning investments with the way people live and where they live. We're seeing more direct support for local infrastructure, roads repaved, stronger core services so help arrives when it's needed, and renewed parks and recreation so people have welcoming places to gather and stay active. Municipal budgets are tangible investments. Residents experience the impacts of the budget in their daily lives. Roads, parks, community centers, gathering spaces. That's where we need strong investment, and this budget is delivering this. We're also advancing on previous budget investments. Last year, through the 2025 budget, I secured funding for a feasibility study for a much-needed gymnasium addition at Bob Macquarie Recreation Complex, Orleans. This budget advances that work with funding for detailed design. I've worked for years to move this from concept to reality. Because of that groundwork and because of these long-term investments, the federal government has now stepped up, announcing support for construction through the Build Community Strong Fund. And earlier today, I introduced a motion to unlock even more investment in local communities through this budget, doubling down on investments that residents across the city will experience each and every day. The goal is simple: keep strengthening core services, keep renewing parks and programs, and keep delivering results that people can see. Most importantly, this motion, this budget, reflect what we hear from residents across Ward 2 and across the city: dependable services, safe and vibrant public spaces, and recreation that is accessible and well used. I will be voting in support of this budget, and I want to thank the mayor and his team, Matt and John, and City Manager Wendy Stephenson and Steve Box, as well as Cyril and his team, for truly hearing me as I echo the concerns I hear every day from residents from Ward 2, for bringing forward a budget that reflects their priorities, and for making deep investments in the things that our residents want to see.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'll start by saying that I'm pleased with the overall direction of this budget, and I do intend to support it. For Ward 5, public safety and core services are not abstract line items. They're daily realities for residents spread across a large rural geography. So I'm encouraged to see continued investment in policing and paramedics and our transportation network. Those increases matter in my ward. People want to feel safe in their homes and on their roads, and they want to know that when they call for help, someone's coming. I appreciate that this budget recognizes those pressures. I'm also supportive of the ongoing major infrastructure work highlighted for Ward 5, investments in water and wastewater capacity, renewal of community facilities, and of course, the execution of some of the Rural Summit priorities, such as ditching and drainage improvements. That is all good news. That said, I do want to be honest about how this budget feels at the ward level. I'm slightly underwhelmed by this year's Ward 5 highlights, not because there isn't money in the ward, there is. I think if you were to combine the capital and operational spending that's going into Ward 5, there's a lot more money coming in than there is coming out. But I do want to touch on the fact that the highlights don't reflect the priorities that residents have been raising with me consistently throughout this term of council. When people read the highlight packages, they expect to see what they've been asking for. The issues that show up in community meetings, emails, and service requests month after month. And when they don't see them, it creates a disconnect between what we approve here and what they experience on the ground. One clear example is noxious weed control, especially wild parsnip. This has been one of my most persistent rural quality of life and safety issues I've heard about. Residents have been asking for a stronger, more productive program for years. They're worried about the health impacts. about roadside safety and about the spread of into fields and trails. I acknowledge that staff have worked within the existing resources, but we need a visible step up. The community is looking for an increase in control efforts, not just reassurances that we are assessing it or taking it back. I want to see that reflected more clearly in the budget going forward, both in resources and measurable outcomes. I'd say the same about roads. The list of renewal projects from city staff often don't or never contain the roads that I hear regularly about. The residents of Barlow and Armitage have not had their road resurfaced in my lifetime. I have asked every single year for those roads to be addressed, and they have yet to appear on any ward highlights. Every single year, I have requested that Wood Kilton be resurfaced. It has never appeared in the ward highlights for the last few years. And I've asked for money just to explore transportation options for rural residents. Nothing. 4 years in a row, I've asked for any funding at all that could advance a multi-use pathway using the Beachburg rail line that the city owns. Nothing. I don't feel that the many hours I've put into presentations and meetings with staff around budget priorities for my ward have been at all reflected in what is funded. So to summarize, I will vote in favor of this budget because it moves in the right direction on big priorities, safety, paramedic response, and core infrastructure. But I also want to be very clear that I want future budgets to better reflect the issues rural residents have been raising consistently throughout this term. I will continue working with staff between now and the next budget to strengthen ward level focus. Residents need to see themselves and their priorities in what we highlight. Thank you very much, and I look forward to supporting the budget and pushing for those improvements ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. So colleagues, this will be my last budget process of my 12 years as a city councillor. They've only ever been challenging. I have sometimes supported the Watson and Sutcliffe budgets, and I've sometimes opposed them. The central preoccupation of each has changed every year. Sometimes the battle lines are drawn on housing, sometimes on infrastructure, sometimes on transit, sometimes on police. But regardless of the flavor of the budget debate in any given year, what they share in common is that they have been crafted with an arbitrary tax target that is decided months before the budget vote. For each of those key areas that I've mentioned, and the full spectrum of services that the city delivers, they all compete for dollars within that pie, regardless of how much they actually need to deliver services that residents deserve and expect. And the results are predictable after 16 years of austerity. Very low tax increases that sometimes haven't even kept up with inflation. Residents' bus routes and frequencies are cut, congestion is growing. Maintenance on our community buildings is deferred until those are shuttered. Sidewalks and roads go unrepaired. Promising initiatives like the Anchor program are underfunded and struggle to grow beyond a limited pilot program. My local library is closed on Sundays. Festivals and parades can't afford the cost of security and are gradually ceasing their operations. We just heard about the oversubscription of the neighborhood traffic calming program. The list goes on. I love this city, its people, and its spaces. But everything is not okay. And those of us who can count on City Hall having our back is getting smaller every year. Mayor Sutcliffe has touted his priority on building a city that is affordable for everyone. But the question that so many more residents are asking every year is, affordable for who? Fees and rates keep climbing, and those regressive costs hit those who can least afford them. Only those with the very lowest incomes qualify for discounted passes, and too many residents are struggling to pay full fares that keep climbing. Housing costs are soaring, recreation and facility booking fees are expensive. And at the same time, we're taking a portion of the taxes that we do charge for amenities like Lansdowne that serve the comfortably off. We're funding private security instead of outreach in the market. We're paying the costs of urban sprawl like Taywin that robs our budget of the funds that we need to build a truly affordable city. By the time we get to this vote, the battle to think differently about our city, how we'll grow and serve everyone equitably, is already lost.
The result of our budget process is inevitable. Status quo budgets that never really address the growing challenges that our city faces, and a city that is affordable and safe and reliable for fewer and fewer people every year. I'll be voting against this budget. Spoiler. When we peek beneath the hood of it, we can see that it is held together with things like federal housing dollars, cost savings such as the elimination of the carbon tax that are less efficiency and more lucky break, malleable assumptions and forecasts, and the continued austerity that robs our very talented staff of the resources that they need to do truly great work. Challenges in Canadian municipalities such as housing and addressing the opioid crisis require new partnerships between all three levels of government, for sure. But this budget fails, again, to address some of the most pressing problems in the city that are ours to solve. It is a budget that fails to address simply building a city that works. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Skalski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when this draft budget was tabled a month ago, I was very clear. 3.75% should be the ceiling, not the floor. That wasn't a slogan, it was a challenge to ourselves to dig deeper, find efficiencies, make smart, targeted investments, and yes, to cut spending where it isn't delivering value for money. I've never believed that raising property taxes year after year is a sustainable path, and frankly, it's not a fair path for rural residents. My ward includes 9 rural communities. Most have no city water, no streetlights, no sidewalks, no transit, no publicly funded daycare spots, no swimming pools. And at any given time, we have a few police officers covering an area the size of Montreal and Vancouver combined. My residents gave me a clear mandate: keep taxes low. Not because they don't believe in public investments, but because they do not see the investments, period. Every year we ask them to pay more, but they don't see their world improving. Quite the opposite. They see their roads deteriorating, they see ditches filling, they see restrictions on garbage, new fees, fewer services. They feel they're paying more and getting less. So why, with all that said, am I supporting this budget? Well, I could stand here all day and list the things that this budget doesn't cover, but let me tell you what it does. This budget brings a long overdue and deeply needed investment to Larry Robinson Arena, finally allowing us to begin renovations to a 40-year-old facility that desperately needs accessibility upgrades and a septic replacement. This budget gives the community of ours the ability to advance on a community space they've been advocating for years. It will resurface and preserve close to 20 rural roads, replace 49 culverts, and fund the programs that seniors, caregivers, and families depend on through organizations like Ross and OYA and Rural Family Connections. It expands recreation offerings in our centers, adds more paramedics to service rural Ottawa, and doubles the ditching budget. Something my residents have been pleading for so we can finally start catching up on the backlog of critically needed ditching projects. So, and perhaps most importantly, residents in Osgoode Ward have been unequivocal. They want more police presence in rural Ottawa, more enforcement, and an investment in the specialized policing needed for today's complex crimes. They want to see the vision of the South District policing model fully realized. This budget takes real steps towards that, adding boots on the ground and improving the level of service rural residents will receive. Does this budget deliver everything we need? No, it doesn't. But for the first time in a long time, rural Ottawa will see real, tangible, measurable improvements, things my residents will actually see. And while this isn't the budget I would have written, it is the budget that moves my communities forward. And that is why, reluctantly, but responsibly, I will support it. And I will continue to press for what's fair and challenge what it isn't, and hold the city accountable for every budget promise here. Because rural Ottawa deserves results, not rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skalski. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, I think it's been known that often I come out pretty hard at budget time because I believe that paying taxes to a municipality, which then redistributes those taxes across many priorities, is fundamental to a caring and democratic community. I've been critical of the notion that by freezing or cutting publicly funded services, we reduce the burden of cost on our residents. I think the evidence shows that's a race to the bottom, and I do not believe that a high tide raises all boats. I know I'm not alone here. It frustrates me to hear that said at public events and launches. I remain concerned that we're deferring a substantial burden of cost onto future taxpayers for tax-supported infrastructure costs that won't be revealed until 2026 for large-scale projects that are only beneficial for some and not all, and that hasn't changed. But the cost of the level of investment required to support what the City of Ottawa is facing and what cities across the country are facing at this point are beyond a simple tax increase. We need provincial and federal governments to start seeing cities as the economic and social drivers we are and fund us consistently as partners. We have work to do, and we have the right city people to do it, but the cost cannot fairly be borne by taxpayers alone. So this year, I've been fighting for the investments in College Ward that will show residents the value for the money that they are investing, right where they live. Our mature neighborhoods are stagnating. Investments have been sporadic and inconsistent. Residents are feeling frustration and are disillusioned when they continue to see their taxes increase and cannot point to projects in their area that they spent their money on. I've championed since 2022 a collective understanding of our outer urban wards and the infrastructure deficits that many of us have faced at post-amalgamation. And I believe that this budget is demonstrating that the city recognizes that this deficit needs to be addressed with forward-thinking investment to create an equal playing field. I am very pleased to have fought for the investments for many commitments in College Ward that will be seen in 2026. And what I've done is sort of closed my eyes and done a little walk through College Ward, and I invite you to do the same. So you start on Merivale Road and Baseline Road, where you're going to have secondary plans that will be born, that will look at how we're going to see growth and potential future funding opportunities for those areas. We're going to see a vision for diversified modes through those areas. We're going to see investments and imaginings for new local parks through those secondary plans. I am very proud to see city investment in those areas. I'm very proud, as I said, to see the $73 million in College Wards budgets, and along with those other budgets of neighboring wards for the Baseline Rapid Transit Corridor. This commitment shows that the city is putting money first and not dragging its heels, and clearly ready to invest in getting residents moving faster through the outer urban belt. I come to the Algonquin station. So not only will we see LRT stations coming online, but we will be executing the purchase of 100 Constellation, which unlocks 17 acres of land that can allow for deeply affordable and attainable housing to be built, creating a diversity of housing typologies for an area that has seen pretty much exclusively single-family homes. We're going to see transit priority measures for West Baseline. We're going to see connected cycling infrastructure from Baseline to Rockway, and we're going to be analyzing future cycling capacity along Baseline Road, which is going to make it safer and faster for all users. We're going to see the first replacement of overpasses come through at Maitland, where the city has put forward an investment to expand those spans along with the provincial government for future cycling infrastructure, finally through work between Councillor Kavanagh and myself to connect north-south in a way that supports all users. We're going to see an Nanaimo sidewalk, creating a safe link for the community center in Qualicum and their homes. We're going to see investment in all three of the ward's community buildings, the Linwood Building, the Nepean Museum, and the Westcliff Building. And now we're in Bell's Corners, and we're going to see a commitment for public realm and future TMP updates for Robertson Road, putting Bell's Corners back on the city's map. So my hope is by achieving many of these local investments, I can continue to rebuild the trust between the city and residents of College Ward that they have long suffered without. So I'll support this year's budget for saying yes to College Ward for the powerhouse that it is.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to start with thanking city staff for all their work that goes into this budget from every department and for your informative presentations and committees over the last few weeks. This all didn't happen today. I want to thank my colleagues around the table. Even if I didn't agree with you, your dedication to serve the needs of your residents and for sharing your ideas and questions is very, very important. We may not agree, but we appreciate hearing different perspectives, and I value the countless hours that we put into the process, serving our communities. I want to thank our community members who attended the meetings and participated in many forums on this budget. And in general, their input was very valuable, and I think that we have to remember that that's where it starts, at the grassroots. On transit, I'm glad to see that, again, we're having a fare freeze for the community and Equipasses, which I've advocated for every year since I joined council in 2018. So I appreciate it. However, I can't support a general fare increase for others when services continue to be infrequent and unreliable. I continue to hear the concerns. I know we're going to get better. Right now, public transit in our city is at a critical point. After years of delays, traffic chaos, and detours, LRT East is going to finally open in 2026, if I dare say, and LRT West extension, I'm saying 2027. You don't have to, but I'm gonna. So, but it's important to have a feeling of when these things are going to happen. But in the meantime, my residents have put up with a lot. It's been basically a hellhole to have all this construction happening right in their front yards, backyards, accidentally having trees removed, all kinds of things going on. It wasn't just the transit, it was also the Richmond Road Complete Street, and soon we're going to see the Byron. This has been very, very hard on residents, and I know the end result's going to be great, but just a reminder that it ain't pretty well as it's getting done. The important part is we are going to choose public transit as an important part of our community. And we're going to be reducing the number of cars and congestion. So we're moving forward, and I appreciate it. On policing and community safety, I want to thank the police for the work they do in our community. In my office, we're in regular contact with our community officer, and we appreciate the work that they're doing. Having said that, the Anchor program has demonstrated when alternatives to policing can be effective in response to mental health or substance use crisis, and they do happen outside the core. Programs like Anchor can free up police resources for actual police work, and we need to continue to work on that so that they can work, so police can work on the other things that they have prioritized, including fraud and car thefts and domestic violence. I fully support the expansion of the Anchor program and would like to see it roll out in neighborhoods across the city. The investments in both these services will help people in response to crisis, but we have to work on the root causes as well. I'm looking forward to learning more details about the Build Canada Homes partnership that we have heard about earlier this week, and I'm hoping that some of this new federal money could be invested to support supportive housing units across our city so people with complex needs can get the help they deserve as well as a roof over their head. Supportive housing and community housing with embedded supports are proven solutions. We need to work on these solutions. They reduce homelessness, hospital visits, emergency services, and other interventions. It's cost effective and it works. This is the outlook we need to look at as a city. I also would like to see more attention given to long-term planning to manage community buildings and other infrastructure reaching the end of its life cycle. I've already mentioned about the Belltown Dome, which is over 50-year-old ice pad that has a cover on it that is coming to the end of its life cycle and is no longer usable. We knew this was coming. This was not a surprise, but we don't have guaranteed funding for a replacement of a recreation center, whether it's a space for community meetings or for sports and other activities. Spaces where people can gather are incredibly important, and we need to work on that. So I want to prioritize it because that actually helps with security. I want to thank everyone for their work here, and I look forward to hearing from my fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's important to remember that affordability and public safety remain top priorities for residents across our city. Many families are feeling the pressure of rising costs, and they expect their municipal government to make responsible decisions that protect essential services while keeping Ottawa affordable. Municipal taxes, after all, are a regressive tax system. Regressive taxes place proportionally higher burden on people with lower or fixed incomes. And housing affordability is not just the price of the home, it's the cost to live in a home, which includes municipal taxes. This budget aims to strike that balance. It proposes a property tax increase to sustain essential services while remaining mindful of household budgets. Even as construction costs, labor pressures, and general inflation continue to rise, the city has been working hard to limit impacts on ratepayers. Without more than $250 million in cumulative efficiencies achieved over this term, through streamlined processes and reduced administrative overhead, the tax impact would have been significantly higher. And full credit to you, Mr. Mayor, for the work that you've done. If it was easy, then it would have been done 10 years ago or 5 years ago, but it took your leadership on that. Affordability also means protecting services that people rely on every day, especially when it comes to public safety. The 2026 budget continues to invest in Ottawa Police as it strengthens neighborhood policing, advances modernization, and builds the new South District Police Station. Establishing a strong South District team is particularly important for our growing suburban communities, where service demands continue to increase. Public safety is a core responsibility of municipal government, and we must ensure that the police service has the staffing and resources required to respond effectively. For residents of Riverside South and Finley Creek, I'm pleased to see that several important investments are reflected in this year's budget. We are making real progress in delivering the infrastructure, amenities, and community facilities that our fast-growing neighborhoods have long needed. We're moving forward with the new library and community center in Riverside South Town Centre, major amenities that will serve families and lifelong learners for decades. Work is also progressing on a new recreational complex for the entire ward, including a long-awaited swimming pool to help address the high demand and wait lists for swimming lessons. These facilities will support youth, families, newcomers, and older adults as our community continues to grow at one of the fastest rates in Ottawa. We're also seeing continued progress on Bank Street upgrades, a multi-year project that will modernize our transportation corridor and improve travel for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. Enhancing pedestrian connections in both Riverside South and Finley Creek remain a strong priority, and this budget continues to advance that work. At the same time, we're addressing renewal in the older parts of the ward. On Quinn Road, for example, the city's investing on a new water main that is urgently required to improve system reliability. This work will be paired with a full rural cross-section road renewal, including a new roadway surface, the first significant upgrades to the street in decades. These improvements will help ensure dependable water service for residents in one of the more established parts of the community. In Finley Creek, I'll be leading in the new year a visioning exercise with residents on the future of city-owned surplus lands. This includes several significant parcels. The current Leacham Station, which will be surplus, the old Gloucester City Hall, and the Public Works Building and Yard. These underutilized properties present a rare opportunity to shape the next chapter of community growth. Working together, we can identify new uses, such as housing, community amenities, and public serving spaces that reflects the priorities and values of local residents in Finley Creek. These investments speak directly to the need of our growing suburban communities, communities that expect reliable service, proper infrastructure, and modernized amenities that keep pace with the development. This budget supports that growth while maintaining a strong focus on affordability and responsible financial management. I do extend my thanks to staff as well who worked on this budget. This year, each year we try and communicate to residents in a better way on what is often a complex process. Full credit to staff on this summary document. I think it's one of the best ones that we produced in 12 years to explain how we spend money at the City of Ottawa, what revenue sources we have, And I know we'll continue to build on these products so that residents can participate fully and in an informed way in the budget process. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may be able to surmise from my comments on other parts of the budget that when this budget was first presented a month ago, I was not happy. In fact, I was very frustrated. There is not enough funding to meet the urgent needs of a part of the city that is growing faster than its infrastructure. Too many projects that matter to my residents have been stagnating or moving far too slowly. And with the ongoing very real issues of transit reliability in my ward, it is hard for me to justify the level of spending being proposed without clear accountability and improvement, as I shared earlier. And on top of that, the overall increase is higher than what my residents would like to see. But over the last month, I went to work. Countless meetings, on-site visits with infrastructure staff, a meaningful conversation with Marcia about possibilities through the Canada Public Transit Fund and a commitment to look meaningfully at growth pressures. I've sat down repeatedly with OC Transpo about Route 30 and what can be fixed in the near term. I've had frank discussions with Cyril, with Wendy, with the mayor, and too many others to name about my concerns and my priorities for the East End. And the result is not perfection, not every answer I wanted, but real effort by many to work on solutions so that this budget can better deliver on what residents deserve. There are positive outcomes in this budget, many that have already been named, and even though my joy was muted by my disappointment in the overall investment, this budget does begin to address Brian Coburn at long last. But I hope the comments I've shared over the past month have been taken to heart and that future budgets will finally invest meaningfully in my growing corner of the city. Because as far as I'm concerned, the work on the next budget has already started. I'm not someone who shows up at budget time and throws my hands up and walks away. I work on it all year long, and let this be a warning, I will not hold back if we start the next budget cycle in a disappointing place. I'm asking for more from this process and for a stronger, more responsive approach. And I believe we do need to continue to find real savings and efficiencies in lieu of asking for more from our residents. So am I totally satisfied with the budget today? No, I am not. I won't pretend to be, but it is better today than it was a month ago. And that's because people rolled up their sleeves, because I pushed, because staff pushed, because many of us chose hard conversations over dramatic headlines. It is easier to vote no. It is much harder to put in the work, to fight for the improvements, to show up for meeting after meeting, to negotiate, to compromise, and to secure real gains for the people we represent. My residents don't elect me to take the easy road. They elect me to move the needle, and even when the starting place is far from ideal. So I will always be honest about what isn't good enough, but I will also always do the work required to make things better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the residents of Ward 9, I very much appreciate the investments in planning coming to Knoxdale, Maryville, although I know that many of my constituents will still feel deprived today. And I am very grateful to my colleagues for so many excellent motions today. Some genuinely good things will come out of this budget and the amendments that have been approved. Despite that, I won't be supporting the 2026 budget. Sadly, this will be my third budget in a row that I voted against. And as the headline from the recent op-ed by my colleague, Councillor Tierney, suggested, by not supporting my third budget out of four, I may have just been diagnosed as a chronic no voter. And as it said of people with this affliction, if we're not offering solutions, we are part of the problem. If we're not moving Ottawa forward, we are holding Ottawa back. Of course, sometimes we do offer solutions only to see them voted down, then brought back a year later through a different champion and ultimately supported. There can be good reasons for saying no to a budget. Many people in my ward and across the city, compassionate, intelligent, well-reasoned people hold great doubts about this budget and many before it. Those voices deserve representation, even if only from a small minority of council. In their minds and in mine, this budget is not moving Ottawa to where it needs to be, whether far enough or fast enough or even in the right direction. moving forward does not necessarily mean progress. One can move forward in the wrong direction. This year, more than in previous years, the budget process has felt like an exercise in tunnel vision, as if the outcome was preordained. Keep taxes low, make up for that with higher user fees, fund the services that make the headlines, and ask everyone else to tighten their belts, even as the cost of delaying investment puts the eventual price tag further out of reach. And our process plays a role. We spend most of our time debating and modifying the budget when we as council should be far more involved in preparing the budget direction and in engaging our residents earlier in that process, deciding the broad strokes of what to prioritize and how to pay for it. That is the conversation that we should be having every year, not once a term, only at the beginning of term. Other Canadian cities do it differently. Debating a budget that is pretty much baked in the moment the draft is tabled, it's like revisiting the seating plan after dinner. If we did it differently, I think we would hear a different story from residents about where they want the city to go and their willingness and our capacity to help us get there. Because our financial state is strong enough to do more. Most of our reserves are more than healthy. We have strong annual surpluses, one of the best debt-to-asset ratios in the province, if not the country, an exceptional credit rating. Yet even with such health, the draft budget we table never seems to rise to the moment. Too many roads and sidewalks will continue to linger in disrepair despite the new investments we just learned of today. Water mains will break at an accelerating pace. Facilities will be offloaded or queued for overdue upgrades. More people fall into precarious housing or homelessness, while food banks break records, feeding more and more people. Weeds grow 4 feet tall from the cracks in our medians, giving the impression that we can't afford better, but we can. The need is great. And it's in those times that government, more than any other sector, with all of its financial tools, takes the lead when it comes to dramatically ramping up capital investment or properly funding services in order to help our society get over that hurdle of precarity. There is not only one way of moving forward. The City of Ottawa, despite ranking near the top for median household income among Ontario municipalities, ranks near the bottom for property taxes based on average home value. Despite having one of the lowest and safest debt-to-asset ratios among cities across the country, we have never seen a plan for enthusiastically taking on debt to match what we did for Lansdowne, not for infrastructure, not for affordable housing. Any budget debate, whether in good times or bad, should be about what a city can do to help people live their best lives there, so that they can thrive there, so that they can build and grow there, so that they can see their future there. That is government investing in itself. I don't think we've given our best effort on that front. I and many others need to see a different way forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I want to say I'm wholly disappointed that not any speaker so far has mentioned economic development. I guess I would ask, how do you think the money comes to city council? Like, municipal governments get their finances from taxpayers, from commercial taxpayers, because we have jobs. The people can't afford to pay their taxes unless they have jobs. So the term of council priority that the mayor has focused on, I would say more than anything, thank God, is economic development. And so if you actually paid attention over the last 4 years, you would see how much has actually taken place to ensure that we are not asking taxpayers to pay for everything. And if you think that's the only way we can do it, you're wrong. Look at what has happened. We've had federal MPs from all over Canada come through Ottawa, come through a number of our tech sectors and our industry sectors. We've had ministers from the province come and look at Ottawa and say, it's actually unbelievable what you have going on here. We have a new industry, compound semiconductor industry, that is coming to Ottawa because of what the mayor has done in terms of building relationships with federal and provincial governments. That is how money comes to us. The 1.6% of growth that Cyril talked about is now 1.65. Every year that increases, that means we don't have to ask taxpayers for more money for on their tax bills or increase our fees or levies. This is how you actually bring money into a city. You look at the Ottawa, Ontario deal to upload the 174, to upload the LRT. This is huge money for cities. And nobody's talking about that here. I mean, maybe it's important for you all to talk about your wards, but I cannot believe that nobody is talking about the significant investment in Ottawa that has happened over this term of council, and particularly in this last year. Do we forget about the Housing Accelerator Fund? Are we forgetting about the Canada Infrastructure Bank, where we got all the money to pay for the new buses? Like, it's shocking to me that people are thinking that the only way we can get our money is to increase property taxes and not look for new property taxpayers. The number one thing we need to do is make sure we have enough jobs for people to have the money to pay all of these things. And that's what so much of Invest Ottawa, the KNBA, the mayor, all of our city staff have done with the whole Bloomberg report that is coming. It's actually unbelievable what has happened in these 4 years. And none of you has even mentioned any of these things. So I guess I would say I'm absolutely supporting this budget, because this is one of the most important budgets we will ever have in a very unique time in our city. We will very likely be considered defense capital of Canada. We will very likely get a defense innovation bank. Why is that? That's because our mayor has been building those relationships to make sure that this additional economic development takes place in the city of Ottawa. So, you know, yes, Canada's getting some sidewalks, Canada's getting a few projects that they wanted, but more importantly, this entire city's economic development future is absolutely astonishing. And a big thanks to Sonia Shorey, Kelly Days, and the mayor, obviously, and all of our city management staff who've spent all that time ensuring that people in this city actually have jobs. So I can't thank the people that I've been working with all year enough for their focus on economic development, because as I've said many times at many committees, it's the most important thing because it gives us the funding to do all the things we actually care about. So I will absolutely be supporting this budget, and I can't tell you how many people came to me, Mr. Mayor, to talk about how thrilled they were that the mayor of our city has such a great relationship with our Prime Minister, and it shows. And it's only to the great benefit of Ottawa. And I really thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I think we've had good discussions already today. I want to say real quickly, I think that there's a lot of work taking place between the federal governments and the provincial governments, thanks to you, as well as our collective folks around the table. Riley is definitely always hitting up AMO. I'm going through FCM. And municipalities, we're in these bun fights because we're grossly underfunded by other levels of government. We know this firsthand. And we shouldn't be facing these stresses. We shouldn't be taking on housing and health and all these things. We're supposed to be the potholes and light bulbs people. We're not anymore. We do everything. We're the front door to everything that happens. And we're taking on and downloading more and more responsibility. When it comes to, and I want to thank my colleague for pointing out the headline, he caught it. Very, very wise. The chronic no voter. I say that for a reason. Because this is the opportunity. I've listened all day. I've been waiting for, okay, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? I hear we're grossly underfunded. I haven't seen one motion tabled to say, let's add taxes. Right? Like you offer no, but where's the motion? So I clarified with the clerk just real quickly. We could suspend the rules if someone wants to throw something on the table. Clearly, nobody wants to do that. Odd. So on that, don't put our money where your mouth is, unless you're willing to put something on the table. Last, we're not handcuffing the next term based on what's happened today. This is our last budget. Today, it was a strong emphasis on community safety, working on congestion, and working on core services. The next budget is going to be the one that you bring to the people at the doors and what's reflected in the last votes that take place here today. So I want to thank the mayor and I want to thank staff. Sure, we all want more, but nobody wants to pay more. And as a matter of fact, you remember I asked the question, can we take something out of the budget? I'd love to take more out of the budget. But guess what? I respect all my other colleagues that are concerned about arts, that are concerned about music programs. Not just roads. I'm also concerned about bike lanes. But again, nobody's tabled one item. Not one. Not even a 0.5%, not a 1%, not the 6.5% that were reflected in many pieces before. So thank you to my colleague for understanding the chronic no voter. It's better to be part of the solution than be part of the problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the fourth city budget that I'm at the table discussing with all of you. And for the record, I actually voted yes for the last 3 budgets. And I'm frustrated, and so are my residents. People are losing faith in our city. Every week, I receive dozens of emails from people who don't feel like the city cares about them anymore. Whether it's the parents of a child who tripped on cracked sidewalks and broke his adult tooth, or the students who are constantly late for class and missing job interviews because their bus isn't coming on time. And of course, the addiction and homelessness on our downtown streets, which undermines dignity and humanity while also making all of us less safe. I have often been a dissenting voice on this council. That's my job. I take my marching orders from the residents of Somerset Ward, not from the mayor and not from anyone else sitting around this table. And I'm here to deliver their message. Residents in Somerset Ward feel abandoned by their city. Often it's the little things like broken sidewalks that take years to fix, or the fact that we have more than 100 bathrooms in public parks that we keep locked because we don't pay staff to keep them open. Budgets are about priorities, and downtown residents feel abandoned by this council's priorities. 5 blocks from where a new fancy stadium is being built, we have people with untreated mental health and addiction literally screaming on the street. This council seems perfectly happy to raise taxes or dip into reserves to pay for police and private security. But when it comes to social services and other evidence-based interventions, we patch together piecemeal funding from other levels of government and only offer a tax-supported increase of 2%. According to an analysis of crime trends in 20 municipalities across Canada, including ours, there's no correlation between increases in municipal police budgets and a reduction in crime rates. What does work? Early intervention programs like the City of Baltimore used to reduce homicides by nearly 40% since 2020. This is not to mention the overwhelming data we have about supportive housing and its potential to stabilize people's lives and reduce crime. We have a shining example in front of us with Anchor. Nearly 4,500 calls in 1 year and 92% didn't require police intervention. It couldn't be more urgent to scale up what's working. I welcome the modest expansion in this year's budget, but we can and should be doing more. To quote Catherine Boucher, the president of the Dalhousie Community Association and a longtime Chinatown resident, we can't arrest our way out of this crisis. Or the words of another Chinatown resident, Lucy Van Olden-Barneveld, what undermines safety is pouring more money into the same old tactics while refusing to address the real emergencies driving instability. I could only support this year's budget if we offered the same tax-supported increase to early intervention programs, supportive housing, and non-police crisis alternatives. We appreciate the work of our neighborhood resource teams and community liaison officers. This is not meant to undermine the work of police. The intent is to complement their work and prevent crime. The numbers don't lie. Supportive housing costs roughly $4,000 a month. Jail costs $10,000 a month, and emergency rooms cost at least $30,000 a month. Investing city money, not just the funds that flow from other levels of government, into prevention is fiscally responsible. My residents are asking for investment in what matters, for policies based on both evidence and compassion, and for a budget that puts people first. Unfortunately, this budget misses the mark, which is why I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Budget is a priority setting exercise. And City of a Million, roughly $7 billion budget, operating capital. You'll never have sufficient resources to satisfy everyone in every matter. Let's live in reality here. This is about establishing priorities. As a chair of emergency services, significant investment based on the input from members of council, the communities that you represent. We have metrics and annual reports that we publish every year, and where we need to improve, where we've put resources this term of council. This year, we'll conclude our $10 million investment that we've squirreled away, another 3.6 this year for firefighter breathing apparatus. Paramedics, an increase of 23 in 2026. Bylaw officers, an increase of 6. Additional resources for emergency preparedness, $500,000 for radio system upgrades. This is because, as I said, we had some challenges. The level zeros for paramedics have significantly come down as we've looked at new dispatch system, more paramedics, additional fleet. We've looked at alternative service delivery in addition to sending paramedics. Our paramedic chiefs, present and past, have done some significant work to continue to provide service to the people of Ottawa under limited resources. But this continued investment means better service for the people of Ottawa. So I'm very proud of the committee and ultimately council that's put the resources in, and our residents are getting better service, shorter response times, and emergency services are being delivered. So very, very happy in that regard. For the frustrating part for me is I represent 50,000 people, and I prioritize issues and concerns and wants and needs. And when I go to my budget meetings with senior staff and the mayor, I expect to see some of what I raise reflected in the budget. And year after year, that's very difficult to see. Older wards need infrastructure renewal. And I think my colleagues in older wards will agree that we are grossly behind in that respect. I will support an infrastructure levy. I've been saying this publicly for years. We're at the point where we need to have an infrastructure levy. We need to start putting some serious money with respect to the backlog. And I think the public, of all the things that we can increase levies or create levies, infrastructure renewal in communities is at the top list. So the concerns raised in the past with respect to sidewalks, roads, curbs, park amenity renewal, city facilities, that list keeps growing. And again, most of this is local. I take Councillor Curry's issue to heart that there's certainly citywide issues, but there are significant investments in this budget. The library board, their decisions to go into Hunt Club with a branch. We're seeing the Alexander Community Center with provincial funding this year. That's going to get going. A 60-year-old facility that has never been renovated or expanded within the city of Ottawa. Mooney's Bay Pavilion, we're looking to rebuild that pavilion. We have finished the final design and waiting for some funds there. And like I said, significant water renewal projects across Carlington and Carlton Heights. Literally close to $100 million when you include the Carlington Hill Reservoir project. So there are some significant funds in this regard. I will be supporting this budget. I recognize it doesn't provide funding for every priority, but it is that balance between reasonable tax increases and putting those resources across a very large city, across many different priorities. So like others, I will continue to work with staff on priority identification within my ward and across the city, and appreciate and want to thank all the hands that went into building the draft budget that we have before us today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Hill?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a budget that prioritizes the real challenges that goes with the cost of living crisis that our residents are enduring. I'm very pleased to see the much needed investments in my community of Barrhaven that we've worked towards together over the last several years. I started lobbying the city to accelerate the Green Bank realignment back in 2021, well before the last election. And I look forward to seeing shovels in the ground when the snow melts. It's a big deal for my community. I appreciate the fact that staff have heard my concerns with regard to transit, and I know that that means we're still going to have some patience, but I recognize the fact that we're investing in what we need. We need more buses so that we can have more reliability, and that's appreciated by me and by my residents. We'll be designing a new civic center for Barrhaven. It's exciting. A seniors council, library, outdoor plaza, cultural space. This is something that is certainly needed with the growth that we have in the community, because right now my residents are going out to Greeley and the Ron Kolba Center in order to have their local events. I'm glad that we're investing in our police and in our emergency services. Our residents deserve to be safe and to feel safe. Chief Stubbs committed today that Barrhaven will see more police presence, and I'm extremely proud of the work that our community has done with the level 0 paramedic situation, and the fact that when someone calls emergency services on what's probably their worst day, they will be served by this city in the best way possible, and it will be acceptable, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership and your vision, not just on this budget, but with council writ large. I think that you've been consequential in terms of the direction that this city has gone, and I mean that very sincerely. Thank you to the city manager and all of your staff for balancing the need to provide our core services and the investments that we do with prudence. And thank you to our community leaders and our business leaders for participating and being involved in this. I sincerely believe this to be a consequential budget that our residents will feel the benefits of directly. And I'm very proud of the work that this group in this room have done to put into it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Just before we go any further, I'm going to ask Councillor Devine to read in a motion to extend past 7 p.m. Councillor Devine, if you don't mind.
No on it. Be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of procedure bylaw number 2025-100.
Is that carried? Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a few quick comments. Talked a little bit about the budget process and everyone's closing comments, and some reference to the fact that we get the budget and then we have a month to deal with it. But to me, the budget is about our presence here on council and how we contribute and how we influence that budget before it's tabled. And I feel that I get a lot out of the budget by my participation in boards, committees, what I put in, and what the inputs look like. And I talked about that this morning at Police Service Board. It's really easy to vote yes or no. It's a lot harder to do the work. That's a hard board. Lots of work on there. But we do it, and I don't think it would look that way if I wasn't part of the process. The same thing with the program and service review. And I heard a few kind of comments today about, oh, these aren't real efficiencies. I don't have the experience perhaps that many of you around the table, but I did manage human and financial resources for close to 20 years before being elected. And always in my experiences, efficiencies are about optimal allocations of financial resources that includes cost reductions. It includes maximizing revenue. It includes creating innovation and improving performance of programs. I've always understand that all to be efficiencies. Would you say so? The people that have more experience than me? So,
absolutely. Yes, Councillor.
So that's all part of our job. So we can niggle about this and that, but I feel that's part of my job and how I contribute, and I feel that helps impact the project that comes today. I look at that budget and I see things that have my influence over them. When I was first elected, I had 2 community centers full of people. Took away those community centers from my community, had all those people living there. One of the first motions I put forward was on transition to housing. We look collectively at all that's been done. We no longer have people living in community centers. We purchased a building on St. Joseph. We rented a place on Queen Street. We have moved mountains, and there is a lot more to do. But that's the impact of our work. So it's not just about landing the budget. I look at other things. Food security is something that I've harped on since being elected. I begged the mayor one budget to please give me 10%. The next year he found 10%. This year he just put in 15%. To me, that's the impact we need to make. It's not about getting a binder full of papers and a month later saying, oh, this doesn't fit my needs. It's our responsibility as councillors to be working all year to make that difference for my community. And I see that in the budget. So I will be voting yes. And I would just like to say that behind the scenes, this has been a great day with all of you. And I don't think people actually realize, that we all actually have fun and have lunch throughout the day. I've had people texting me saying, don't you guys get to eat? I'm like, yeah, we go have lunch. We talk. It's all good. So anyway, it was a great day. It was a long day. But yeah, I'll be voting yes. And thanks to everyone around the table. I know we all contribute to this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm glad you all had fun while I was sitting here chairing the meeting.
Yeah,
It's good to
apologies.
hear.
The mayor does not leave his seat. Sorry.
I never left this platform. Okay. What's that? No. What's that? I stood up a couple of times. All right. I'll just offer a few comments and then we'll get on at last with voting. Colleagues, there is no such thing as a perfect budget. There is no such thing as an easy budget, especially at this time and especially in a city as large and diverse as Ottawa. It's very challenging to deliver a budget that works for everyone. We have tough decisions to make, tough choices, but I think we should be proud of the work that we've done together now, not just for this budget, but over 4 budgets. I'm grateful for your collaboration as we have worked together to solve many, many issues, to find solutions, and to deliver responsible budgets that take a balanced approach. I'm
very grateful for the collaboration that we had. And we're trying to solve many of the issues that we have in Ottawa. And we've been doing it so for the last 3 years.
Staff for all of their hard work. It's an incredible amount of work that goes into this budget. It is no easy task. And every year, the work on the next budget has begun within days of the previous budget passing. So it's a year-long exercise. I also want to say thank you to my own team, especially Matt and John, who have worked exceptionally hard on delivering this budget. I believe the 2026 budget is about striking a balance, respecting affordability while investing in what matters most. And look, it's easy to talk about what the budget doesn't do, but let's remember what this budget does do. It does a lot. We've been working hard to manage the city's finances responsibly. We found $253 million in savings and efficiencies, avoiding the equivalent of a 12% tax increase for our residents. That's more than $530 in savings per household. And that matters. That financial discipline matters. It's allowed us to keep the average property tax increase around 3%, the lowest of any major city in Canada, while other cities have faced double-digit tax increases. Je suis fier.
I'm very proud that we're proposing the smallest tax increase in Canada.
Advocated for significantly higher tax increases, like those in Toronto. But that is not what I hear from our residents. It's not what I hear from seniors on fixed incomes, from renters and homeowners and small business owners whose costs have been rising. So I am proud of our record of keeping tax increases low. And we have worked extremely effectively with our federal and provincial partners. Our Fairness for Ottawa campaign has delivered historic investments from other levels of government, like we've never seen before. As you know, Premier Ford has committed that the province will upload the LRT, which will save our taxpayers about $85 million every year. That's money that will go directly back into transit for our residents. And on Monday, Prime Minister Carney and I signed the first deal of any city in Canada through Build Canada Homes. By working with our federal partners, we will unlock 3,000 non-market and affordable homes in Ottawa in the coming years. These are real results that directly impact the lives of our residents. All of this disciplined work allows us to keep taxes low while investing in what residents expect and deserve. And keeping our residents safe is one of our most important responsibilities. I hear from people across Ottawa who are worried about safety in their neighborhoods, and I, like many of you, take those concerns very seriously. So I'm proud that the 2026 budget makes important investments in public safety so residents will be safer and feel safer. We've made real progress on paramedic response times. We've dramatically reduced level 0 events. We're building on that momentum by hiring 23 additional paramedics. We're also strengthening public safety by investing $26 million more in our police service, including hiring 21 new officers and 4 special constables. These steps will improve community safety across the city. We are continuing to invest in a more compassionate response as well. And as many of you said, it is not a choice between the two options. The Anchor program has shown real results. I'm a big fan of that program. In its first year, as you know, Anchor handled more than 4,500 calls, and the budget expands the program further, committing $700,000 to extend Anchor into another part of the city, and I'm very excited about that. We have the potential to go even further in the months and years ahead. We are also increasing our funding for programs that support our most vulnerable residents to $222 million. We're investing this term of council $105 million in affordable housing. That is up from $45 million in the last term of council. That's a 133% increase in affordable housing from this term of council over the last one. By the end of 2026, that investment will deliver more than 850 new affordable homes, more than double what was achieved in the previous term. Dans ce mandat du Conseil,
during this mandate, the Council will be able to build 850 affordable houses. This is the double than the previous year.
A commitment to end youth homelessness by 2030, and this budget takes concrete steps toward that goal with $400,000 for the Youth Homelessness Action Plan and $5.5 million toward food security. As Marty Carr mentioned, that's a 15% increase to better support our local food banks and the residents who rely on them. And let's talk about our record investments in public transit. The OC Transpo operating budget will grow to $938.7 million this year, a 30% increase since 2022. And yes, we're going to see the expansion of the LRT to Orleans next year. That's going to be very exciting. But we've also made some important decisions today to improve service and accessibility, increasing the frequency of Line 1, expanding the Youth Pass so young people have more opportunity to use OC Transpo. We are also significantly increasing our budget for resurfacing roads and sidewalks. I promised to increase that budget by $100 million this term. We've exceeded that goal. The total investment is going to reach $533 million, a 50% increase over last term. As Councillor Skalski mentioned, we're investing in rural ditching and draining projects. That's up significantly over last term as well. We're investing in spaces that bring our community together. Community centers, parks, and arenas are receiving $75 million in 2026. That includes Fernbank District Park, the Larry Robinson Arena expansion, major investment in a new Riverside South Recreation Complex. Ce budget aide tous les résidents à travers la ville.
We want to help every resident in rural area, in urban and suburban areas.
Better for everyone. Our rural communities, our suburban neighborhoods, and our urban core. But there is always more that we can do. There is no perfect budget. I've already had conversations with many of you about priority areas for future budgets, including more creative ways to fund transit and investing more in our recreation spaces for families. But that is a conversation for another day and for another term of council. I'm proud of what this budget delivers. It protects affordability, it invests in our residents' priorities, and it moves Ottawa forward. And I'm proud about the fact that this budget and all 4 budgets this term of council have been supported by the vast majority of councillors, representing every part of our city. I think that demonstrates that we are bringing a balanced, responsible approach. Ce budget rend notre ville plus sécuritaire.
Our city will be more safe, more affordable, while moving forward. This is a balanced budget and a responsible one.
Today, to keep Ottawa moving forward, let's vote yes to the 2026 city budget. Thank you. And let's vote.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Oui.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yeah.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
Oui.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No, but for different reasons than Jeff.
Councillor Skulski.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, 21 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, that's all for the budget. Moving to item 28.4, the zoning bylaw amendment for part of 2555 Marchurst Road and part of 2625 Marchurst Road. We have a motion from Councillor Gower to start with. Councillor Gower?
Yep. That council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for part of 2555 Marchurst Road and part of 2625 Marchurst Road, as shown in document 1, to permit a battery energy storage system as detailed in document 2, that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. And Councillor Kelly, you have a motion as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee heard from a number of delegations at its meeting of December 1st, 2025, and several concerns pertaining to the proposed use of the land to permit a battery energy storage system were brought to the committee's attention. And whereas Council may vote to approve the zoning bylaw amendment to permit the BESS despite the recommendation for refusal by Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee, and whereas the necessary plans and reports for site plan control are preliminary, contain multiple errors and or are incomplete, and whereas such a project should proceed with caution given the potential implications to the neighboring property owners, and whereas a holding provision could ensure that all plans and reports related to site plan control are completed and approved to the city's satisfaction prior to the zoning for a BESS being in full force and effect. Therefore, be it resolved, a holding symbol be added to the zoning bylaw 2008-250 for part of 2555 Marchurst Road and part of 2625 Marchurst Road for a battery energy storage system until an emergency response plan, noise study, and environmental impact statement have been received, which meet the requirement for the city as part of the site plan control application. Be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few questions for staff,
sure,
and as we discussed yesterday, I don't know if other colleagues are going to have questions, but I would have some wrap-up comments as well. So I guess my first question for staff, just to confirm, so council has the authority under the Planning Act and the city zoning practice to apply a holding symbol when information needed to support zoning is incomplete. Is that correct?
Yes, we have that ability.
Okay. And a holding symbol is a standard tool used for a use that may be acceptable in principle, but council needs certain studies or conditions satisfied before the zoning takes full effect. Would that be correct?
Typically, it's used in a context where there's something outside of the planning process that needs to be in place in order for something to proceed. So, for example, you don't have the infrastructure in place to connect the project, and therefore need to hold until that can be resolved, or some legal matter needs to be resolved. But it's usually something else needs to be done prior to being able to exercise the authority of zoning.
Thank you. But if council did want to ensure that zoning conforms to the official plan requirement that zoning be based on those reviewed studies, is a holding the mechanism that allows approval in principle while preventing development until those studies are finalized? Would that be the tool that we would have?
Through the chair, yes. I mean, as written, this is something we could implement. Those studies are already in our possession, and part of the normal site plan process would be to review them, ensure they meet our standards and requirements, and are regardless of which way
council chooses to vote on these two motions, I would say that it is our normal expectation and practice that we would make sure that those studies are done to the satisfaction of the city before site plan approval is issued by staff. That is a delegated decision for staff.
Okay. And is there precedent? Has Ottawa City Council used a holding symbol before at zoning, pass zoning, but put a holding symbol on it?
Yes, we have. There's it's been used in, as I said, it's unusual to be tied to things coming through site plan, but the idea of an H on zoning is something that is used.
And is there any precedent for a battery energy storage system zoning being approved with an H?
I do not. I'm going to ask our Director of Planning to come up here.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair. The zoning bylaw amendment for the attached or affiliated with the Trail Road BES or the William McEwen Drive BES placed a holding provision on an affiliated piece of property that was owned by the city, where there was a lease that had to be entered into before the H would be lifted.
And understanding that may be more tied to the Planning Act than what I'm talking about, I certainly would think that, or I would make the argument that the lack of a lease with the city is certainly less important than the safety of my residents and the safety of their well water and what would happen if there was an incident. That's all the questions I have for staff now. I see that my colleague, Catherine Kitts, and I want to thank her for seconding this motion. She supported this project at council and again at ARAC. And so I wanted to make a point of acknowledging and reinforcing the fact that you can support this and support BES. You would be supporting the zoning for BES with a holding symbol. Thank you.
And maybe just before we go to Councillor Kitts, though, could you just maybe I could just ask staff to explain what the impact of the consequences are of Councillor Kelly's motion and whether you're supportive of it or not?
So, as I said, we can implement the motion as drafted. There is, from a process perspective, if this passes with a hold, then it would have to come back to council as part of the bylaw section of a future meeting in order to lift the hold. And that would have to occur after we have received studies that have met our standards and requirements. I can't speak to what this impact might be for the project itself. I know we're working under constraints the proponent has in terms of construction timing so that they can meet their contractual obligations with hydro and connect to the grid. So likely we would have to speed up our site plan review work in order to meet those timelines, but that's how it would work.
But it would have to come back to council for another vote.
Yes, it wouldn't be a report. It would just be in the bylaw section, but yes, it would have to come back to council as part of the bylaw section of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do sometimes consider zoning and site plan together. It's really at the discretion of the applicant, right? But that's not uncommon.
Sorry, I would just say that in this case, they did apply with both applications. And in an interest of keeping the file moving, given their contractual obligations and time constraints, we agreed that the zoning would move forward and we continue to work with them on the site plan part of their application.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was the lone vote in support of the staff recommendation at ARAC for the zoning to proceed, but I do support the holding provision because a lot of the studies that the community is concerned about are tied to the site plan. So there's a lot of anxiety from the community that we are proceeding with zoning without getting the results of all of those studies. And I think we have to remember that this is very new technology. And I think we need to be sensitive to the community concerns. So I actually think that this motion of putting the holding provision on it is sort of a best of both worlds, because the applicant is getting the assurances that council is prepared to support the zoning, but it will just come forward when the site plan is ready to be considered. And I don't think it's a horrible thing to encourage the site plan review to happen a little bit more quickly, especially if they're under constraints. So happy to support this motion to add the holding provision because I'm supportive of the project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to, excuse me, to understand what you were describing there in terms of the trade-offs. So without a holding provision, the studies that are being considered are part of site plan. They would be happening under delegated authority with staff. There would be no pressure of an additional response to council. That's what I hear.
We would be looking at these studies as part of the site plan control decision, yes.
And so there would not be a vote at council.
That is correct.
And if we put a holding provision on, then the studies are all the same, but that it would have to come back for a vote at council.
That's correct, because site plan is delegated to staff by the province. With the hold, council has to, staff can remove the hold, but under our delegation, but we have to pass the bylaw, which only council can do. So you would not be approving the removal of the hold. We would say we have met the conditions but you need to approve the revised bylaw.
Okay, so my question is, when we're talking about an acceleration through site plan, that would then satisfy the timeline with an additional vote. Could there be further criticism that staff rushed the site plan with the studies that are causing concern for the community? Like, does that invite a third variable then that could then have more sort of churn around the council table as to whether or not this technology is sound? I'm just not sure that the trade-off is I don't know what side of this trade-off I'm landing on. So I'm just wondering, are we introducing a new complication in terms of community trust by introducing the idea that we're rushing a site plan with additional studies that are important to the community?
So I'll maybe start and then offer the director to jump in. But from my perspective, you have strong opposition against this project, regardless of what studies are done. When I said we would have to move more swiftly on the site plan, it's because to meet their timelines, they need to be starting construction in March. We were on track because we have drafts of all the studies mentioned in this motion. We are working with them, with the fire department, with other partners here at the city to make sure that they are of the right quality in order for us to move forward. So we're looking like we're on track for the timelines that the proponent was looking for. If we need to lift a hold, our options are council meetings, which really would be the February council meeting. So it's probably going to move our timeline internally by a couple of weeks. So I can't speak to whether or not residents are going to say that we rushed it, but practically we're going to have to be conscious of when the council dates are, because that's not a date we can control.
Mayor, I think that it's hard to predict what the public might infer or contemplate with respect to the timelines. I can tell you with some assurance that the city staff would not be approving the plans or the studies unless they were done. And you know, our staff are professionals and need to maintain professional credibility, and they will not be bringing studies forward until they're satisfied with them. And hopefully we'll be able to do that in a timely manner. I do note that the motion itself does not speak to site plan approval. It speaks to these specific studies, and that does differentiate a little bit, where sometimes site plan can be held up, you know, for financial discussions or other aspects. It ties to these particular studies that are of importance to the council.
Okay, so I'm not sure where I'm going to land on that. I'll continue to listen to the discussion, but I do wonder if the holding provision doesn't have a false sense of security for aspects of the project that is still under consideration or debate by communities. And I'm just curious about that dynamic moving forward when it comes back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Luloff.
these studies have to be done anyway, right? And what we want to ensure that we're doing is giving the community, and I don't think Marcia is exaggerating in any way that there's a lot of opposition at ARAC, and I really don't want to come back and discuss this a third time. Let's be clear on that. I mean, we've talked about this project ad nauseum, right? And at the risk of having to do that, I think that this holding provision may give the community at least an opportunity to feel like they were heard, because these studies are not complete and were not presented with the application. You know, let's listen to let's try and split the difference here. Let's listen to the residents and ensure that they have the confidence that they need to move forward. At least we can say that the due diligence was done and approve the zoning today. We're not saying no. We're not saying no. What we're saying is yes, sure, but please finish the studies that you require in order for us to finally move forward with the bylaw. So let's support Clark and his residents today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. So are each of these studies required as part of a site plan application to be deemed complete?
The emergency response plan is not something that is on our development application studies and plans bylaw. So technically it is not a requirement to be deemed complete. It is something that is a requirement that we've identified a concern, and it will be a requirement for approval of site plan.
Would it be made public prior to that staff approval of site plan?
All of the applications and studies that have been submitted are available on the website, along with all of the other development applications.
But could there be a gap between the publication of the site plan application that's been deemed complete and then maybe the emergency response plan goes later? As studies are refreshed and updated, they are added, you know, the most current version is added to the website. So there could be a gap, but I would anticipate that all of the studies that are required for this application to be deemed complete for site plan would go up at the same time. And will you folks bang a sign in on the property indication that the site plan application has been made? The application for site plan is not yet deemed complete. I would have to, so the sign may not speak to site plan. The studies in their current form are available on the site for the zoning bylaw. Okay.
But I would have to confirm on the sign on site, whether it speaks to site plan. It may need to be updated as the application is deemed complete.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Yeah, just a quick question. I just want to clarify what Derek Moody said. So regardless, all of these studies would be done. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is there's no way that this project will go forward if staff has any concerns about the safety or the water table or the environmental impact or anything. Like no matter what, these studies will be done. And if they aren't acceptable, then there would be a problem.
That's correct, Councillor. We absolutely would not move forward unless we were satisfied the studies have been done in accordance with the standards and requirements of the city.
So it isn't necessary that there's a holding provision. It's just necessary that all of these studies and everything is done so that we assure the community that things are safe.
Regardless of which way council makes this decision, we would still require the same level of effort to be done related to these studies, but the motion as written is implementable.
Yes, I understand that. I'm just saying that the delay, you know, in terms of my perspective, it doesn't achieve anything. Yes, there's a message to the community, but there's a different message to the tech community. So I would just want to make sure very clearly to the community, no matter what all the studies will be done, we'd never do anything or accept anything that wasn't safe. So I don't think I need to support the holding provision.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that, so either way, you're going to do things the same. You're going to make sure everything's fine. Bottom line.
Yes.
Is there a risk that a holding provision will delay the project from proceeding?
I think that would probably be a concern the proponent has. I mean, our job is to make sure that site plan is done well. This is adds uncertainty, and H on zoning looks different in the marketplace and with lenders than clean zoning approved. It's clear that there's something holding. It shows that the city was generally supportive, but there's some work that has to be done. So it isn't as clean as a decision for zoning. But from our perspective, we're going to do this work regardless.
But otherwise, we would just put a holding provision on everything, right? If there was no downside to it, we'd put a holding provision on everything. There must be.
I definitely wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, but there's reasons why we don't put holding provisions on things, right? Such as.
Yeah. Well, holding is the one way to say that. So zoning gives you the principle of development. You are allowed to move forward. Maybe not, you haven't worked out all the way you're going to build whatever it is you're allowed to build, but you have the ability to build. We typically, and that's what I was trying to say at the beginning, we would typically see a hold where there's some kind of legal or outside of the planning process, like infrastructure installation that has to happen to allow you to exercise that principle of development. So it's unusual to be used in relation to the next approval in planning that you would be required. So it can work as written, but it's unusual and not, it doesn't impact really from the city's perspective. We will still be making sure that the studies were done properly.
And your preference would be that there is not a holding provision. Is that right?
I prefer not to take a position on whether we support this particular motion. We could implement it as written. It is unusual to use a holding in this way.
Okay. Okay. That's a tough one. I'm inclined not to support the holding provision, but I understand where people are coming from. I think staff are going to do their job either way, but I understand the concerns you've raised, Councillor Kelly, and I'll let you wrap up on this.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'll address your point first. And this is the first time I've ever brought a motion to bring out a holding symbol on everything. So on anything. So I would never. I understand your point. We could make this argument at every development, but not every development is a 250 megawatt, 256 container industrial scale battery energy storage system in rural Ottawa. So. Often this debate is contentious, and sadly most opposition to this project was framed as NIMBYism or that it was based on misinformation and irrational fears. That is not true, and it is not a fair characterization of my community's concerns. This is not and never has been a debate on whether battery energy storage is a useful technology. I have supported the battery energy storage systems where the locations and land use fit was right and where the public had a fair chance to review a complete, credible proposal. I did so just at the last ARAC meeting. Today, we're voting on something more important. Whether or not this specific zoning bylaw amendment for Marchurst Road meets the city's planning rules, protects rural Ottawa, and reflects a fair process for the people who will have to live beside it. I will ask you all to vote against this amendment, and here is why. First, the zoning request, in my opinion, is premature under our own official plan. The official plan contains a specific policy for private principal battery energy storage facilities. It says zoning provisions must be established based on a review of key evidence, noise control, an environmental impact study, fire protection and emergency response plans satisfactory to Ottawa Fire Services, and a commissioning and decommissioning plan. OFS has yet to sign off on that plan. Staff acknowledge in the report that those core documents are not complete and will be updated and finalized later through site plan. Zoning, particularly in this case, for something so different, needs to be based on final reviewed evidence, not on promises that evidence will come later. Once we pass this zoning, council loses all of its leverage. Site plan control is delegated and does not return to committee or council. So if we zone today, while the mandatory studies are unfinished, we are giving away our strongest land use control. This is not sound rural planning. The public consultation process has been inadequate for a proposal of this scale. Residents have raised again and again that key documents were missing or posted late, and staff have confirmed that important materials were added after circulation began. Consultation is not a box to tick, and it's not about minimum timelines. It's about whether people had a real opportunity to examine the full technical case before decisions are locked in. And this is a massive file, and they did not have that opportunity. The provincial procurement and site selection process that brought us here was unfair to rural Ottawa. The IESO procurement created a narrow delivery requirement along transmission corridors, and proponents then searched quickly for rural parcels of land in that corridor. This is backwards planning. It puts speed and commercial deliverability ahead of land use fit, rural character, and local consent. I've said this from the very beginning, but this is not how major industrial infrastructure should be landed in a rural community. When residents were looking for answers, I hosted an open information session, invited the IESO to attend. They refused. So the very body that drove the commercial logic and the location pressure behind this project did not show up to face the community when it was requested and required. Opposition here is broad, credible, and rooted in land use protection. This is not one or two neighbors. The local chapter of the Ontario Federation of Agricultural is opposed because this proposal industrializes a working rural landscape and sets a precedent that rural lands are the path of least resistance for provincial energy procurement. The Friends of the Carp Hills also opposed. That's our leading rural agricultural organization and a long-standing natural heritage stewardship group that are aligned in opposition. Finally, this is the wrong place for an industrial scale facility. Rural countryside is not a default industrial catch basin just because its use is light on jobs. It is protected rural landscape. The burden is on the applicant to prove compatibility with final evidence, and that evidence is not before us. For all of those reasons, I will be voting no on the zoning bylaw amendment. But I also recognize that some of my colleagues may choose to approve, despite ARAC's recommendation and despite the incomplete record. If council is going to pass the zoning bylaw amendment anyway, then at a minimum, it must be subject to a holding symbol, a motion that I have moved today. The holding provision ensures zoning cannot take effect until the mandatory safety and environmental studies are final, accepted, and proven through site plan control. That is the least due diligence we owe our rural residents and the least amount of protection that this council should insist on before any construction is allowed to proceed. This is not a residential tower. We are not talking about where the garbage or the bike rack goes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll vote first on Councillor Kelly's motion to add a holding symbol then, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
No. No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor
Yes.
Kelly. Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Sorry. Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Skalsky.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
9 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, and then on the council motion by Councillor Gower, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
Oui.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Skalsky.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
21 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, thank you. We are jumping ahead now to item 38 on the agenda, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Be it resolved that Council approve the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole with respect to the draft 2026 operating capital budget.
No, sorry, that's the wrong one.
I knew that.
Motion to adopt reports.
That the following reports be received and adopted as amended, excluding those items previously adopted as part of the budget. Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 30, Audit Committee Report 15, Community Services Committee Report 20, Environment and Climate Change Report 21, Finance and Corporate Services Committee Report 32, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Report 23, Transit Committee Report 22, Built Heritage Report 27, Planning and Heritage Committee Report 58, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Status Update, Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 5, 2025, be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. Councillor Desroches, naming of park.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's been a long day today, so I won't spend much time on this. All this to say that with our growing community of Riverside South, we have new parks, thankfully, to serve the newest growth areas. We have a park that needs a name, and I can think of no better name that is part of the local history of Riverside South. The Monsians family owned the grocery store for over a decade, and it was one of the first investments to the community and really became the community hub. So when you talk about Riverside South and you talk about Monsians, those two go together, and they've been really, really great champions for our community in terms of supporting various events and charities. So I ask for your support today on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Is that carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure, all of which are of a time-sensitive nature. Councillor Luloff has a commemorative naming on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much for your support. Whereas Bob Manette served as councillor representing the Heights Ward in former Cumberland Township from 1985 to 1991, where he advocated for local interests, supported community associations, and helped guide neighborhood development during a period of significant growth. And whereas during his service on Cumberland Township Council, Bob Manette worked closely with residents of Queenswood Heights and surrounding communities, helping to shape the civic and recreational infrastructure that continues to support families today. Whereas after municipal amalgamation, Bob Manette was elected as Ottawa City Council to Ottawa City Council in a by-election in January 2006 and served continuously until November 2018 as the councillor for Orleans, representing residents with dedication, accessibility, and a strong focus on community needs. And whereas through more than 12 years on Ottawa City Council, Bob Manette championed local parks, recreation facilities, arts and culture improvements, transportation infrastructure, and neighborhood revitalization across Orleans, leaving a lasting legacy of visible, tangible community improvements. And whereas Bob Manette served as Deputy Mayor of Ottawa from December 2014 until December 2018, providing leadership on citywide issues while ensuring that the priorities of the East End were heard at the highest levels of municipal government. And whereas throughout his public service career, Bob Manette was known for his hands-on approach, his exceptional responsiveness to residents, and his commitment to solving problems quickly and effectively on behalf of the community. Whereas Bob Manette's decades of advocacy contributed to strengthened community services, improved recreation amenities, safer neighborhoods, and a stronger civic identity for Orleans and Cumberland. And whereas, in addition to his elected service, Bob Manette has been an active volunteer, mentor, and community supporter, working with local organizations, service clubs, and charitable initiatives that enrich the lives of residents. And whereas Bob Manette's combined years of municipal leadership in both Cumberland Township and the City of Ottawa represent a significant and enduring contribution to the social, cultural, and civic development of East End. And whereas, I promise this is the last one, it is fitting and appropriate to honor Bob Manette's long-standing service and his positive impact on generations of residents by naming a municipal facility in recognition of his commitment to the community. Therefore, be it resolved that the facility formerly known now as Queenswood Heights Community Centre, located at 1485 Duford Drive, Ontario, K1E 1G1, be renamed the Bob Manette Community Centre. And be it further resolved that an appropriate stand and plaque be installed displaying the name and including a brief history of Bob Manette's contributions, which will be tough to do given this motion. Be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the stand, plaque, and subsequent event will be funded through the councillor's office, which happens to be me.
Okay, you could have used AI to shorten that motion and do the writing for the plaque. Is that carried?
Thank you, friends.
Councillor Lowe has a motion on consolidation of Eastern Ontario Conservation Authorities on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Mayor. Whereas the Government of Ontario has proposed a consolidation of the province's conservation authorities into 7 regional conservation authorities, including the merger of the Cataraqui, Mississippi, Raisin, Rideau, and South Nation conservation authorities into the St. Lawrence Regional Conservation Authority. And whereas the St. Lawrence Regional Conservation Authority will cover more than 18,500 square kilometers to be funded by levies from 46 member municipalities, with the City of Ottawa contributing approximately 50% of those total levies. Whereas the Government of Ontario has proposed the establishment of the Ontario Provincial Conservation Agency, which will provide centralized leadership and oversight of the regional conservation authorities. And whereas the proposed agency will be authorized to recover its costs from the current and future regional conservation authorities. And whereas the existing conservation authorities will each have individual governance, whereas the existing conservation authorities each have individual governance, municipal levy, and financial and reserve structures, ownership of assets such as dams, dikes, and levees, as well as plans for investment within their respective watersheds. And whereas the work by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks and the Conservation Authority consolidation and establishment of the new agency continues. Consolidation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor write to the Premier of Ontario and the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, urging the Government of Ontario to maintain local, municipally governed, watershed-based conservation authorities to ensure effective natural resource and hazard management, transparent local services, bilingualism obligations, and accountability over municipal levy dollars. To work collaboratively with municipalities and current conservation authority to identify opportunities for improved consistency, modernization, and shared service approaches within the existing watershed-based governance model. To explore options for a lower Ottawa River-based solution, i.e. the merger of the Mississippi Valley, Rideau Valley, and South Nation conservation authorities, aligned with the objectives of the proposed mergers without combining water basins. And be it further resolved that should the provincial government's current proposals proceed, the Mayor requests that the Government of Ontario consider options for a lower Ottawa River-based solution, i.e. the merger of the Mississippi Valley, Rideau Valley, and South Nation conservation authorities, aligned with their objectives without combining water basins, protect municipalities and taxpayers from any financial pressures from the merger and new oversight agency, and preserve the current conservation authorities' capital reserve funds and separate legacy accounts to fund projects within the respective boundaries of the current conservation authorities. Ensure under the new governance that there is a clear understanding of maintenance, life cycle, and ownership of assets that are currently the responsibility of conservation authorities and local governments, and ensure proper representation of municipalities based on collected levy contribution, population size, and scope of undertakings within the governance structure of any future conservation authority. I wrote that myself. Actually, no, I didn't. Thank you to my colleagues who sit on the various boards on the 3 conservation authorities that cover the City of Ottawa for the contributions and for their input to putting this motion together. The aim of this motion is more or less to protect the interests of the city, to ensure that when and if the consolidation of conservation authorities and the creation of the new agency does go ahead, that we're not drawing the short straw, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Is that carried? Councillor Brown has a motion on 6158 Rideau Valley Drive on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas an appeal has been received to the refusal by Council of the rezoning application in respect of 6158 Rideau Valley Drive, and whereas any determination by Council to utilize the dispute resolution mechanisms in the Planning Act must be adopted within 15 days of the appeal being filed. Therefore, be it resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to permit the introduction of the following motion. Whereas at the Council meeting of November 12, 2025, Council refused the rezoning application for 6158 Rideau Valley Drive, motion 2025-69-02, and whereas the motion 2025-6902 also provided that staff be directed to continue working constructively with the applicant to bring the property into compliance with the zoning bylaw, and whereas the refusal of the zone application has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And whereas the Planning Act subsection 34.11.001 and 34.11.003 provide, if an application for an amendment is refused as described in subsection 11, a notice of appeal is filed under that subsection. The council may use mediation, conciliation, or other dispute resolution techniques to attempt to resolve the dispute. When the council gives a notice under clause 11.002A, the 15-day period mentioned in clause 23B is extended to 75 days. And whereas further to the decision of council on November 12th, 2025, it would be appropriate to utilize the time frame for dispute resolution provided pursuant to subsection 34.11.001. Therefore, be it resolved that council hereby directs, pursuant to the Planning Act, subsection 34.11.001, that the General Manager, Planning, Development and Building Services and the City Solicitor are directed to utilize mediation, conciliation, or other dispute resolution techniques as staff deem appropriate with the appellant or applicant in respect of 6158 Rideau Valley Drive to attempt to resolve the dispute in respect of the refusal by council of the zoning application with the outcome to be reported to council. Mr. Mayor, I believe this is the first time this has come to our council. It is because we have asked staff to work with the applicant to come into compliance with the zoning. This gives staff the ability to work on that through the Planning Act. It would be my preference that council support this motion unanimously. It is always our custom to work with our landowners. They've done what they can to get where they are, but they need some more time and help to come into compliance. And that's why I'm appreciative, Mr. Mayor, of your support in bringing this motion forward. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. So just so I'm crystal clear, the motion encourages staff to work with the property owner. Property is zoned for X. Property is currently being used for X, Y, and Z. Let's talk about how we can respect the current zoning bylaw and still have you operate with maybe a limited number of functions compared to what it's being used for now. Is that the general intent of this motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Mark to answer in a moment, but generally the provision that is being used is relatively new to the Planning Act, came in about 2015, and it's really designed to extend the time that the clerk would be required to send the record of council's refusal to the zoning to the OLT, which would then commence that administrative process. This would allow the parties to engage into a voluntary mediation process to resolve those issues without having to go through the formal OLT process if things can be resolved before that period of time. But I'll ask Mr. Mark to perhaps expand upon that.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not certain I have very much to add to what the city solicitor said. It allows a discussion to take place, options to be discussed. What it brings to light that would not have been brought to light before is the fact that council has refused it. An applicant might think they're going to succeed before council. They now know that they have not. And in light of that fact, it may bring an applicant to be a little bit more willing to consider options that the applicant had not been willing to consider before.
Okay, that's very helpful. I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that carried? Notice is a motion. Conseillère Plante.
Attendu que les francophones font partie intégrale.
Whereas the francophones are an integral part of the city of Ottawa and closely linked to its history and its development for more than 400 years, and that we are counting more than 150,000 francophones in Ottawa. Whereas ever since 1970, the city of Ottawa has a bilingual policy that has served as a trampoline to improve the delivery of French services to francophone residents in the city. Whereas Ottawa is the most important francophone pole in North America outside of Quebec. Whereas Canada is a founding country and an active member of the OIF, the Organisation Internationale de Francophonie, and it contributes in a dynamic way for more than 50 years. Whereas every 2 years, a member country is hosted to the summit, where there are many meetings and organizations and all sectors that reflect the Francophonie world in one city. Whereas the geopolitical climate in the world is tense and that the OIF and the Francophonie Summit represent a vector of collaboration and cooperation on an international level, which is attracting. Whereas the summit presents an opportunity to show the vitality of the Francophonie in Ontario and to highlight the Francophone community and Francophile community. Whereas the leader of the Francophone and representatives of Francophone organizations on a provincial and national level have put together a committee to welcome the summit in 2028, and whereas the Government of Ontario is a observer member of the OIF, and that the Minister, the Honourable Caroline Mulroney, has expressed the support of the province, given the efforts of Mayor Sutcliffe. And whereas the Prime Minister Mark Carney has confirmed during the breakfast with Mr. Sutcliffe the interest that Canada would like to host the summit of the Francophonie in 2028. Therefore, it is be resolved that the City Council approve the efforts to qualify Ottawa as a host city for the 26th Summit of the Francophonie that will be held in 2028. And be it further resolved that Mayor Sutcliffe is part of this resolution, and that the Council is able to follow the next steps in order to welcome the summit in 2028. Thank you.
Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Devine. It's a notice of motion. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed, with the addition of the following bylaw: a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008-250 to change the zoning of part of the lands known municipally as 2555 and 2625 Marchurst Road.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Devine.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of December 10th, 2025.
Is that carried? I have an inquiry. In recent discussions with representatives of the Building Trades Council, they have highlighted the different procurement practices being leveraged in other Canadian municipalities to ensure the construction contracts tendered to the private sector make use of local trades and offer fair working conditions to their employees. The areas of interest raised by the Building Trades Council include, but are not limited to, the use of fair wage policies, the health and safety of workers, the pre-qualification of contractors, the optimization of community benefits, the value of apprenticeships and training opportunities, and the styling of employees as subcontractors used to circumvent labor regulations. 1, can staff please undertake a scan of the procurement policies used in other Canadian municipalities to maximize local benefits of contracts tendered to the private sector, as well as measures that ensure their employees are working under fair conditions? 2, can staff present the procurement policies currently in place at the City of Ottawa and how these may align with procurement policies from other municipalities? 3, can staff propose ways to enhance the City of Ottawa's procurement bylaw to ensure we maximize community benefits for Ottawa's construction workers and the community as a whole? Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Devine.
That the proceedings of the City Council meeting of 10 December 2025 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Was that a thumbs up? Okay.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. Thank you for joining us.
It's good evening.
Good
now.
evening. Thank you for
Good
joining
night.
us
Yeah.
for this evening's media availability. Merci de vous joindre à nous pour le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. On va commencer avec Anaïs Desjardins, Radio-Canada.
Bonsoir.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Donc, c'est juste pour avoir en français vos commentaires par rapport au budget, puis donc votre
I would
réaction.
like for you to repeat your comments about the budget in French.
Vos commentaires sur le budget et votre réaction face à l'adoption, parce que
Ah
vous
oui,
avez seulement
okay.
fait en anglais.
And this was adopted, so I would like to have your reactions. I'm very happy that we adopted the budget, the 2026 budget. It was by a large majority of the councillors, and they've supported the 2026 budget. This is 4 years in a row. I think this is a responsible, balanced budget, a budget that fills the needs of the resident in urban, suburban, and rural areas. And we want to still protect the affordability for residents and to invest in their priorities, mainly public safety, transit, support for the most vulnerable populations, affordable housing, and many other elements.
Okay, merci. We'll now go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Ottawa.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're going to get tired of me asking campaign questions so early, but I'm just wondering what this budget reveals heading, into the next election year. What does it say about where you stand, and what does it say about the priorities of your only declared opponent who voted no today?
Let me say first, I'm not focused on next year's election, and I'm focused on doing my job. I don't have the luxury of worrying about next October right now. I'm focused on doing my job every day, the job I was elected to do by the residents of Ottawa, and I'm very, very focused on delivering results for them. That's what I've been doing for 3 years now, and what I intend to do for the next year. At the same time, it's hard to ignore that the politics has begun. I find it a little curious that some members of council voted in favor of every single part of the budget, but then voted against the total budget. I don't really understand the logic of that. If there's parts of the budget you don't like, then vote against them. But if you vote for one and one and one, I don't know why you don't vote for three. So that was curious. But I think what you see is I'm bringing what I think is a balanced approach. It's not perfect, it's not easy, but it's a balanced approach that takes into account the fact that Ottawa is a massive city with rural communities, with suburban neighborhoods, with outer urban communities, with a downtown core. And you saw people from all over the city supporting that budget today. For the fourth budget in a row, a vast majority of city councillors supported the balanced approach that I've been taking to the budget. None of the budget votes have been close. They've been, I think that the total number of votes out of a possible 100 votes over 4 years, we got 88 votes. So, none of the budget votes have been close. They've been supported by an overwhelming majority of councillors. And I think that demonstrates that I'm striking a balance between the needs of every part of the community and across the political spectrum. I'm sure there are going to be people who want the tax increase to be lower. I'm sure there are people who are going to want us to have spent more in some areas. That's always going to be the case. But I'll tell you, I'm not going to support Toronto-style tax increases now or in the future. There are people saying we should be having big tax increases and spending more money on things. We've done the hard work to avoid that, and I'm going to keep doing that.
My next will be for Cyril. I'm just hoping you can clear up a few technical things for me, as always. So the last minute surprise money that we saw. I just want to be sure. It seems like it's a total of 44 million because we have 20 million in debt that we're taking out, serviced by that 1.2 million in savings. Plus, I think I heard 24 million from the Parks in Lieu fund. Can you just confirm that's a total of $44 million that we'll be able to devote to infrastructure?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And also on the diesel, is that already locked in through these like hedging contracts, or is this kind of an assumption or forecast we're making about how rates are going to fluctuate?
So the diesel fuel contracts is a very good program that we have at the city. It kind of helps fluctuate the risks and actually gives good value to the residents from our fuel pricing. So what we do is we lock in up to 75% for 8 months. Then the next 8 months we can go 50%. So for 2026, what we've done is we've locked in 75% of our fuel volumes from January through August, and then we've locked in 50% from September through the end of the year. So what that works out to be is roughly 65% of our contracts are locked in, and that gives us a price certainty of actually about $1.08 to be actual. So we budget at $1.10. So we have a little bit of exposure there that we kind of mitigate that way. So there's obviously two components of a fuel. It's the pricing and the volume. So that's how we've been able to secure some good pricing at that price based on that split.
And I hope I can just get one more to Troy Charter. Can you just talk about how you'll be moving forward on these, motions that council passed today on both the fares for youth and on the LRT frequencies? Will it be easy to achieve those times, and how will youth go about taking advantage of these free fares?
Okay, that's great questions. Really looking forward to moving forward on those initiatives. With respect to the LRT, we've heard, council's heard from our customers that they want to see some improved, increased frequency off peak and so during the midday and in the evening. So we've been able to find a way to do that. So we're working obviously very hard on getting the east extension up and running. That's our primary focus right now, but we feel very confident that we'll be able to make that change for our April service change to be able to increase the frequencies for our customers there. With regards to the youth pass, another great initiative that council approved is very forward thinking, really trying to generate that future ridership and lessen a little bit of the burden, the financial strain that families are experiencing. So we're going to be the timeline put forward of July 1st, I think, is definitely achievable. There's a few things that technical logistics we have to work through with regards to our fare system. Making sure that the transfers will, that the free service after 5 p.m. We can make sure that our system can process that. But otherwise, no, we feel very confident that we'll be able to move forward with that, and looking forward to really publicizing that and getting that out there for the residents and for our customers.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.